All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stream. Little audio check. 1, 2, 3. We're pushing it live, baby. Here we are in beautiful Orgrimmar on the Dream Scythe server NA on our body type 1 Puerto Rican Elrond Ret Pally. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the stream, guys. How's everyone doing? Let's see what we got in here so far. Over on Twitch, we got Squeak Official, Dinglemancer, good to see you, man. Surreal, Science, Malkina, Snow Miser, of course, Matt Shepard, always holding me down, Palinator in the house, Julius Caesar, Matt Shepard, BMN Rover, got Loretta in the house, good to see you, Chaotic, Alexander. Yeah, welcome back to the stream, guys. We'll be doing some hardcore today. For a little bit, then we might be doing some pre-mades with the boys, with Bobby and all them. I got some reacts and some clips lined up, stuff that we can watch while we're leveling. But we're gonna be doing some Burning Crusade hardcore. This is my very first playthrough of hardcore. If you have a second, guys, help me out with the audio. Are we sounding okay? Like, is Orgrimmar music too loud? Usually it's a little overtuned, right? But hopefully you can still hear me nice and clear. We're trying to get like a nice immersive stream vibe going once we get out there into the Barrens and stuff. I left the Blood Elf zone. I was enjoying it, man, but the Barrens is calling me, man. It's calling me home. And we decided to switch gears a little bit and just go to the Barrens. Audio's good on first try. What's that about? I know, right? All right, guys, let's get started. So here we are. We are level 13. Is there a Ret Pally? Is there a Paladin trainer in Orgrimmar, guys? I have no idea. But there's a few things we want to do here real quick. Let's start with the repair. We literally just got here. Go Flight Master. And I want to buy a one-handed weapon. My general plan up until 20 is to level with the shield and a sword, or sword and board, right? And then we'll probably respec and get Seal of Command at 20. Good call, Ghostlands is kind of bad. Yeah, it was alright, bro. It was alright. It was alright. Let's see. Let me see. First aid. Sometimes when you get to a city, the first time on your character, you just have to take a breath. It's easy to get overwhelmed. There's so much you need, right? Let's see how we're doing though. So we're blacksmithing, mining, but we have like no skill points in that stuff. Let's see our weapon skills. We have two-handed swords. We have one-handed swords. We need to train maces just in case, right? I don't think paladins can use daggers, but maces would be nice to trade. I'm not sure if that's here. That actually might be TB, to be honest. First aid. We're gonna go look to see the white weapons. We're gonna try to might be able to train heavy linen bandage actually if I craft some stuff. Let's just start. So you're scared of Ghostlands? Yeah, I'm scared of Ghostlands. It's terrifying. It's terrifying. Time to go to Booty Bay for ZG buff. Yeah, Grace has been loving the world buffs. That's part of it too, honestly. Is missing out on all those world buffs. Even if Ghostlands is fast, it kind of feels bad, right? I want to be able to get a nice little War Chief Blessing OD buff too, man. Two-handed maces is TB. Gotcha. But yeah, guys, we're back in the saddle. Hardcore, one life, death equals lose Soul of Iron buff. Oh, dude, I should have got Soul of Iron buff in Undercity, huh? It's weird you can only get it in one city. Whatever. Fine. Turn up the game sound. Seriously, Matt Shepard? It looks pretty high right now on my audio side. I think your alt might be a Shockedin. Yeah. I'm excited to get out into the Barrens, man. For things to make sense again. Do a nice WC run. Oh, we'll probably be streaming today, guys, for the next 8 hours. Wow, dude. Lock in 8 hours of Kargoz streams. Yep. Yep. So we'll do like maybe like 4 hours level, like, and then we'll do some PvP in a little bit. See all the boys live today. Got Grays, Ompy, Zaryu. I heard Zaryu had double binding. Dude, Zaryu has 12,000 viewers. What the fudge? That guy's going crazy, man. 12,000. We got Riva online too. That's cool. Riva. Showbeck's online. Back to WoW too. What? Dude, WoW's kind of hype, dude. WoW's kind of hype. A lot of people online. Zegers, I remember this guy. Yeah, he's moved on from WoW. Zeroji's doing TBCHC. That's nice to see. Hopefully Ompy goes again, huh? My man Toll Duck. Yup, we got a video. We're gonna react to by him. I think that's gonna be a vibe though, guys. We just level and like react and watch stuff together. Yeah. I can hear you loud and clear, but the game sound is very low. Maybe it's just me. Let me try that. Let's just see. Cozy stream today? Yeah, I hypnoed at least the first half of it. But yeah, welcome back to the stream, guys. Welcome back. Those KG and JS interviews yesterday were a vibe. Yeah, I found some more, man. Not by me, but by other people. That's my vibe recently. Learning about the game. So there's a couple other interviews with John Stats. I haven't seen them, so we can watch them together today. We got some other stuff too. Like there's Fake Cutie just came out with a video a few hours ago. I still call him Fake Cutie. You guys probably know him by Guide MMO. That was his name on private servers, dude. Fake Cutie. He had a little pink gnome with sunglasses on as his avatar. Fake Cutie. Yo, is there a paladin trainer in Orgrimmar? Does anybody happen to know? Any paladin knowers? We're gonna go see if we can get a white weapon real quick. Nick Arcade, welcome to the stream, brother. We are on the Dream Scythe server, the hottest server in Classic WoW. The hardcore graveyard. Yes, by Thrall? Oh shit, thanks, bro. We got Nasharus, first time in the chat. Popping his cherry here in the chat. Welcome to the stream, brother. Do we know if the cost of honor gear on Wowhead is correct? I know all the honor gear costs right off the top of the head, Nasharus. What are you concerned about? I mean, the gloves are like 2.3, the shoulders are like 2.8. The weapon is like 8k for the one-hander. The offhand's like 8k as well, or 7.5. The epic gear is like 13k for the epic, like legs and chest. And it's like 8k for the cheaper pieces. What up, Grills? You still running the coffee / pickleball hustle?
Welcome to Orgrimmar.
Yeah. Yep.
You come to serve.
Yeah, I am. But I sold my cafe. I kind of burned out on it, man. It's waking up early. Wait, there's a paladin trainer here? Oh, the Blood Elves. The Blood Elves.
Victory lies ahead.
Baladash Balanore. Blessing of Might and Seal of the Crusader too. Hype.
Salama Ashalanore.
Salama Ashalanore. This is kind of cool. They have just a couple of them. Like this is like the embassy.
Our enemy shall fall.
The Blood Elf embassy within Orgrimmar. Blood Elf gang.
The reckoning is at hand.
A bunch of dirty, smelly orcs and just a couple of Blood Elves. Dude, I freaking love orcs though. Dude, look how cool they look. These Korkron elite. This race, right? This race. I'm a proud green skin. TVC pre-patch leveling is magical so far. Nice, man. Good to hear. Oh, the 70 gear. Oh, yeah. I mean, like the offset gear is like 17 or 18k per piece, like generals, bracers, belts, stuff like that. You're not gonna buy the blue pieces though, really, because those are you're just gonna buy the honor rep like versions of them. So like Scenario and Honor Hold. Let's pop an energy drink though. Are you guys energy drinkers? Are you guys stay with coffee? Are you not a stimulant consumer? I stay running off the stimmies all day, every day, man. I can't. It's been years of constant spamming of stimulants. I can't even remember the last time I didn't drink like coffee or like pre-workout or something. Okay, let's go to the weapon trainer. Just downed an 8-ounce Red Bull. Dude, that original Red Bull flavor, are you guys a fan of that? OG vanilla Red Bull. 17K, damn. Okay, so Wowhead is incorrect on those. What's Wowhead listing them at? I could be wrong too. It's just that's off the top of the dome. I played TBC a couple times or so far, and that's what I kind of vaguely remember. It's like 30 marks and like 17, 18K. Pre-workout coffee C4. Yeah, I don't know, dude. The vanilla, I don't know. I'm at the point where OG vanilla regular Red Bull. How did they even get popular, man? That taste, it tastes. I'm not even a picky eater or anything, dude. I'm like a garbage disposal. I'll eat whatever, man, when I'm hungry. But it tastes like metal. Like, how do you even explain the flavor of Red Bull? I don't even understand what that is. They're like pitching it to the investors, and they're like, it's kind of got this kind of like dirty pipe metal taste. Are you crazy? It's the best taste? Seriously? Is this one of those things where like...
Speak, friend.
Is it one of those things where 14? Oh, dude, Scimitar is gonna be so nasty. It's gonna look so blood elvy. Oh, that's it. That's it right there. Yes, that's what we were looking for. Insane.
Strength.
Strength and honor. Blood and thunder.
Strength.
What you want, man? We're about to ding 14 too, and we're gonna equip this just juicer white weapon, the Scimitar. That looks so elven. How elven does that look, boys? Oh my god, straight out of Lord of the Rings on that scene where the elves flip their blades out at the two towers, man. Ah, such a good scene. Such a good scene. I love Lord of the Rings. Looks like my work. Work. Yeah, what's that herb? It tastes like soap or for some people they have a gene where it tastes like soap, but for all the other normal people it tastes good. Yeah, cilantro. I like cilantro, dude, on my tacos and stuff. But like my grandpa, he really thought it tasted like dish soap, you know. C4 Jolly Ranchers. Oh yeah, you already know the vibe. You already know the vibe, grills. You get that tri-stim. You spend an extra 50 cents on the tri-stim energy drink C4 edition. You can go to a grocery outlet, like I said, though. They sell those C4s, like big cases of them, dude, for like 80 cents. 80 cents a can. I got like my whole car. I got like 50 energy drinks in there, dude. Czar got 2 bindings in one room. No, dude, I call shenanigans, Laquani. I'm not even kidding, dude. Blizzard, they've pierced the... I swear some Blizzard fanboy just enabled that. They're like, look up the ID real quick. Look up the ID real quick. What is it? 112643? Okay, just do it, man. Just do it. No one will know, man. Just do it. Just throw a little... Just put it... Just do it. It'll be good. It'll be sick content, man. Zaryu deserves it, man. It's just... It's too lucky, dude. There's no shot. He got double cilantro. Double... Sorry, I'm thinking about cilantro now. He got double bindings in one run. That's insane. I mean, I guess. I mean, because the thing is, he has 12,000. He has 12,000 viewers, dude. He got double cilantro. Shut the fuck up. That's the new meme. Oh god. I mean, he has 12,000 viewers. You're right. Yeah. And what are the chances? There's people in here who's never seen a binding before. Who's never seen a binding drop before in here? I have, but I think I've only seen like the get-in binding. I don't know if I've ever seen a Gar binding drop before. You know what I mean? This guy got both, and he got them or no? Did he get the bindings? Like, did he have them hard rest? Double cilantro. My God, that's shameless. Shameless. No shot in here. I'm gonna come in here and yell double cilantro, dude. No way. Oh my gosh, man. God, this is the ballad of my childhood, though, guys. Like, literally, close your eyes. Ah, being 13 and just playing tennis and getting your heart broken at bat mitzvahs by Sarah Silverman. So good, dude. Buying Sarah Silverman a box of chocolates and her crushing your heart, dude. Dude, he's equipped Thunder Fury. He's built it already? Oh my gosh. Between Vanilla, Classic, and Classic Annie, I've been part of 9 crafted in different guilds. Wow. Oh, Dirge. 7 stream streak. Let's go. Everyone gifted him all the mats. Of course they did, dude. Of course they did. Is Zaryu the face of... Oh my god, a war chief blessing. Oh my god, whoa. I didn't even notice, but I saw it immediately. Oh my god, I'm attacking like a madman. Is this why Grace is literally on meth these days? I kind of get it now. I instantly get it, actually. Oh my god, dude. That's why Grace is just tripping out every day of his life. You do attack like a madman. Look at that. Insane. What is the speed of this weapon? Why am I attacking so fast? It's a 3-5 weapon and I'm attacking like it's a fucking one-hander, dude. We gotta be careful when it falls off, though. That's how you can die. Do we do Crom's medallion, guys? Do we do Crom's medallion? Crom's medallion, guys. Do we attempt to do that? Just for the memes, bro. In the spirit of vanilla WoW. Do we attempt the impossible, the unthinkable? The legendarily bad quest. Do we attempt it? God, dude, this is extra orange, man. What did they do to my boy Duratar? Is that just me, man? This is like a straight up, like, open up Microsoft Paint, click like the red color, like the bright red color, and like press fill. What did they do to my homeland of Duratar? They fucking blanched it. I'm telling you, bro, this is not how Duratar is supposed to look. This is not how Duratar is supposed to look, bro. It is too orange. Turn off FFX glow. King? Lol? Yeah, I'm the king, baby. I'm the king, big chimpin'. I got main character syndrome. I'm your king. What's up? Turn off FFX glow. How do I? Is it what is the command for it? Dum. Now Graze is like that if he loots pocket lint. Graze died that way. Playing a dagger and shield warrior, I attack like 6 times a second with Rend. Dude, I just find it amazing that the world record warrior speedrunner plays troll and goes one-handed weapon shield up till level 20. Demo shouts on every mob. That makes me so happy. I don't know if that's making any of you guys happy, but the fact that that is the best way of playing a warrior and speedrunning that class and like getting insane results just makes me so freaking happy. I almost want to watch that video with you guys. It's so good. It's so good, man. Such a good video. Here, let's watch it actually. This is the nerdiest thing ever though. Let me watch it. Let me watch it. Let me see. Let me see. Warrior speedrun vanilla. This guy posted this world record 1 to 60 warrior guide. Kamisayo. Any Kamisayo enjoyers? 2 months ago, he posted a vanilla WoW leveling guide for warrior. Like, this game is beyond out. Like, the game is already like there's no reason this guide should get 300k views, but it did because it's so goated. Because vanilla WoW is so goated. Here, I'm gonna put it up. Have you guys seen this? Any Kamisayo enjoyers? Here we go. We're gonna watch it together, boys. This is Kamisayo, speedrunner. Let's make it.
to the 1 to 60 Warrior Leveling Guide. In this video, I'll explain the playstyle I used in my hardcore Warrior speedrun, where I hit level 60.
Dude, this guy sounds like an audible book, like an audible book preset. How does he have that voice and he's also insane at the game? That's unfair, man. That's OP. Can you guys hear it okay?
3 days, 8 hours, and 43 minutes playing solo self-found, and you...
Wait, what was this time?
Welcome to the 1 to 60 Warrior Leveling Guide.
Kamisayo?
In this video, I'll explain the playstyle I used in my hardcore Warrior speedrun, where I hit level 60 in 3 days, 8 hours, and 43 minutes playing solo self-found.
Solo self-found. 3 days played solo self-found hardcore. Insane, man. Insane. And this guy levels with shield, guys.
Of rested XP. A lot of people still seem to think that warriors are the slowest or the worst leveling class, which I don't think is true. If a warrior is played the right way, I don't think it's going to be more than 10%.
Dude, honestly, man, I'm gonna want to reroll warrior watching this. This I can already tell. I'm gonna crash out and want to play warrior. This is so good.
Compared to something like a warlock or a rogue, which most people consider among the best leveling classes. And today, I'll tell you what I think is the right way to play a warrior. You can use this guide whether you play Horde or Alliance.
Okay, I changed my mind. I'm not doing Crom's Medallion. There's competition.
The video is divided into timestamp chapters, so you can skip to the sections you want to watch. Before I go into the specifics on how...
Did you get much credit for HC? Depends how you define credit, dude. What's credit for HC? I feel like, love me or hate me, most people know how hardcore started, yeah. But did I make a bag off it? No. Nope. Made zero money. But I'm happy with it, you know what I mean? Like, I got to work with Blizzard and like made the servers, or helped them make the servers, right? Dude, like there's stuff that you wouldn't even believe me, man, if I told you. You like literally wouldn't even believe me. Like the fact that Skull Rock server, I don't know if anyone still plays there anymore. Skull Rock, this is like the Gen 1 like Defias Pillager server. Like what if I told you we basically named that? Would you believe me? Would you believe me? Or did you think I'm lying? What if I told you that was literally for years like the ideal name of our hardcore server that we like joked around about for like years and years? What would the perfect name for a server be? It would be Skull Rock. And we basically named that server. Would you believe me? Probably not. Probably wouldn't believe me, so I think I'm lying.
I'll explain the 3 most important rules when leveling a warrior. These rules apply no matter your level. The first rule is to use Demo Shout on every mob that isn't a caster.
Demo Shout on every
Demo Shout
mob.
is one of the most underrated abilities in the game.
BRB Rolling Warrior, dude.
In many leveling guides, and some guides even suggest to not train it past rank 1 to save money. I think this is because the tooltip isn't very clear.
BRB deleting all my guides.
So let me translate it. The exact numbers depend on the mob you use it on and the rank of Demo Shout you have. But most of the time, Demo Shout will reduce the melee damage of a mob by roughly 15 to 25%. If you have improved Demo Shout, which you should a lot of the time, it will reduce damage by roughly 20 to 35%. If these numbers were in the tooltip, I think it would be much more clear to people how broken this ability is.
How does that sound to you guys, though?
Say, well,
does that actually sound like a lot? Reducing mob damage by 15 to 20%? It only costs 10 rage, right? It's only 10 rage. What up, Exos? Good to see you, bro. Still have my 60 Orc Hunter on Skull Rock. The less eating, the better. Yeah. Dude, I'm leveling shield one-hander on Paladin, even if I'm going ret. We're gonna see how that feels, guys. I'm kind of taking a little bit of a page out of this guy's book, right? Like, this talent's so good. Readout.
Costs 10 rage, so the mob will die slower. And that's not wrong, But the amount of time you save
Thunderclap?
getting
I'm
your
not
health
sure,
back
Crackers.
outside of combat
Wait to
far
see.
outweighs any time you would save by spending an extra 10 rage on damage. If you've ever asked yourself, why do warriors get so low fighting just a single mob? And why is pulling 2 mobs usually a disaster that you run away from with a blinking health bar? I think the answer is because warriors were designed with Demo Shout in mind, but this ability has just been
Wow.
cursed with a confusing tooltip. So for 20 years, no one thought it would be a good idea to use it in every fight while leveling. As I said, you obviously shouldn't use Demo Shout on a mob that spends most of the fight casting Fireball, or on a lower level mob that you kill in a few seconds. But that aside, first global, Demo Shout. every
First
time.
global every time. This guy speaks
The second rule is
so
to
like succinctly. He just says it like so confidently, you know, you believe it.
sides of the same thing. Kill mobs while moving, and move while killing mobs. First, it means that whenever you are moving from place to place, you should be killing mobs, even if they're not part of any quest you're doing. Anytime you're just running, instead of auto-attacking something while running, you're slowing down your leveling. Second, it means that whenever you are killing mobs, you should be moving towards the next mob or objective. You should always aim to be in charge range of the next mob when your target dies, or close to the quest item you're going to pick up, or the NPC you're going to talk to. You get the idea. You're a warrior, you're a melee class. You don't lose any damage from moving, so take advantage of that. The third rule is to get ahead before you fall behind, which means that if you ever end up in a spot where you're mainly questing on mobs at or above your level, you've already fallen behind, and it would have been better to take care of the problem and get some extra XP before it started slowing you down. You've probably heard before that the sweet spot for warriors is to kill mobs 1 to 3 levels below you, and that is absolutely true.
1 to
Not
3
only
levels,
is it
yeah.
safer and more comfortable, it's also quite a bit faster. So your goal is to maintain a level lead on whatever mobs you're questing on. This doesn't mean it's a problem if you're once in a while doing a quest with mobs above your level. But if you're not spending most of your time against mobs in the sweet spot, 1 to 3 levels below you, then you've fallen behind. And as a warrior, it's always better to stay ahead in level than to fall behind and catch up afterwards.
Glory to the Horde.
You can think of falling behind on XP like taking out a loan. Eventually, you have to pay it back. If you play a hunter, there's not a lot of costs taking out a loan like this.
Interesting thought process, right? What's up, Pancake of Science? Welcome. Yeah, welcome, guys. We're doing TBC Hardcore today. We're just going to be like reacting to videos, watching videos. If you guys have any good videos you want me to watch and react to, too, throw them in the Discord. What we're currently watching right now is like the world record. Yo, he has a custom RXP guide as well. Sheesh. Yeah, Kamisayo, warrior leveling guide. This has 300k views, posted 2 months ago. And it's just him leveling a warrior in vanilla. But hardcore solo self-found, 3 days played. And yeah, he's just like, it's a very fresh take on warrior. Very fresh. Leveling with the one-hander, all that good stuff. So we'll just watch like a little bit of this video.
You can still kill overleveled mobs pretty easily. But as a warrior, you're paying a massive interest rate on that loan, because you're just going to be very slow until you've paid it back. To get ahead on XP, you can either do dungeons, grind, or log out and wait to get more rested XP. I have a section on grind spots later in the video. Usually grinding isn't that great, but there are a few spots in the game which are close to and sometimes even as good as questing. More on that later. Now I'll explain the playstyle, talents, and gear choices for level 1 to 30.
What level? What spec you think he's gonna go, guys? You think he's gonna level arms or fury or prot? What is base?
Weapons, which I've divided into sections for level 1 to 20 and level 20 to 30. From level 1 to 20, I recommend using a one-hand weapon with a shield.
Insane.
Two-hand weapons can also work well, especially if you can get a good one from the auction house. But I would personally always go with one hand and shield for these early levels. Your weapon should be as fast as possible, which means daggers are often the best choice. You should also use sharpening stones all the time, since they add a lot of free damage. Rough sharpening stones can be made with 1 blacksmithing skill, and the rough stones you need to make them can be gathered with 1 mining skill. So you can get these without even spending any time leveling professions. If you use the auction house, definitely buy some coarse and heavy sharpening stones. As you can see, a heavy sharpening stone on a fast stack.
It's kind of sad in a way though, guys. Like leveling is kind of this whole like bucket of expertise, and it's a whole it's a part of the game, you know. Like it's a worthy part of the game. And when you're playing like boost meta, you know, 58 boost, it's over, right? It's so devalued. Like thank God for hardcore though. I guess hardcore is the saving grace. You can still, that's what we're doing right now, right? But if it wasn't for hardcore, would I be leveling right now? Would you guys be leveling right now? Probably not, dude. It would just be Boost City, bitch. Boost City, bitch. Equip our new weapon. Oh,
More than some raid consumables you'd use at level 60. At these early levels, the weapons you can buy from vendors will almost always be better than quest rewards. Here are the weapons I recommend buying when you make your first visit to the town in your starting zone, like Goldshire or Brill. Later on, maybe around the time you make your first visit to a capital city, you can get another weapon upgrade. Ideally the dagger called Jambia, but if your race can't use daggers or you're not able to train daggers yet, you can get a mace, cutlass, or hatchet. All of these 3 alternatives are basically equal once you apply a sharpening stone.
I love that, man. I just love that ended up being min-max bis. Like leveling, man, it's just a beautiful thing. Like leveling in the optimal way in vanilla means you level with sharpening stones, you level with white weapons from vendors, right? You get blacksmithing profession, you go sword and board. Like it's actually very like kind of flavorful and RP, but it's also bis, you know? It's not a meme, like it's actually the most optimal way to play. Like actually using the vendors, you know, using the professions. Amazing. Amazing.
The green dagger you get from the defensive stance class quest can also be a substitute for one of the weapon upgrades I just mentioned. But once you hit 14, you should always train daggers and get a poniard, which is one of the fastest weapons in the game.
A poniard.
Alliance warriors can train daggers in every capital city, and Horde warriors can train it in Orgrimmar and Undercity. At level 19, you can upgrade to a Chris. I also buy my shields from vendors. With the limited money I have playing self-found, I'm able to afford shield upgrades at level 9 and 18, but there are a lot more options than I'm showing here. Just like the early vendor weapons, these shields are very strong for their level. On the surface, it's logical to think that playing one-handed shield would be like a druid questing in bear form instead of cat form. And that's also true at higher levels. But a level 15 warrior and a level 45 warrior might as well be 2 different classes. If you look at the spells warriors have that benefit from using a slow 2-handed weapon, you only have one of them, Overpower, before level 20. I know Slam isn't in this picture, but you don't really use it while leveling. On the other hand, your main damage spell early on, Heroic Strike, is far stronger with a fast dagger than with a slow 2-hander. If you look at the raw DPS of the weapon...
Why is that? Why is Heroic Strike better with a fast weapon? Why? I don't, that doesn't make sense to me. I understand if you're dual wielding or something, but why would Heroic Strike be better with the fast weapon? Why is that? Less damage for rage. Procs more. Well, there's no proc with it, but I guess like I don't know if that's true, but like if you have a really fast main hand weapon that has like the kind of the same DPS as a slow weapon with this, you have a slow weapon with the same DPS as a really fast weapon. Does the really fast weapon generate more rage? Does it generate more rage, boys? On like a very faster weapon, quicker to hit, more times getting it off. I mean, we understand the heroic strike, like impact on offhand, but what video is this? I'd like to reference it later. I want me to link it for you guys. Don't all leave the stream though, boys. Stay here. We're gonna watch it together. It's Kamisayo. Warrior leveling guide posted 2 months ago. He has like the world record. 3 days played. Solo self-found hardcore warrior. Insane. And he levels Demo, shout, first global, sword and shield. It's so cool, right? It's so freaking cool, man. I nerd out about this stuff so much, man. It's combat efficiency
very
while
big
leveling.
difference between a two-hander and a one-hander. But the attack power and damage you get from your base stats and armor, battle shout, and sharpening stones makes the difference a lot smaller than it looks. A fast dagger gains the same DPS from these bonuses as a slow two-hander.
Yeah, no, I get that. The sharpening stones makes complete sense. It makes complete sense. You just because sharpening stones adds plus whatever to your weapon damage, right? So if you're attacking more, you get more value from it. And the thing is, like the actual math on how much of a DPS increase sharpening stones are on is crazy. It adds a lot of damage. Yeah, it adds a lot of damage. I think his logic is that Fury generation is faster with a fast dagger in the early levels, therefore you get to press the button more often. I mean, there's other benefits of it too, like I kind of think a faster weapon is better in hardcore early because it's not as much of a liability, right? If you have a slow weapon and you miss a couple attacks in a row, it can feel really awkward and bad. Where it's just more stable, like it's more stable and steady. The damage, you miss a swing, it's fine. You know what I mean? It's a more consistent rage gen, more consistent damage output. But I don't know if you just take like this weapon I have right here, the scimitar, 2-3, exact same stats, like is this, but then you use like a really slow weapon and you're just right clicking like a target dummy and using heroic strike for both. Like it should be the same, right? I don't know. Need one hunter.
Using a fast one-handed weapon, you may lose a small amount of DPS, at least on paper. In return, you get 3 main benefits. 1. Your armor goes through the roof, reducing your downtime by a lot. As an example, when I buy a level 9 white shield from a vendor and equip it at level 10, I have 35% physical damage reduction. And this is with my other armor just being gray items that drop in the starting zone.
This guy's whole thing, man, on Warrior is like a penny saved, penny earned. If you think about it, Troll Warrior is kind of like that too, right? Because they regen in combat. Like they're always getting a little bit of spirit-based regen while they level. So he's trying to like save some cash flow. That he views the game like it's like almost in money terms, right? He's talking about XP in terms of like a loan you have to take out and pay back. You know, it's really interesting, his mentality on the game. And like, you know, Demo shot first global. He's really penny saved is a penny earned, right? So he's trying to it's like he's trying to reduce downtime, not pump harder on a warrior.
The same amount of damage reduction my warrior has at level 59, wearing full plate. 2. You have access to shield bash. I think many warriors just take it for granted that if you fight along with fireball,
that is so true, man. Anybody who's leveled a warrior, you don't get an interrupt until you're like 30 something. Shield bash you get at like 12 or something. It's massive impact. It is. You can be bashing like fireballs and stuff, you know.
10% HP. Having shield bash makes fights against casters completely trivial. 3. You have very steady and predictable damage output, which makes you less vulnerable to bad streaks, misses and parries. If you have a slow weapon that attacks every 3.5 seconds, 3 failed attacks in a row usually means you have to either use a potion or run away and reset the fight. And at the other end of the spectrum, some of the extra DPS you might have from a two-hander will in some cases be wasted if you get a few crits in a row and kill them up very quickly, and you end up just standing there waiting for your charge to come back up anyway.
You can pop way more heroic strikes with a fast weapon than...
smooths things out and makes your damage more dependable.
I don't know if that's true. I mean, hold on. Let's figure this out, guys. Let's figure this out. So let's try to be like, use really obvious numbers. Okay, let's say you have a two-handed weapon that swings every 4 seconds. 4 second speed. Two-handed weapon. Then you have a one-handed weapon that swings every 2 seconds, but is scaled down in damage, like, you know, linearly. And you're both just right-clicking a target dummy. And you're both basically just spamming Heroic Strike as soon as it comes up on both. What are the differences? Like, is weapon speed like purely printing value? Like you're just getting more rage, therefore that faster weapon is basically better, is basically higher DPS. Like my understanding is that the rage scales. Like, so like if you're dealing more damage, you get more rage than if you're, it's kind of normalized in a way. I'm not talking about using abilities either. I'm talking about just straight up right clicking a target dummy. Anybody any thoughts on that? Heroic Strike adds static damage. Damage per rage isn't changing, but damage per second is bigger. Yeah, I gotta ask Brother Omp next time I run into him. Let's keep going though. I think
from level 20 to 30, you can play either dual wield or two-hand. What's best depends on what weapons you have access to. So go with your strongest weapon, regardless of type.
It's true, bro. It's the weapon setup.
Dual wield has a really big power spike in the mid-20s when you get improved execute and...
It's so true, man. It's so true. All these things that are like kind of bro science that you just feel based on like reps and experience, he is validating a lot of it. Like there were times where people said never go dual wield, you know, like I probably said that before too. Like there's been levels to this. Like we've learned a lot about this game over the years. You know, the reality is like you actually just change your playstyle a bit based on what your weapon setup is. Like if you do get really good one-handed weapons and you want to dual wield, then like yeah, that's the kebab warrior style. Like you start overpowering an arm and battle stance, and like it's kind of good. Like you can kind of make it work, you know. I do think that is a fundamental truth of leveling warrior, guys, is you just adapt to what weapons you get. Like that's how you build the car based on what weapons you get. You know, maybe you get sick sword and board, maybe you get dual wield, maybe you get a really good two-hander, and that changes things.
Rank of Heroic Strike, but it's not as strong right after 20 or right before 30. You can make dual wield better by Heroic Strike canceling, which is where you queue up Heroic Strike and then cancel it before your main hand hits, so you don't actually use the Heroic Strike and don't spend any rage. Any offhand attacks made while Heroic Strike is queued don't suffer the penalty to your hit chance that you normally get when dual wielding. I'll post a macro for Heroic Strike canceling in the description.
We need to get the Samaflan shield, boys.
To be completely honest, I didn't bother that much with it while leveling my warrior, but it will increase your DPS.
Yeah, he's based with saying that though. You guys have any thoughts on Heroic Strike canceling? Some people swear by it, man. I don't know, dude. I honestly don't know. I feel like everyone just talks shit and says that they do it, but they don't actually do it because it's just a pain in the ass. Like, you pretty much need a really slow main hand and a really fast offhand, and then like after you swing, like after you right as you're about to swing your main hand, like you toggle off the Heroic Strike. The reason why it's a pain in the ass is like you just might as well send the Heroic Strike, dude. Like, are you trying to min-max your rage that much? You know what I mean? It's not a bad thing to. It's not a bad button to press. Like like Heroic. The reason why you would Heroic Strike, like cancel, or whatever. What is the term for it again? The Heroic Strike queuing or whatever. Is because you wanted to save rage. Like you wanted to get the benefit of Heroic Strike or some of the benefit from Heroic Strike, but not actually spend that rage. But the thing you realize after you play a lot of Warrior is Heroic Strike is just a cracked ability. Like it's like what you're spamming a lot of the time when you're playing Fury Warrior and stuff, you know? It's like it's even better than Whirlwind. But obviously in part it's because it's reducing the offhand miss penalty, right? But like a lot of times, like if you have insane rage and like rage isn't an issue, of world buffs or whatever you're tanking, like you just mouse wheel heroic strike, you know. Let me see. Fungal spores, raptor thieves, supplies to the crossroads. Yeah, let's do that. Swing down to ratchet. I can't figure out how to cancel it if you hit heroic strike. You need a macro, dude. It's basically cancel aura, like, or stop casting is what it is. Like you pretty much queue up heroic strike and then you press it again and it stop casts you. So like you wait for your main hand to like you queue up a heroic strike, and it's ideally you have a slow main hand. Like let's say it's 2-8. That's like just like a standard main hand, right? It's about to swing. Like you're about to swing with your main hand. It's like 2.6 seconds in, and then you press it again and toggle it off. But like in theory, you have like a 1.3 second offhand, and you're able to basically like attack twice, reaping the benefits of that offhand miss penalty reduction being gone during that time. Does that make sense? But I mean, you might as well just send the heroic strike, though, you know? Tribal vest. Leather. 2 agi, 1 stam. Ooh, nice, dude. It's a nice little pickup. Let's see if Chen's keg is here. Any keggers? There it is. Chen's keg. Chen's keg. I mean, this is feeling pretty good, though, guys. Sword and Board Pally. I mean, yeah, we have War Chief's Blessing, but liking it so far. And I have the shields in mind of what I want. Yo, should we do RFC, guys? I kind of want to do RFC, boys. I kind of want to tank a dungeon. Ooh, when's the last time I did a dungeon, guys? It's been a long time, man. Like, just been at level doing a dungeon, like tanking it, bro. I can't even remember, dude. Honestly, must have been Frontier. RFC is good XP. If you do a quest run with the Lieutenant's Insignia. Might do that actually, boys. RFC. I'm probably at level right now, though, is the thing. 14. It might be too high level. Like, is 15 too high to do RFC, you guys? Is it all going to be green mobs and shit? Thoughts on RFC at 15, guys? Solo RFC? How do you get your XP bar so small, or did you hide the Blizzard XP bar? I'm just using an add-on called Dominoes, man. And it pretty much, your cast bar, XP bar, everything becomes Dominoes. Then you can just size it however you want. Height, width, scale. Bases in here. Did we F? Did we rip? Stream, hello? I should come back. I don't think it crashed. Did it fully crash, boys, or did it just like go blue screen for like 5 seconds? I don't know why it does that. It didn't look like it crashed from my end. So weird. But did it fully crash though, or did it just showed a blue screen, right? 5 second blue screen. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. Weird. So weird. But man, I'm appreciative these hardcore guys are doing TBC hardcore. Actually, this is just what the doctor ordered. I've been spamming so many BGs recently that I'm a little bit fried from the BGs. But I did basically cap honor on my lock. I have like 68,000 honor and pretty much full marks. I need like 15 AV marks and I'll be full. You know, so in reality, I just need to queue like 10, 15 more AVs and then I'm done. So like my main is done. And I renamed it, by the way, guys. Rest in peace, Pickleball. No more Pickleball. I'm just named like Kargoz TTV now. But I was getting a lot of shit for that washed up name. But we're good now. We are looking good for TBC. We are looking good. Copper. Let's think about professions, guys, on this paladin. What profession should we go? Real talk. What profession should we go for real? Do we just go brain dead to NG mining? It sounds so boring, and I don't even know if we need it. We're a paladin, right? Kind of thinking maybe we go skinning, enchanting, or something cool, you know? Like I heard Black Morass, you can tank Black Morass and skin everything and make hella money. But again, this is hardcore guild found, so you're probably just gonna have to give all those skins to the guild. Enchanting's pretty good for a tank, though, no? Enchanting. JC? Is there oh, dude, should we go JC and level with JC? I don't think I've ever done that before. Is there anything good to it? Oh, man, I might go JC, guys. How did you rename? You just pay Blizzard $10. Whip out the old Visa card, go to the store. Is jewel crafting good, guys, for leveling?
If you play two-hand, the speed of the weapon is not important at this level. The DPS is what matters. The weapon type also doesn't matter. Sometimes a staff can be better than a sword or an axe. There are a ton of options for weapons in this level range. Here are a few different options from vendors in case you play solo self-found and are not getting weapons from dungeons or the auction house. A weapon I especially want to highlight here is Callous Axe, a level 24 green you can buy from a vendor, and which is basically equivalent to a Cruel Barb.
Wait, what?
Getting a weapon like this really amplifies the mid-20s power spike for dual wield.
Dude, this guy just died.
Up to level 30, I would
Oh
always
god, there's a
recommend
caster
playing
here
Fury,
too.
no matter if you go with one-handed or two-handed weapons.
Oh god, dude, we're gonna pull a
Apart
lot
from
here.
cruelty,
Oh my gosh.
which is obviously great for the 5% crit,
We're fine.
the main
This guy just
benefits
died in
are
threat
improved
transfer.
demo shout and improved execute.
Oh, so he levels his Fury.
Arms does have some decent talents, but some of them, especially tactical mastery, just aren't very useful for leveling pre-30.
For leveling...
And in any case, they can't really match up to how
thoughts on
strong
that?
the early Fury talent.
Yeah, he's probably right, actually. It's really good, though. Playing Tactical Mastery is never bad. Like, Tactical Mastery is cracked, like, but... yeah, it's like for dungeons and stuff, you know? That's where it's really good, because you need to swap D-stands, taunt stuff. Makes sense. Leveling Fury, you get crit, and if he's a demo shout shill, and he's just all in with demo shout, it makes sense actually. That's a clean looking build, right? 5 crit and 5 into imp demo. That's like, you know, and honestly, piercing howl is pretty good too. That can save your life. It's like kind of an acquired taste on how to use that ability. But man, leveling in vanilla is just so goated, bro. The abilities, the talent trees, the weapon setups, the combat efficiency, like it's so satisfying. So satisfying. TBC, you still kind of have it though.
Piercing Howl in itself is not an argument for playing Fury, but it's a nice utility spell to have. For example, if a mob is fleeing at low health and it ran out of your range, you can use Piercing Howl to catch it again, even though you don't have intercept yet.
Yup.
And if you're playing hardcore, Piercing Howl can save your life. But the key talents are Cruelty, Imp Demo Shout, and Imp Execute. These make Fury the best choice early on.
Ooh, yeah, Imp Execute, true, bro. Execute feels so good when you get it on Warrior Man. Like early. What level do you get it, guys, off the top of your head? It's like mid-20s or something? I want to say it's like 26, something like that. Yeah, I'm convinced he probably goes sweeping strikes at 30 though too. You're right, unless you know it's suspect though. He wants you to buy a merciless axe 20 something. I think that green weapon's pretty expensive and bad. Like you're mid 20s and you're like 26 and you buy a cruel barb. Does that feel good? I mean, he would know best, right? Because he's doing solo self-found speed leveling. So maybe you just really. That would feel bad to me because you probably spend like a gold 20 or a gold 50 to go buy Merciless. It might even be more. Oh shoot, that guy's strong. I don't think we can get that ore. Oh well, 56 priest here. Oh yeah. Giving us fort, renew. Let's go. Let's go. Maybe he'll kill this. No, that's fine. Copper. I might try to level JC, guys. Mining JC. Thoughts on mining JC? Is there anything that JC gives you while leveling that would be good potentially? Are there any trinkets, any necklaces? Is there anything to look forward to? I don't think I've ever leveled JC while leveling, ever. I did hear that, Grimian. Yeah, it's crazy. Bro, I'm spamming BG streaming WoW to my TV, playing on my Xbox controller in bed. You're on the phone, Pete Cozy. Oh, wow. I'm just visualizing you doing that. Is there a huge TBC HC community already? I don't think it's huge, but I think it's actually a good investment of time in a way, because I think it's coming, dude. Like, I think they will eventually add TBC hardcore servers, and it's probably going to be off the back end of OnlyFans. Like, they will do another OnlyFans. OnlyFans is going to be massive for TBC, and it'll probably, I mean, that's my guess. They'll do TBC hardcore at some point and Era for TBC as well. But who knows? I know Urbing is good for prop pally at 70 for dungeon farming. Yeah, so far no one's really making any good cases for JC though. For JC. I mean, engineering is tried and true. Target dummies, bombs. It's always good. It's kind of boring though. But that's tried and true. Tried and true. We could go skinning and just vendor all the skins that we get, and maybe we get a bunch of extra gold. We don't have to worry about abilities so much. That'd be fresh. And then once you get up to a certain level, you can like skin mobs in Black Morass. Have you tried to get ZG buff? It's been buffed. I heard. Yeah, that seems, I don't know how you would do that though. Like, that's it. You'd have a lot of downtime. You'd have to go pretty much take the Zeppelin to Gromgal and then swim. And then you don't really know when it's even dropping, you know? Worth it. I could see having a character like parked there. Whoops. I could see having a character parked there and logging in to get it. But I don't know if it's worth like just waiting there, right? And just like going there right now. Take the boat from Ratchet. This is true. This is true. Set Hearth and Booty Bay. It's that worth. It's that worth. How frequently is it dropping, man? I do feel like Graze is getting these buffs a lot, though. Might be overkill at the same time. Like, this War Chief Blessing is more than enough right now. Like, we're just destroying everything. Destroying everything. Waiting for Kreenig. This is a rough area on Fresh, guys. Anybody who's played a Fresh server knows the trauma of trying to get the Kreenig. The Kreenig Snarl Snout tag is no joke. This is a real bottleneck here. The disruption ends. Yeah, I got you, fam. The Kreenig Snarl Snout tag. Blood Elves and the Barons, though. Classic Plus, baby. Classic Plus. What up, John Delano Roosevelt? We are on Dream Scythe. Dream Scythe. That's where all the TBC hardcore stuff is going on. Yeah. Totally is. What they buff? It's like plus 50. It's like plus 50 all stats for the ZG buff now.
From level 1 to 30, you rarely have a lot of different items to choose from in each slot. But if you can choose, Spirit is your best stat for leveling speed.
I don't know about that one, dude.
It's the same reason.
Really though? Is it really though? Is it really? He really thinks it's Spirit. I mean, I can't argue with it. Like, he literally has the record. Is it really though? I feel so bad. His whole thing. It's probably because he's troll though. Honestly, because trolls are always getting a little bit of the Spirit benefit, I believe, because of the passive like regen thing they have from the racial. That's his whole vibe though. He's all in with it. Penny saved, penny earned, no downtime. Downtime is downtime. You don't want blacksmithing for the mace? Oh, like Storm Herald and stuff? Yeah, true. True. We could just go blacksmithing, yeah. We could. We could, man. Blacksmithing. I don't know if I've ever leveled blacksmithing. Like while leveling, you know? Thanks for the follow, boys. Is hardcore enforced to be an add-on? It is, but there's also a buff in the game. So Soul of Iron is in here. They added it to TBC, so you will have that accountability. You have any tips for players wanting to get back into TBC Arena and not knowing anyone? If I had to start from scratch right now and get into it, I would. Let me see. If I had to start from scratch and I wanted to get into TBC Arena, I would pick a comp that is like actually good and is worth your time to learn, right? So you can pick one of the tried and true ones like Rogue Mage, Disc Priest Rogue, Rogue Druid, Lock Druid, something like that. And then just start watching tons of YouTube videos, find out what spec is played for that comp, and just like commit to that and just learning it. Like try to learn the script for it. Try to like analyze VODs of people that are playing that comp and see what they do. And probably the fastest shortcut too is probably find people who main that comp and get a lesson with them, or just see if they'll give you free information on Discord and see what they do for like how they handle all the different comps. Write it down. And just start grinding, man. Like, just start grinding. I'd watch some arena tournaments, some VODs, ask questions, make sure you're rolling the right race for the comp too. You're not going to grief yourself with that. What's up, Keen Kepler? First time in the chat. Welcome, brother. Good to have you here, man. Razal, good to have you here too. Yeah. I do kind of want to do something different though, like than NG mining. I don't know. Just done it so many times. We could go blacksmithing. Oh, we need to create these rough sharpening stones. Zandalar will drop. We're gonna miss it. Oh, damn. What's up, Hi Gliot? We're on Dream Scythe, my man. Downtime is down. Let's keep watching the video, though.
Time far outweighs any reduction in kill speed, and there's a reason this is true for warriors in particular. Getting 10 strength would make you kill mobs slightly faster, but percentage-wise, it would be a fairly small damage increase, even at lower levels. On the other hand, getting 10 spirit is a big increase to your health regen early on. And the reason is that the scaling that warriors get to their health regen from spirit, compared to other classes, is absurdly high. So you just get more health back for each.
It is, man. It is true. Warriors scale the most from spirit because they don't have mana. Like, it's the nature of their resource, right? So that is true. But the thing is, by going spirit, you're going to be way weaker. So it's more dangerous, right? But I guess you just have to walk that line in his mind. Is he just wants enough attack power, enough strength, enough agi to be able to comfortably do the quests, and then stack all spirit at that point. Do you think that's possible though, guys? That spirit like scales better from a regen perspective than like increased kill speed on strength and attack power and all that? It's possible. It's possible. Because like the most important thing is just getting a good weapon, right? But like getting a ton of stats on top of that weapon, does it really increase the kill speed that much? It's a penny saved is a penny earned is his whole philosophy. What's the name of an add-on telling the world buffs? It's called Nova World Buffs. Nova World Buff Tracker. N-O-V-A. N-O-V-A. Sure gonna miss this War Chief Blessing, man. Pumping. Did you get profession buffs for PvP? What do you mean by that? The best professions you're saying for PvP and TBC? The best professions are pretty much enchanting JC for the most part. If you're a weapon class, you use blacksmithing potentially, like all the two-handed users like Ret Pally, warriors, all that will use blacksmithing and enchanting or JC. But yeah. Just do something different. Yeah, I kind of want to go JC, guys, to be honest with you. Because I don't know what to expect. Like, that's very TBC, new profession. I don't know what that's going to be like to prospect up different stones as you're leveling up, right? Every time I've leveled JC, it's like you just buy stuff off the auction house. Spirit on Troll Warrior is insane sustain. Yeah. Apparently.
Spirit, and no other class even comes close. Choosing between stamina and strength is mostly a personal preference at these lower levels, but I find that getting at least some stamina allows you to play a bit more aggressive and not have to always reset a fight if you pull an extra mob, especially when using Demo Shout. But usually you just take whatever green items you can get at these early levels.
True though, yeah. You
From 1 to 30,
you can get your hands on.
Your skill priority depends on your weapon choice. Early on, one hand prios Rend over Heroic Strike. You will stop using Rend after switching to dual wield at level 20 and just spend all rage on Heroic Strike. In fact, I don't even train.
He really is making a lot of bold claims here, dude. He's making a lot of bold claims here, but he can back it up because he has the record, right? But I remember specifically like Fight Club, the Warrior Discord, saying you would use Rend all the way till like 32 or 36. He's saying you stop using it at 20. But I remember Fight Club Discord really just, and it was obvious too. You would just do the math on it. It's the best damage per rage, like Rend. Like and the only reason why you don't use it is that like later ranks of Rend, it increases the dot duration by a lot. That you kill the mobs faster. Like you're not even getting full value because the mob's dying before the whole duration goes through. But if the mob was alive to get the full duration of Rend, like it would be good. But he's saying stop using Rend at 20. Even that's pretty hot take.
Rend at level 20. When dual wielding, you execute pretty much every mob once you've trained it at level 24. Before level 22, two-hand also has Rend as first priority. If you play two-hand during the early levels, mobs usually die in a set number of hits, for example 4 or 5 melee hits. And in some fights, that number won't change regardless of whether you spend your excess rage on Heroic Strike or Sunder. Heroic Strike probably wins out more often.
Love that he's doing PowerPoint slides, you know. So one hand, 1 to 20, Rend and Heroic Strike. 1 to 22, Rend and Heroic Strike, Sunder. 20 to 30, Heroic Strike. I mean, it makes sense though for dual wield. Because Heroic Strike is just so good when you're dual wielding that I can see that.
You get a new rank of it at level 16, but as I said, sometimes the mob will die in the same number of swings, regardless of what buttons you press. After level 22, two-hand should just prio Sunder until the mob is around 50%, then finish with Heroic Strike and execute. If you have a lot of rage, it can sometimes...
The way I do it too is like, just use your brain, right? If you're sundering and then you only get 2 swings on the mob after you did all those sunders, you probably should... Like, I try to get like 3 swings of value on the mob if you're going to sunder it. So like if you sunder it to 50%, but then you only get 2 swings on it before it dies, you know what I mean? You might want to just throw 1 sunder on there. It's kind of just a feeling type of thing though, right?
and instead pool rage for faster sundering on the next mob.
JC is
Now
good for
I'll
AC.
explain the playstyle, talents, and gear choices for level 30 to 50.
30
We'll
to
start
50.
with talents this time.
Let's see if we go arms.
At level 30, you spec arms to get sweeping strikes, and the next 20 levels are all about how well you can use this ability. Taking advantage of sweeping strikes requires a good two-handed weapon. So if you don't have one ready when you hit level 30,
I wonder what he gets. What do you get at 30? Like if you're solo self-found. And you're not gonna get Whirlwind Axe at 30. What two-hander can you get at 30 that's pretty good and reliable? Maybe a white weapon, maybe a green weapon from a vendor?
get one as soon as possible. I switch at level 32 when playing solo self-found, since that's when you can buy a really strong staff from a vendor.
32, okay.
When not using an axe,
He gets a big
I
stick.
start out with this spec. You can pause the video if you want to take a closer look. Then I respec to this around
Big
the time
stick's
I get
expensive though.
Whirlwind
It's like
Axe.
7 gold or something.
You may wonder why I take Impale, since it only increases the damage of yellow attacks that crit, and it doesn't bend.
He gets Impale? See, these are lots of hot takes, man. That's something for years and years. Warriors would say, nah, you don't have enough gear to support that. Like, why are you going to get Impale? Like, you're not going to get much value from it. You don't have enough crit.
Your auto attacks at all.
Another ZG buff.
That's because when playing Axe Spec, your talents alone will eventually bring you up to 15% crit, without any extra crit from gear or buffs. And a very large part of your damage will come from Whirlwind, Mortal Strike, Overpower, Execute, and Cleave, all of which benefit from Impale. Overpower especially, since it gets an extra 50% crit chance.
What's up, Mogul?
From 30 to 50, you should only ever play two-hand, never dual-wield. If you remember this chart from earlier, it starts
2 minutes
to
on
look a lot
buff. We
better
can't
now.
feed, guys.
And just to get the reasoning straight, you don't get sweeping strikes because you have a two-hand weapon. You use a two-hand weapon to take advantage of sweeping strikes. Obviously there are a ton of weapon choices from 30 to 50, but I think it can actually be boiled down to something pretty simple. Use slow two-hand axes to make the most of sweeping strikes. You can start out with whatever at level 30. Obviously Corpse Maker is the dream, but when playing solo self-found, I just use this staff from a vendor until I get Whirlwind Axe, and leveling with that staff is still very fast. Then get Whirlwind Axe. Bonebiter if you play Alliance and do Scarlet Monastery anyway, but there's not a big difference.
45 seconds. Let's not be
If
like
you're
Grays,
rich,
guys.
you can buy
Grays
Executioner's
died to this
Cleaver
buff.
or K,
45 seconds.
but in my speedrun, I actually used Whirlwind Axe all the way from level 39 to 52. I'm not saying you shouldn't upgrade your weapon, but if you switch to, for example, a sword or a mace, you lose a lot of time re-leveling your weapon skills. An Axe Spec is what gives you the most
20
value
seconds.
on Impale and Sweeping Strikes during this level range anyway. The point is, you can level super fast even if you stick with Whirlwind Axe or Bonebiter for a long time. Your rotation from 30 to 50 is all about a good setup for
7
sweeping
seconds.
strikes.
I'm scared, dude. I'm gonna
During
start
this level
healing, bro.
range, I think something like 96
I'm scared,
97%
dude.
of
Get
my
ready to
fights
bubble, dude.
were
What's got to
double pulls
happen?
with sweeping strikes. I would only
wasn't
do
too
single
bad.
pulls if there were no other mobs around, or if it was a higher level mob, or some really annoying caster mob that
Should we log out, wait for another War Chief blessing?
In order to successfully and safely use sweeping strikes for every pull, you need to do 3 things. First, obey rule number 1. Use Demo Shout.
Use Demo Shot.
Second, get as much health as possible.
Dude, I kind of want to play Troll Warrior, dude. Like, if we die, you know, if we die on this guy, we should play Warrior, dude. We should maybe not Troll, maybe Orc, but I want to use these strats. Has anyone tried using his exact methodology? Is it goated? Like, Demo Shout, first global, shield. Yeah, it sounds like fun. Never played Troll Warrior. This is making me want to level. I'm doing good, man. Mogul, good to see you, bro. A lot of familiar faces in here, guys. Thanks for keeping me company day in and day out. We're getting some momentum here. Seeing some regulars showing up to the stream. Love to see that. If you guys have anything you want me to react to or talk about, definitely let me know, guys. We'll be doing some PvP in a little bit, but
that in this level range. And third, pull the first mob, cool rage on it, and then pull the second mob and pop sweeping.
That's
I know
right.
a lot of people who got boosted to Whirlwind Axe at level 30, and if you have Whirlwind Axe at 30, you can just walk up to 2 mobs and cleave them both down from full health. But that stops working at some point as you level up, and then people are stuck with this bad habit and conclude that sweeping doesn't work anymore, and that they have to single target now, and then they end up leveling slower than a red paladin. So now I'll explain how to do this step by step.
Dude, I've heard people say, though, that ret paladins are basically warriors, but without sweeping strikes. I don't know if you guys know who I'm talking about. Some people who are coped so hard with ret paladin. The main thing people don't realize is how much damage warrior does. Like, it looks like ret is the same. It looks like other classes are the same. But it's because you don't realize how much damage the warrior is doing. Like, a warrior, I swear, dude, is doing like triple the damage of a ret paladin. It's not even, it's like, to compare them is like absurd.
Berserker Rage, and go back to battle stance. Hit the mob until its health is at a point where a full sweeping will either kill it or leave it very low. Move close to the second mob while doing this. The exact percentage depends on a lot of factors, especially your weapon, but for me it was usually 50 to 60% of
How many
the first
marks do you
mob
say
health.
for 70?
Then pull the second mob.
I got 100, pretty much 100 of everything, bro. I think I have like 80 AV. So I need to get a little bit more in AV, but I have 100. I have 100 war song, 100 AV. Yeah. Yo, let me do a quick poll, guys. I want to actually just get a quick poll. I want to see what my audience is at. I want to see where you guys are at, man, because I can go either way, you know. Like we're gonna go. What's your fave content on this channel? And if you're on YouTube, just type it out. I would really appreciate it because I kind of want to see where you guys are heads at. So, is it gonna be just kind of like normal gameplay, PvP, pre-patch, normal, PvE, pre-patch, metagaming, or hardcore, or either? Doesn't matter. I like it. I like both. Okay, I'm gonna make this an actual 5-minute poll. Because I really care about this one. So we're gonna put it in the chat. So it's just gonna help me. It's just gonna help guide me on what we do every day. I'm to give you my honest thoughts. Like I really mean this when I say this. I'm kind of into both right now, and I sort of feel like,
hey there, just passing through.
This might be the secret sauce that we just do a bit of both. Like you need a little bit of sweat, but then you can go back and just play the normal way. And just because the PvP streams are not going to be as in like much engagement talking to the chat, you know, like, it'll be just more just me like just chilling with the boys, Discord conversation, metagaming. But at the same time, it's a little bit more relatable because it's what you guys are doing. That's what you guys are actively playing. Like, and we're all kind of metagaming a bit, getting ready for TBC, right? So, I'm just curious your thoughts. We'll see what it comes back with. Strength Agi, BOE, Leather, 54 versus 94. One stand, the armor's better. Gun, this, render some of this stuff. Render some of this stuff. We need the, I want to get the Salmon Flange quest cooking as well. That's going to be my next shield I use. Deposit some stuff in the bank. Mongolian buffet, an option kind of over HC at the moment.
What's up?
Yeah, let's see we'll see what the chat comes back with. Thank you for your help with it.
Time is money, friend. Yo,
But I'm
keep it
actually
real.
really thankful that I'm getting some people that are here for the PvP content as well. Because for the longest time,
Hey, yeah. Have a good one.
my chat was just leveling Andes pretty much. That's all it was. It was really just hardcore Andes like that. I was just a hardcore one trick. So I'm kind of happy that I can like diversify and have people watching, you know, just doing BGs, playing with Babka and Shades and doing arena. Like that makes me really happy that I have some versatility now.
Keep it real.
And then some of you guys will watch me throw to Costco Glizzy in my car, you know.
Have a good
So
one.
that's Doesn't matter, do what you enjoy. Hardcore because it's more chill and not people talking over each other.
Strength and honor. Farewell.
But hardcore is also kind of just weird though at the same time. Like we're not actually playing the game normally.
Yo!
So I understand some issues with that as well. Okay. Ooh, dude, did we buy a shield? Oh my god, look at that shield. Look at that thick shield right there, dude. Level 18. 3 strength, 3 stam. Sheesh. Man, that's a good looking shield. Oh, an Inth shield. That's a Paladin exclusive right there. No, that's better though. 65. I might need money though. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Alright. Let's go swing up to Raptor Heaven real quick. No, we need to get some Mud Snappers. A couple stacks of Mud Snappers. Pick up these quests, swing up the Raptor Heaven, then Hearth. It's probably the move.
Can I assist you?
Can I assist you? I'm here for the double cilantro. Do you think you're a better PvPer than Zaryu in TBC? I have no idea, man. I really have no idea. I think like Zaryu in his prime probably could have rinsed me. I mean, I played him on ladder a bunch of times, and we beat them most of the time when we played them on ladder. But we were playing kind of a soft counter because they were playing RM and Brandon and I were playing Roguelock. I think Zaryu is probably just a better PvPer overall, I would imagine. Didn't he play like tournaments and shit? I don't know. I don't really know his lore so much with PvP. But he's a pretty solid mage. You do that part well, so it's a good niche for you, but do what you like. Yeah. But that's the thing too, right? Like, he's not really doing PvP anymore. Like, my understanding is he's not even going to play TBC Arena. That's what Bobby was saying the other day. He's kind of just moved on. It's more of like
and pop sweep.
Variety Andy and doing like hardcore and
This
stuff.
is the basic setup, and your exact rotation after that depends on your level. Before level 36, you just spam cleave and then execute once the first mob gets low. After 36, you pry a whirlwind over cleave.
He's busy
and
getting
after
double
40, you
bindings,
pry a
yeah.
whirlwind over mortal strike.
He has like 20
Still
rank 1
execute when
titles.
mobs get low.
Oh, wow. Does he really? That's crazy. That's crazy. Wow. The winning vote was either doesn't matter. Wow, you guys are awesome, man. That's like touching right there. That's amazing. So you guys are cool either way. We're just hanging out, right? But there was equal votes for as well normal PvP stuff and hardcore, so that's cool. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so that's my plan with content though. Like I feel like we're making good pace with getting our characters ready for TBC. Like, I'm already done with my main, you know? So, like, we have some time. We can do some hardcore. We can still talk about all that stuff, you know? Like, just regular metagaming, pre-patch, all that. And I feel like if I went straight into doing another Warlock right after, there would be some fatigue in just watching Destro Warlock gameplay for like 2 weeks straight. So this is kind of chill, right? Like, just being out in the world, taking a breath, taking a lap, hearing the Barons, playing a Blood Elf. Yeah. Yes, I need to know if you like Destro. I've gone back and forth with it. I think where I'm at right now, Mogul, is gun to my head, I actually think SL is better than Destro. For the roles that you play, like Destro's pretty good too, and it's pretty fun, and like, but if you play SL really not SLSL because you can't go SLSL, right? But if you play SL correctly or like really well, you can have a lot of the same impact that Destro has, like. And you're really tanky, so like you can, with Soulstone and Pet, like you can like defend like a flag or spin a flag way longer. I just see a lot of issues with being so flimsy as Destro that, you know, you can't win some of these 1v1s if a rogue opens on you. You need support. Where SL, you're very hardy, you're very versatile. You can put out a lot of damage if you just you know, are trying to fish for those Nightfall procs, and you're getting a lot of corruptions up, and you're drain lifing a lot. You're very sturdy against pretty much all classes. And like you can still have impact, you know, like you can still just be there like putting tongues on people, fearing people. But Destro's pretty good too, man. Man, if you were the force of starting HCs, are you elevated with his 6 solos and challenge leveling runs? Yeah, no, he for sure. He for sure is a great creator. I have to give him credit. He's very consistent. He's very like positive and all that type of stuff. But in my mind, actually, man, Zaryu came into the game with hardcore late. I actually think he came into hardcore late. That might be a hot take. That might be wild comms, as Grays would say. But he is like very contemporary with hardcore. Like even Guzu came in a little bit before him, and Guzu's pretty contemporary as well. Like in my view, like hardcore was already made. It was already built. The infrastructure was already there. We already got community buy-in. We had already done like pretty large scale events. The bag was secured. It was like on a silver platter. And then some of these like larger, they weren't even so much larger at the time, but they came in honestly at the right timing. So it was already an old game mode for a lot of us. We had already been playing it for like many years. But these guys, oh shit, what the fudge was that, bro? I got to 1%. What? Critical double crit? My god, man. What is this game? I'm not even paying attention, bro. I mean, I don't think I would have died, though. Like, he basically double crit me, so... It's not like the final melee he hit me with was a crit. So it's not like I would have died, right? Because if the final melee he hit me with was a non-crit, and I was 1%, then you would say, oh, you could have died, you just got lucky. But his final attack on me was a crit, and it brought me to 1, so... Jeez, dude. Anyway. He gained a lot of viewers from Classic and Hardcore. Yeah. But it's... And I think it's good, but like I don't attribute people credit based on like once the thing was already made, they made it more popular. This is kind of just a personality thing. Like even when it comes to Classic WoW, people have asked me many times, Kargoz, what's your Mount Rushmore for Classic WoW? Oh please, bro, 6 seconds. Am I gonna get it from here? No, right? Fuck, dude, I'm not gonna get it. Am I? Rendon 6. Let me just see, bro. Let me just see, bro. Please fucking let me get it, bro. Oh my fucking god, yes. Holy shit. Oh, it's so good, actually. I feel like Grays, man. It actually is a big deal. Jesus, dude, that's awesome. Barely, dude, by the hair on my chinny chin, dude. Oh my gosh, dude. You know there's a little bit of a delay, right, Nova? That's what I was thinking, like, maybe, dude. Wow, we got it. That's so huge. Play the game for another hour. Calculated. What does that give you? It just makes you like fucking god mode. Health, melee haste, like insane haste. Yeah, boosting is horrible for PvP. You can't win with them anything. What do you mean? Why is boosting horrible for PvP? I feel like there's gonna be more people in the arena. That, I mean, pretty much, dude, that was calculated. Like, that was the whole arc. We didn't miss anything. Holy shit, that's amazing. We're doing great right now. Now we just go right. This is all from the top of the dome, obviously. I'm not following the RXP guide anymore. But now we do fungal spores. We wrap around, all that stuff. Doubles your health at that level. Should I save my pre-patch honor for the 70 rank 14 gear? What's up, Ned Busa? Welcome, first time in the chat. What do you mean by the 70 rank 14 gear? I think I know what you mean. I just want to make sure we're on the same page, Ned Busa. I want to make sure we're on the same page, Ned, because the way you said that, rank 14 gear, makes me think you're about to buy the 5-piece blue set with honor. I feel like you would have said like off pieces, but you're saying rank 14 gear, so I'm curious what you mean. Curious what you mean, good sir. Welcome to the stream, though. It's full of players on EU which aren't doing anything. They just sit around. Oh, I see. Yeah, there's just a lot of like dead weight. People with like shit gear just AFK. Yeah. But you can farm those guys too, though, right? Because they're going to be on the... If you play a pre-made, then they're going to be on the enemy team. Curious, why are people farming PvP marks to save? So you need... Not only do you need honor to buy this gear at 70, but it takes marks as well. So like you need like 30 marks of like War Song or AB or whatever to buy the belt or the bracers. But Ned might have left already, so just to clarify for everybody in the audience, the level 70 main piece blue set, so like chest, helm, gloves, legs, shoulders, that stuff that you would buy with honor is identical stats to the blue PvP set you buy at the vendors in Outlands. So the Cenarian Expedition vendor, the Thrallmar vendor, the Lower City vendor in Shatrath, those guys sell a different named set, but it's the exact same stats as the BG set. So you're saving honor not to buy those. Like those weren't in the game the first time around in 2021. They came out later. So like don't save all this honor and then go buy the main set. Does that make sense? You're gonna buy the offset pieces, which are epic gear, not purple, and they're higher eye level and they're pretty good. So just hopefully everybody understands that. Hopefully everybody understands the difference. Where do you buy those? You buy those at the quartermasters. So like in Zangar Marsh for Cenarian Expedition, in Thrallmar for the Horde one, in Shatrath, like for Lower City, you know? So the vendor shit is gold instead of honor? Correct. But you need to be honored reputation to buy it. But honored is nothing, right? You just run a couple dungeons, do a couple quests, like easy peasy. You're gonna have to get to like honored or revered with these factions anyway to get the key for heroics, right? So they did that intentionally to make gearing easier in PvP, and it's huge, man. It's a huge deal. It's really good. So if you honor cap right now, guys, if you get the 75k honor and full marks, you potentially can buy your off pieces for the first 2 seasons. Season 1 and Season 2, depending on what class you play. Because not, most of the classes don't use every single piece of off piece gear, like offset gear. Warlock uses like the most, but if you're a rogue or mage, priest or something, like, you may not even use all of them, right? All right, fungal spores. Which off pieces do you recommend for lock? Just check out my website. We're getting some lessons. Everything is going really good with the website. Lots of people booking lessons every day. If you want to like learn from the top rank 1 players for all classes in EU, NA, there it is, tbcpvp.com. But there's every single pre-S1 BIS list for all classes is posted there. But just generally speaking, the Warlock uses almost all of them. So neck. Actually, it's not true. It's not true, because you use Unyielding set, which is the tailoring BOE set. So it's like neck, cloak, neck, cloak, blue ring. You're like one of the only classes that use the blue ring, because for most people they're just going to use like a badge one or whatever, but you just need every piece of stamina as a Warlock. Neck, cloak, blue ring. Boots. Yeah. Neck, cloak, blue ring, boots. As Warlock. Do you know if marks for level 70 off pieces will be reduced? Last time in TBC they reduced them at phase 3. That I don't think so. I haven't heard anything about that, man. I think they're just gonna be normal price, normal marks price. I haven't heard anything. If it's possible they do though, like you said. Rank 1 Tinder lessons when? Yeah, we give you some rank 1 Tinder lessons, guys. So you see, it's a numbers game, right? You just got to swipe right and really just create a massive, diverse portfolio. Plant a lot of seeds. Don't get overly invested in any one body type 2 character. You just got to go wide before you go deep, okay? And don't take anything too seriously. Just treat it like job applications, you know what I mean? You can't get your hopes up. You're going to have to go through many different interviews, rounds of interviews. And it's really a sales funnel at the end of the day, and you just have to hang in there and just keep a good head on your shoulders, keep going to the gym, keep getting it in, keep putting that work in. And you know, and I will say, if you're 30 plus and dating 30 plus, it is kind of a shit show. I'm not gonna lie, but it's way easier than when we were young and when we had to do all the work. Like it gets way easier, like to the point where it's I don't know, dude. I don't. Some of you might feel me on this, bro. Like it's too much, man. Like you actually become more like traditional. A lot of people become more traditional like as they get older and stuff too, right? Like I'm honestly, I'm over it, dude. Like it's I've never seen like women more thirsty than like when they get a little bit older, dude. That's kind of the meme. Like, I mean, they would admit that too. It's not even like a hot take. Like, especially if women are like divorced, you know, they have their kids already, they're dating again. Like, they're like savage, dude. Like they're like man eaters. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta watch your six out here. Like, I'm like you know, I feel like a Baron's gazelle, you know? Like, I feel like a little Baron's sickly green gazelle. And some of these people are like savannah lions, you know? Like, that's how it feels, man. That's how it feels, dude. Dude, they're ready to... Yeah, dude, you just go out to get a salad with someone and they're trying to cheap shot, kidney shot ambush you, dude. Like, I'm just trying to get a salad and some Brussels sprouts and go home and play some WoW, you know what I mean? Relax, dude. I'm still farming for my warlock set. I boosted a lock. Real talk, Kargoz was the Zarya Thunderfury industry plant. Malkina. Okay, if I was off stream with you in Discord, like, this is how I feel, guys. This is actually how it is. 30 plus dating on these apps and stuff. Like, this is how you feel, bro. It's sickly gazelle POV, and you're out here in the Serengeti, dude. And there's an alligator over there, and there's a savannah lioness hiding in the bushes, and you're just trying to go to the watering hole, and you never know what you might pull, dude. A coal car. If they make Classic Plus good, will you be stoked, or would you prefer if they not even take the risk? Yo, gun to my head, man, I wish they don't even take the risk. I know that sounds crazy, man. I know that's the wildest comms you could possibly hear. I think that... Genuinely, guys, I wish they canceled it. I know it's crazy. I wish they canceled it. I have no faith in them. I really believe in my heart of hearts, guys, that BlizzCon's going to come out. They're going to announce this thing. You guys are going to be stoked out of your mind. I genuinely believe that, bro. You guys are going to be stoked out of your mind. Classic Plus hype. It's going to look and sound like an abomination to me and to just like the random people, like the few of us left. And most people are going to eat it up and just drink from the fire hose and love it. It's going to become the most popular version of Classic WoW. It will have a good amount of players, and people will have fully brainwashed people to believe that is like the best version of Classic. It's like better than vanilla TBC Wrath. And in reality, it's actually just a resuscitated, like, Frankenstein cadaver, hollow husk, like, you know, battle res, the corpse of the games that we fell in love with. And that's my nightmare, man. That's my nightmare. That comes true. It's probably going to come true. That's probably going to happen exactly like that. I'm going to be sitting there in the audience watching BlizzCon happen. Everyone hyped out of their mind. And I'm just going to have 1,000-yard stare like, so this is how it ends. This is how it ends. And I don't want to piss in anyone's Kool-Aid, you know? Like, I'm sorry, dude. It's just... There was, dude, if they did Classic Plus in this way, we talked about it yesterday, right? Like, if they did it this way and they said, guys, We're finishing the vanilla WoW that they didn't have time to complete. We're going back and we're assembling a advisory board. They don't even have to be the active devs, because I don't think they even want to work on the game, right? But imagine they made an advisory board of the old school devs. We're getting John Stats, we're getting Mark Kern, we're getting Kevin Jordan, we're getting Chris Metzen, and they're going to be our advisory board, and we're going to open this like up to the old guard, into the community, and our whole like development thesis is we're going to finish the game that they didn't have time to finish back in the day. And we have the files, we have the dungeons that were cut. We are going to unearth all these old files, finish the game in basically continuing with its original design philosophy. And honestly, for them to be humble too, imagine Blizzard was like, we don't know best. We really respect the developers and their original vision. We don't believe that it's our game to really put hands on, like maybe in part, but we're like kind of, we just want to be like good public, like kind of servants to the original team, and like just remove their whole ego and say from it, like make it seem like they really are showing respect to the original way the game was made. I feel like that would be so much better, man. I genuinely just feel that Blizzard thinks that they know better. They genuinely think like, this is 2026. The old devs, you know, there was bugs. They would have done stuff differently. Like, it's obviously we know better now. You know, we're gonna make it better. Like, oh my gosh, dude, 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you so much, Warhounds. Yo, Warhounds blessing me today, man. Blessing me up. That's a War Chief blessing in real life right there. Thank you, brother. 5 tier 1 subs to the community, freeing everybody from ad prison. Gifting a total of 13 total. We got Krell with the subs, Zuku, Sofa King, Cammy, Hanley. Yo, hearts in the chat for my man Warhounds, supporting the channel, supporting me in a big way. I appreciate that, bro. How you doing today, man? They're so out of touch, it's crazy. Yeah. So obviously I'm not winning any subscribers with that take, but I would rather them put the horse down, just give us the original trilogy, like, than for me to live to see the day where Classic Plus, where people don't want to play original vanilla WoW anymore. They don't want to play original TBC. They don't want to play original Wrath, because they'd rather play Classic Plus Frankenstein Edition. That would be sad to me. I would rather have a shrinking smaller and smaller number of people that would just want to play vanilla, like for how it was. Oh, no worries, man. Warhounds, thank you so much. We got another one. Nacho HC with the Prime. Guys, that is awesome. That is so awesome. That's very motivating for me to get the subs, man. I appreciate it very much. But we were playing this for the 3rd time. Are you saying TBC or what? I don't know, man. I mean... I don't know. I've heard a lot of takes on it. I know that most people are kind of just like, let them try, right? Let them try to make Classic Plus. What does it hurt? I hear you, man. I hear you. I hear you, bro. Like, but are there any Halo fans in here? You know, it's not a perfect analogy, but if there's any Halo fans, like, did the Halo show, was it worth the try? Like, did that help the IP? Or did it actually just fucking brick the IP? Like, now there'll never be another Halo show. And that was like a travesty. And now Master Chief, Spartan 117, his legacy is literally tarnished forever. And he's Master Cheeks. And he's like completely out of character. It's just an abomination, man. I don't know. Like, it's so there is an actual... I don't know, bro. I was loving it till the helmet came off. Dude, straight talk, Classic and TBC will always have a special place in my heart, but why not let them cook and try to let them create something cool? Yeah, I mean, if they got, like I said, I think there is a way for them to do it. Like if they got some of the old guard together, got their blessing, took the ego out of the equation, and had that kind of optics to the community that like we don't know better. We're gonna try to go finish vanilla WoW based on what they were working on back in the day, rather than trying to I don't know, man. Like, I've worked a little bit with these guys too, right? So like, I see a little bit how they work. They do actually have a lot of, like, they kind of have some ego, man, which is not bad. We heard from John Stats yesterday saying like a little bit of ego is good with being a game developer, but they want to prove themselves. They want to prove themselves, and they want to feel like they're in the driver's seat and they're the developers and they know best. And maybe that's the best way to make a game. I'm not sure. I can just observe what they've done so far, what they did with Sod, right? What I see is like body type 1, body type 2. What I see is enslaved demon being renamed to subjugate demon. What I see is Incubus being put into vanilla WoW. It literally looks like a TBC retail model that's like very jarring and out of place, and it's just been slapped in vanilla WoW. What I see is layers. What I see is boosts. What I see is warp stalkers. I'm gonna crash out talking about this. You trying to make me crash out? You know, like, how do I have faith in that, bro? Like, there's just no shot. Like, Kevin Jordan said yesterday that Ian Hazzikostas is the furthest thing on the spectrum away from his style of making games. And I'm not sure what Ian does again. Is he still like the main Giga director, or is there someone above him? The only crash out is the double cilantro. I agree. I don't want Frankenstein WoW, but man, I prefer them to try and give us something cool. I hear you, dude. I mean, they're going to do it regardless, no matter what I think, dude. I'm just some dipshit on the internet. Like, they're going to do Classic Plus, guys, just to let you know. They're going to announce it at BlizzCon. They're going to announce it at BlizzCon. You're going to see it. Yeah. I thought Psalm was pretty good, man. Like, Psalm was like a pretty respectful take at Classic Plus. And if you ask the audience, like, who thinks Psalm was a good, respectful take at Classic Plus, almost nobody would agree. Because, to be honest, there's not that many people that actually know how to really appreciate the nuances of vanilla. Like, most people just kind of play this game actually just kind of at a casual level, and it's just, they don't really think too much about it, right? Like, it's just, oh, it's a pretty fun game. It's nothing wrong about it, but like, there are some of us who are like turbo autistic about this game. Like, we literally know so much about this game and do care a lot about it and have played it for like an insane number of years, right? Like, we are weirdos. Like, I get it, man. We are absolute weirdos. But it is what it is, right? Like, so to someone like that, like, you're going to be able to see those differences that they put in Psalm and really appreciate them and see how it changes like the fabric of vanilla in like a meaningful way. But to most people, it just doesn't feel like they did anything. Like, there wasn't enough changes, you know? Like, I swear half the people that want changes in vanilla WoW just like want Boomkin to be good, you know, for whatever even that means. They're just like, just make Boomkin good. You have to accept the fact that Nos was too good to be true. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a perfect server. It crashed a lot. There was a lot of there was a lot of like glitchy stuff on it, but yeah, it had a good, powerful brand, you know, powerful brand, and it got that critical momentum needed. But we'll see, man. We'll see. Where's the plus in Psalm? It's all recycled content. It depends how you define Classic Plus. Like, what is that to you? Is it really truly horizontal content or what? Like, Psalm... basically, I guess my take is, like, it should be a little more conservative at the start. If you're going to do Classic Plus, I don't think you full send into, like, really... like, you have to be delicate with something. Like, if something works really well and it's a well-oiled machine, dude, and you have a Ferrari... you have a Lamborghini, do you just go into the Ferrari or Lamborghini and just start ripping out cables and cords and just putting in... it's a delicate machine, right? Like, it's a formula that works, and you have to treat it with a little bit of like delicacy, right? Like, see how things go. So Psalm, that's kind of what I mean, dude. Psalm was a good first stab at that. Like, they got to see how the game performed without world buffs. They got to see harder mechanics. They tried to see unlimited debuff slots. And in my view, there was a lot of substantial changes in SOM. But the main issue with SOM was timing. Like SOM came out in the middle of TBC, and I remember hearing this from the source that they got a lot of shit for basically like cannibalizing their player base. And pretty much after SOM, a lot of people got like reprimanded for SOM in general, like thinking like, oh, you really timed this poorly. So after SOM, they really had to be a lot more mindful of like when they were releasing stuff, which is true, right? Like it was bad timing. Not for me, because we had Road to Rag and we still had a lot of good stuff going, but for just the average like layman. So like the general narrative is that like SOM wasn't enough changes for the average layman, and SOD was too much changes. So now they're potentially going to go for something in the middle. Right, so yeah. What do people even want out of Classic Plus? Surely they have to tune every... That's what I'm saying too though, man. Because it's so hard to define what Classic Plus is, how to make everyone happy. That's kind of what I mean with TBC is just Classic Plus. Like okay, let me ask you. How about let me ask you. Tell me how TBC isn't Classic Plus. Let me ask you, bro. Let me ask everyone here. Play devil's advocate. How is TBC not Classic Plus? And I will go give you the other side of it, of like how it is. Tell me how it's not. So the nothing new argument, for me, I completely reject that. Like, I love you, Tuska, for sure, bro. I love you, Tuska. Like, you've been here forever, bro. But, like, I actually don't think it has to be new in order for it to count as Classic Plus. But that's a fundamental difference in opinion. People love new shit. I don't really love that much new shit. I'm a mastery guy, not a discovery guy. That's just always how I've been. I've talked about it on stream a lot. I like playing solved games. I like watching esports. I like people who are masters at their craft, who have played 10,000 hours of something, go up against another Gosu gamer that's played 10,000 hours of that one thing, and seeing who comes out on top. That's what I love, dude. I love watching people execute perfect pathing, routes, insane optimization, XP per hour. Like, that shit really just gets me going, you know? I'm not trying to like go into a new zone and like read the quest and be like, what do? I have to go over here. Like, fuck, let me just like chat GPT it. Okay, I guess I got to go over here. Like, it's okay, but like it's not. It's. I think it's actually, you can count something as Classic Plus without it being new, but that's where you're gonna lose most people as well, because most people are discovery people. Like, they want stuff to be new, to be fresh, for it to be like the first time, you know, like a whole new world. Like, that's the first thing. I have a question for you, because I don't understand one thing. Is WoW Retail continuing with more expansions when Classic Plus comes out, or will they somehow merge the player base? My understanding is they're going to keep Retail going, but I wouldn't put anything past Blizzard at this point, dude. I wouldn't put anything. I think it's possible they merge MOP with Retail. Anything is on the table. They are like... Anything is on the table, dude. I don't think that's impossible. Like, that they would somehow try to like merge the two games. Makes sense. However, the way very people fell in love with Classic at first because it was new. Yeah, I agree. Well, but there's multiple ways to fall in love with it, right? Like, that's how you initially fall in love with it, because it's new and it's fresh and it's very nostalgic. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it has to be a good game. The combat has to feel buttery smooth. It has to feel satisfying, like when you crit, when you move, when you walk, like right? It has to be a good game too. It's both. And that's the thing you gotta ask yourself, like, is the engine, is the style of WoW, the global cooldown, is combat satisfying? Yeah, it is, bro. It's really good. But yeah, keep going with it. Tell me how TBC is not Classic Plus, and I'll just keep playing devil's advocate. I'm telling you how it is. So when people were originally talking about Classic Plus, back in the day, back in the Dizzy, they were saying, the specs aren't finished in vanilla. They need to like refine the specs, refine the class balance. Vanilla's not balanced, blah, blah, blah. You heard all that stuff. Bro, TBC does that. They did kind of finish the specs. The classes do feel a lot more like well-rounded and complete for some people's mind. Not necessarily mine, but like that would be probably the popular opinion. But the classes are more like final form in TBC. leveling's a little faster. They changed some of the itemization. They like added like resilience to PvP to make it a little bit more balanced. There's new raids. So the TBC raids, in your mind, you have to count them as new raids. You have to count the TBC raids as like new content, right? I know just because it's old doesn't mean you discount it, right? Like, yeah, arena is exactly templated PvP environment. Sure, you could say TBC is Classic Plus, but at this point, I want new raids and dungeons. See, yeah, that's what I'm saying. But BMNJ, like, I hear you. That's why it's like there's two sides of the of people here. I'm gonna be honest. I think 95% of people are on your side. That's why I'm never gonna win you guys over, man. There are a few people that feel like me, but it's like not many, dude. Like, but I still believe what I say when I tell you this. Like, I don't think it has to be new for it to count as Classic Plus. Like, I think it's okay to play solved versions of the game with sprinkles, right? Like, there can be like a little twist, seasonal twist or whatever. But like, when you're gonna go make these classic games, like, I don't think it has to be new to like count this Classic Plus. Like, I'm going to be even more of a devil's advocate, but wouldn't up to not including Kata be Classic Plus in some extent with your argument? Yeah, it would be. But my kind of argument, Nom Nom, is basically this, dude. You can't please everyone. People are going to get tilted and crash out no matter what way you do it. I don't trust Blizzard. You don't trust Blizzard. They're going to milk us for every penny we're worth. Everything that we can observe in the game is like bizarre, to say the least, the changes they're making. I'd much rather just accept TBC as Classic Plus and be able to play the trilogy as they were than have faith in something that could be a Frankenstein. So like, the TBC meta is beloved, and it's a good meta, and it's unique in its own way, and class balance is different. Vanilla is the same. Vanilla has its own meta, you know, brown class on top, you know, melee DPS, world buffs, all this. Like, some people don't like the vanilla meta. They think vanilla meta is bad. Well, then you would have TBC. That's a different meta that you can enjoy, that's a little bit more balanced maybe in their mind, and same thing with Wrath. So between the three, with Vanilla, TBC, and Wrath, you have like different metagames you can enjoy. The classes are different in each one. Some classes are better than other ones, and you just keep Classic within the trilogy, you know, and then you can do some kind of like fun seasonal twist, like a Psalm type of thing or whatever. But I mean, this is Vanilla's unbalanced, though. I genuinely, brother, from the bottom of my heart, believe that it is balanced. And this is why, like, I'm gonna just keep trying to spread my take on it to best I can to try to like help people understand a different perspective. Like, what is balance? Are you talking about PvE DPS in a vacuum? Are you talking about PvP? Are you talking about like, because I would argue that Vanilla WoW, like the totality of everything, gold making, quality of life, how competitive, how sweaty it is, like competition for the gear, how many raid slots you have, you know, it's all part of the balance. And that's actually why I'm anti dual spec, because by adding dual spec, you rip the fabric of the game to pieces, because that's part of the balance. Actually, that is part of the balance. And it's, I feel like I'm preaching to like people that like a lot of times, like, even when I go off about the rank 14 system, like I genuinely believe what I'm saying, but like people are just like, no one even like, I mean, it's kind of pointless, man. But like, it's part of the balance, man. Like, the fact that rogues with dual spec can just always be in the most cracked OP spec at all times. They can just go subtlety with prep at all times. If you're a true vanilla WoW enjoyer, like how do you sit with that? How do you live with that? That when you're out in the open world going about your business, rogues can press one button and go from combat, which is a very gimped PvP spec, but it's still pretty good. Like, you can still fight pretty decently in combat. You can press one button and instantly instantly become a subtlety rogue. Like the best PvP class in the game, the best spec in the game. Like so many cooldowns that you will rinse like everybody. A sub rogue that's willing to just milk out their DRs, reset, like they will win every 1v1, you know? Even against warlocks, if they really want to be patient and do that, right? Like, but the trade-off is that if you go subtlety rogue, like you can't raid as that. Like you're going to be extremely powerful in PvP. That's your thing. You want to be perplexity out in the open world, killing noobs in front of Blackrock Mountain. Yeah, you want to go get some sick daggers and you want to go gank people, and that's going to be your vibe. That's fine, but it's going to cost you 50 gold. It's going to cost you, you know, there's a cost. There's a checks and balances. You know, it's the same thing with Warlock too. Warlock wins with dual spec. I can press one button and be SL, be the heavyweight Mike Tyson champion out in the open world. That's not the balance of vanilla, dude. Like, if you're in PvE spec as a Warlock, you have to play SM Ruin, you know, or like be more Destro focused, which makes you pretty good in PvP still, but you're not an unstoppable monster. I understand your points, but can't both exist? And you're right. I want both to exist. I want Vanilla WoW to be preserved, and I want the original meta, 14 system included, all the emergent gameplay, all the interesting quirky mechanics. I don't want that stuff patched out of the game. I want that stuff celebrated to some extent. I want it preserved like a Mosquito and Amber, as I've said a bunch of times, like someplace, somewhere. Because it is the best game ever made, and there's a ton of complexity, and the way the systems were set up, like there's more to it than people think. Like, and here's the thing, it's not even that the original devs intended for the game to be this complex and crazy and weird. They didn't, right? We were listening to some interviews yesterday. They were kind of just designing stuff, and they even considered a lot of this stuff bugs, like heroic strike queue bug. What was John Stats, or what was Kevin Jordan saying yesterday? Like Fury dual wield Defiance tanking, like buggy or not intended. So it actually kind of like Vanilla WoW was created in this kind of like they kind of like stumbled upon the genius of it. Like it wasn't fully premeditated and intended. So there was kind of just some RNG and how it all shook out. But how it shook out in like the best possible way. You know what I mean? And like, obviously though, like it's easy to just not give a fuck and just play the game and just be like, I don't really, you know, most people, man, like even if they do agree with what I'm saying, they're just kind of like, I don't have that dog in me anymore, bro. It's been like 10 years. Like, who cares? And I get it. That's actually totally fair. That's a totally fair point. You know what I mean? I'm actually like such a nerd loser for even caring about this stuff. Like, but it is what it is, bro. It's like, you know, it is what it is. If you ask my opinion on it, that's what it's going to be. But it's not like I'm going to go make like a picket sign and go outside of Blizzard HQ. Like, but I do think like they are misguided. Like, I wish there really were some vanilla OGs. I wish Ompi worked for Blizzard, dude. I wish people that were there, that saw the whole story take place, that remember the narrative, that remember how this all came to be. I wish there were some people like that at Blizzard that could like be that voice of reason. Kargoz was created to make money off WoW gamers.
We got the good stuff, man.
We got the good stuff, man. Ooh, I got a nice little cloak there. Era has tons of changes. Oh yeah, dude, Era has tons of changes, yeah. Dual spec, honor system completely changed. I wish there was a big list, man, of everything they've done. Vanilla, TBC, Wrath servers, and Classic Plus. I think that's what they need to do. Yeah, so just not to be like pissing into the wind, complaining too much. All I want, man, all I want, this is all I want, and I will shut up, and I will go away. And then Blizzard can just not have me up their ass. All I want, man, is just actual vanilla WoW, pristine server somewhere, museum server in all of its glory. Some people can say it's a shit game. I don't care. if you're gonna do classic WoW, if that's gonna be something you're gonna do, show some goddamn respect to the original game and just have it actually protected, bro. Like, have it just make one server where you can actually play vanilla WoW, like how it was. You know what I mean? Because that's not what Era is, dude. And it actually is mind-blowing to me. I've seen a bunch of people react to my videos now. If you go to YouTube and you look at, I made that video the other day, right? It was called like Classic Plus is a Mistake. And there's a few people that reacted to it. And a lot of people are like nice, you know, they're really not like edgelords. Like they're trying to like be compassionate, understand what I'm saying. But most of them think that Era is still vanilla WoW. Like they honest to God believe that, dude. They believe that Era is still mostly like accurate vanilla WoW. When and I'm not saying Era is like a bad version of the game to play. I'm not saying that at all, actually. Like what I've said for a long time now is that dual spec is good for like a modern version of vanilla WoW, like a daily driver where you're getting world buffs and rating and you know, I get it. They never played private servers which were more accurate. Yeah, I mean, it's true. That is true. But even private servers had bugs and stuff that was not perfectly accurate too, but wasn't that the whole point? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what they pitched Era as, dude. They pitched Era and actually charged people money, saying that you will. And you can go back. I found these posts because I almost pulled the trigger and released a video like a couple weeks ago, and then I didn't end up releasing it because I just sounded like a doomsayer. I just like didn't post it, but it's. That I found the blue post of the original classic Era thing, right? And it was supposed to basically be servers, and they were saying like this will be like evergreen servers. You'll always be able to play classic, and as it was the last day before TBC pre-patch went live, and they sold the character clone under that, right? And it was like $30 or $40 or something like that. So obviously they've renegotiated on that, and it is what it is. I guess it's their right to do that. Like they do treat classic Era like it's basically a live service game, as opposed to like an evergreen. This may be hyperbole, and I'm intentionally being hyperbolic here to kind of get a rise to a certain extent, I admit. But to a certain extent, they kind of treat classic Era like League of Legends or something, like an active like live service game that you have to like patch, you have to like actively patch and fix and change and do this and do that. And that would be fine if they still had like a regular version of vanilla WoW to play somewhere. But they don't. So like as they get closer to Classic Plus, one of the main things people are going to say is they're going to be like, Kargoz, yo, shut the fuck up, dude. You can just play Era still. Era is still that. And I'm like, okay, dude. They changed Black Lotus. There's layers. There's Chrono Boon. There's the 14 system is completely gutted. Like they have dual spec in the game. A real good like what they actually should do, bro, to preserve the legacy of vanilla in like a meaningful way, to be honest, is to do a yearly fresh of just regular vanilla WoW. That's what it would be. I promise you that would be the best way to honor the game. To honor vanilla, they should just do an annual vanilla fresh. And at the end of it, you could just transfer your characters to Era if you wanted. But you know, a big part of the hype and like the excitement and the journey of vanilla is pretty much like the leveling and prebis and that whole phase, right? And even if that's boring for us, because like how many times have you guys played vanilla at this point? How many times? Probably over 10, I would imagine. Like, I don't even know how many times I've played it. So it's not even for us, dude. There's actually new people coming in from retail. Maybe they're younger, they're whatever, right? Like, it's actually for some of those people too, bro, that they get to kind of like experience the game like accurately. It's not even for us, dude. Yeah, I know we did it like 10 times. I get it. But you know, there's probably people playing vanilla now and playing TB like that are kind of getting into classic now for whatever reason, and they probably just think that vanilla WoW like had dual spec, you know? I don't even know how many times I played TBC. It's been a new fresh every 2 years since 2019. Even with the point of preserving old WoW, the instance meta and summons still nullify the real old ways. True, but that's different though, Frostalicious, though, because that's a player thing. Like we're doing that to the world. Like that's on us. It just hits different than if the world is like engineered that way, you know. If that legacy server did exist, would you be playing that over TBC right now? No, I wouldn't, Sokins. That's the thing. That's where I also lose a lot of people, because even if that server existed, Sokins, and there wasn't TBC, I still might even be playing Era. I still might even be playing the more modern version with GDKP and all that. It's possible. I still might even be playing the dual spec version. This is more of like, so it's almost more of like a romantic concept in a way. It's like, just show some respect to the original game. It's worth it, dude. Like, we all know it's worth it. If there's ever a game worth it, just like put your egos aside and like basically preserve it properly. Just preserve it properly and make it a museum, make it a pristine server. I do think there will be people who play there though. I do think there will be a community on there. You know, just put your ego aside and actually, like, if you're gonna do classic, and like, that should be one of the first things you do, right? Like, before we iterate on the game, before we make Classic Plus, before we go with sprinkles or we Frankenstein it or whatever, how about we just like preserve it properly, and then we'll go from there. What am I doing? Forgotten Pools. Oh yeah, I forgot to do that. Let's do that. And Samaflange too. Yeah, let's do Samaflange. We need that shield. TBC Era should also be preserved. How can you preserve it properly when there's layering? I agree, Klept. I agree, dude. I agree, man. I agree. I literally would ask you guys this question. Like, it's so hard though, man. It's like what Ampi was saying. Once you start swiping, once you start cheating, once the culture has been set in a certain way, once you open Pandora's box, it's so hard to go back, right? Blizzard was in charge of that. They could have potentially gone a different path and we would be feeling different as a community, and we'll never know, right? We'll never know. Now we're sensitized to sharding, to layers, to GDKPs, to this, to that, you know? It's to boost, to WoW mounts, to cosmetics, that whatever it is, right? But I think there's a real chance that if Blizzard did nothing and they actually just tried to faithfully recreate vanilla WoW and they resisted the temptation to like update it like it's fucking League of Legends, it might be more successful than it is right now. It might be. Imagine they just actually recreated vanilla WoW and there wasn't layers and there was more servers. And it was, you know, 2,500 3K players per server or something closer to that. And yes, it might have been more expensive, might have been more work. I'm not exactly sure how that all maths out from like a administrative standpoint. But they didn't do sharding, they didn't do layers, they didn't do all of this stuff. And then as the servers died or collapsed or whatever, they merged them. They went that route instead of like sharding, layers. It's possible the game could have had more longevity. Most people don't want to play Vanilla 2019 Classic for the 7th time. But what are you saying that with regard to, though? Are you saying that with regard to like a pristine server for Vanilla? Or are you saying that with regard to what? Because I hear you, dude. Like, if for the average person right now, if that pristine server was made, like, they're probably not going to play there. They're going to play TBC, they're going to play Era, whatever. Like, it's for just, it's just for the, you know, for the legacy of the game, dude. If you're going to do Classic for new people, like, it should exist, like, somewhere. Especially if they're gonna do Classic Plus, right? Like, if they're determined to iterate on the game, make horizontal content, like, more than ever, you need a faithful version of the game. Just to, almost just like a control group. You know what I mean? Like, if you're doing a science experiment, you know, like, you need a control group. That you need the control group, and Era is not the control group. There's plenty of people who want it. I'm all for a pristine server. Yeah, and at the end of the day, like, that's all I'm asking for, dude. That's all I would want, you know? I may be a little combative about the way I explain things, and I think that's what turns some people off. But, like, if I was, you know, if I explained it in a different way, I would probably be able to win a lot more of you guys over. I'm just a little bit, like, feisty when I explain it, you know? Like, if I was, like, Solheim or someone who was just, like, more chill, they might be able to explain that in a more digestible way. But that's just how I am, you know? Like, because there are a lot of changes that they've made to Era, to TBC or whatever, that are just, like, so frustrating to me, man. Like, I polled the audience the other day, right? Like, so if the whole point of, like, even Oppie, dude, like, if they're gonna do a boost, they could have done a boosted server. Like, so people that want a boost, they could play on the boost server, and there's another server that doesn't have boosts, or they could have done a fresh or something, right? Like, and I get they want to make money, so, and they are a company, and there's nothing wrong with making money. I get that too. But if they were gonna try to do that as well, they could have maybe, like, I don't know, not done like the warp stalker mount, not done such like a crazy like cockroach sewer rat looking like it's like you see a warp stalker, it's like a mini slap in the face, dude. It's like I see it and I'm just, it was the same thing in 2019. That's why people slash spit on it. Like, you see this thing and it just looks off, dude. Like, and so I know people are mainly riding it just because they have to, it's their only mount, whatever. But you just see it and it's like warrant, like in your head, like, okay, like, I'm just a reminder, I'm playing this like hollow husk of a game. Stalker gets you bricked up, Chatley. Does the museum server have boon or no? Let's see. I know. No, dude, the museum changer would have no server. Of course not, bro. What the fuck? You think the museum server would have boon? Hell no. But that's what I'm saying. I think there should be like a modern version of vanilla, like where Greek Wario and Dwarf Lord and all those guys are just GDKP, swiping it up, having fun, doing what they're gonna do, right? Like, hell yeah, dude, hell yeah, brother, get some. But that's different from like the pristine server. Like, the purple one is kind of gas of the warp stalker. No, you guys are trolling, right? You guys are trolling, man. You guys are trolling. Still having fun. Don't black your pill, bro. We're with you. Yeah. You're right. You know, you're right. It's. I feel like that's where most people are at, dude. Most people. Like, we kind of all get it, right? Blizzard's kind of lost the plot, but it's not that serious. We just play anyway, like. Dude, what are you doing in Barons right now is my ideal classic. Wow, what's the point of boosting in GDKP and buying your way to the top? The journey and progression is the game. Yeah, I mean, here's my thing, like, I'm in the Barons right now because of hardcore. Like, that's what's keeping me in the Barons. Like, I like metagaming. I like playing the game normally. I like min-maxing. I don't actually mind boosting and stuff like that. But, like, my boost, that's different, though. Like, I actually weirdly like boosting more if you're, like, paying mages to boost and you have to sit there in Maraudon and get boosted, more so than if you just buy it from Blizzard. You know what I mean? It may seem like there's not a difference. There is a difference, though, right? It kind of feels like you're doing something, like, player-made. It's kind of emergent gameplay. Like, you're kind of... It's just a different... Even though it's the same concept, like, it's different when it's coming from the source, right? Like... but, like, I'm in the Barons right now because of hardcore. It's the only reason. And thank God for hardcore. What puts me off with vanilla is raid cost plus getting world buffs every other day. It's just insane. I don't have time for that. Yeah, I mean, I hear you, dude. And there's a lot of things. This is what I'm saying, dude. There is a lot of things about vanilla WoW that are not compatible with, like, modern gaming standards. There are systems in vanilla WoW that are kind of toxic to people. Like, a lot of you, most of you think the rank 14 system is toxic. Most of you think like 2 pieces of loot dropping is toxic. That or like what else? What's another one? Like world buffs, toxic. Dispelling world buffs, toxic. Like so like you can pretty much. But that's the thing about Vanilla WoW, dude. Vanilla WoW doesn't give a fuck. Yeah, it's toxic, and that's why the world is the main character in Vanilla WoW. Kevin Jordan said it yesterday when we were watching that interview. He was like, he said it in a nice way. He's like, oh, well, in Vanilla WoW, there's stuff that happens that people just have to get over, dude. If they're just, he said butthurt was the words he used, right? He's like, oh, if you're butthurt about this one thing, you still kind of just have to deal with it, like. But that's the whole vibe of Vanilla, right? Like, you're not the main character. The world is the main character. And you are just... When you're playing Vanilla WoW, it's kind of like a constant low-grade hurt-so-good pain to a certain extent. Like, you're constantly running out of inventory space, running out of resources, running out of money. Like, you have so much to do in so little time. You always have to get world buffs, can't play your character. Oh, I want a PvP, I gotta pay 50 gold. Hey, bro, that's the game. That's the game. Like, I'm sorry, that's just the game. Vanilla WoW is incompatible with having a job. With the way people play nowadays. Yeah. I agree, 100% mage boosting is 1000% better than store boost. The world should always be the main character. Immersion is king. It's the journey, not the destination. I'll see you in the Outland, Kargoz, if you're on Night Slayer. Oh, what's up, Caffeine? Good to see you, bro. Yeah, I'll be there in Outland, man. Great to see you, brother. It's one of my longest supporters there. Big Caffeine injected in the house. But yeah, I like the commentary, guys. It's awesome. Keep it going. And keep, I mean... Do I think it's possible for a Classic Plus to exist that would be good? Is that possible? Is it something that we as human beings are capable of making? Of course, I do think it's possible. I do think it's possible. But it would be my own blend, you know? And you guys would have your own blend, and everybody would have their own blend. And I feel like it's almost impossible to like make everyone happy, you know? So like just like how about we just call it even? We split the difference and we just agree that TBC is Classic Plus or something, right? Like I've talked about this a lot of times on what's up, Nigel? How you doing, man? I've talked about this a lot. Like, what is Vanilla WoW? Like, what is the actual heart of Vanilla WoW? Like, what mechanic, what thing about vanilla makes it feel like vanilla? Yo, massive raid from Young Grays for days, dude. Yo, Grays, if you want to jump in Discord at some point, bro, and talk, man, that'd be based. We're just talking, you know how I am, just doom saying, you know how it is, bro. Just taking my daily Activision Blizzard black pill. Good to see you, dude. Thank you very much for the raid, brother. I appreciate it, bro. Much love to Brother Grace. I'm on the hardcore grind as well. Yeah, good. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. You guys all know Grace, right? Is there any human being in the chat that doesn't know who Grace for Days is? Raise your hand right now if you don't know who the Prince of Mulgore is. Ain't no way, right? No clue? Terry, are you being serious? Seriously? No, you're stop trolling, guys. The going to bear guy. Yeah, the going to bear guy. They'll like, do something. Serious? There's actually people? What the? Okay, let me. All right, I'm gonna post this. I'm gonna post this thing. There we go. That's why people ask, I guess, because there's some people that don't know. You know, there's just he's like my best bud in Classic WoW. Oh no, I appreciate it, Terry. My bad. I didn't mean to. I'm just shocked. That's all. But yeah, no, he's awesome, dude. Check out his channel. He's really great. He's been around from the start. I think you'll like him a lot. Like, but yeah, no, it's no shade. I just genuinely Grayson. Yeah, no, it's Grays for Days. Grays for mothersucking days. Yeah, Grays. We have War Chief Blessing. I see why you get so hyped, dude. It is a vibe. But what were we talking about again? I kind of have an ADHD moment right now. We were talking about, oh yeah, the heart. What is Vanilla WoW? I'll just answer it because I do think there is only one answer to it. I actually think the answer is it's the talents. The talents equal sign vanilla WoW. I genuinely believe that, dude. Because you could be in a big box, like you could be on GM Island, but as long as all the classes like had the same talents in vanilla, it would feel like vanilla. Like that, if you change the talents, it will start to unravel at the seams and no longer feel like vanilla. So after all these years playing this game and talking about it and all this, like that's what I genuinely believe. The talents are the heart and soul. So anything that's like going to mess with the talents, I get super worried about that it's going to... But you know, so... Talents and power level of the items. Yeah, I think talents by a big margin though, dude. Like, because the talents is... And are the talents in vanilla WoW perfect, guys? Are they perfect? No, like they're not. There are some dead talents, you know? So it's tough, right? Because you want to touch the talents. It's like one of the first things you want to touch because there are dead talents in this game that are just bad. Yeah, I agree. The specs overall are really good, but like, do you trust Blizzard to navigate that well? The talents are imperfect. They're gonna want to put hands on the talents. They will change class balance, and it just won't feel like vanilla at that point. It won't feel like... But that's the thing, though. So do you guys remember the early days of Classic Plus? What people were asking for was way different than what people are asking for now. Way different. And that's how I know I'm like a relic of the community, because I remember when people first started using the term Classic Plus, it was way back in the day. It was like 2020. We were watching some Good Morning Azeroth yesterday where like people were starting to reference Classic Plus. Do you guys remember what people were saying about Classic Plus in the start? They wanted vanilla with sprinkles. That's what they called it, dude. They wanted vanilla with sprinkles. Do you think that's what people want now? In 2026, if you ask them what they want out of Classic Plus, do you think they're going to respond and say vanilla with sprinkles? Hell no, dude. There's no way they're going to say that. People now want like WoW 2. Or they want like dramatic, sweeping changes. Like they don't want vanilla with sprinkles. I just want a phase 7. Yeah. Because I don't even know how to completely come up with a good Classic Plus. I've played this game for so long, and it is an ambitious task, because I want to be delicate with the source material and respectful to the source material. Do you think they're going to be delicate and respectful to the source material? Everything that I've seen indicates otherwise, bro. We log into Classic and Druids can use pole arms. We log into Era and then just like on a whim, no communication, no OSRS style poles. We log in, there's a new buff, there's a new quest. Here you go. Change vanilla WoW for you. Any ideas if we'll be able to gear up the same character with arena points like Disc Shadow for both specs? Be able to gear up the same character with arena points. You mean like will the gear turn into DPS gear versus healing gear? No, you're gonna have to pick one. You're gonna have to pick one set you want to build out. But I'm not sure like how different it is for Priest. Maybe Shadow runs the healing gear. I'm not sure. Maybe slow down leveling, but add a ton of leveling dungeons, slow down itemization. Yeah, gun to my head, man. If I had to, like I have no choice. I literally have to go down this path and create a Classic Plus. What would I personally do? And I don't even value my own opinion that strongly on it, because it's just like I said, like I'd rather just accept TBC as Classic Plus. But if I had to, I would make very light changes. Like, bro, I would have the same design philosophy as they did back in the day, which was what? You remember we talked about it yesterday? What was their design philosophy? Kevin Jordan verbatim said, the best content in this game is you guys interacting with each other, and we're gonna put stuff in the game that is like a trick for you to show up and be the best version of yourself. So what would that mean from my perspective is put more stuff in the game that would allow the community to like sandbox the game, create more emergent gameplay, and they're not done for you systems. They're not like turnkey systems that are like, this is how you're supposed to play. I would go in that direction, right? Like, they just added stuff they thought was cool and accidentally made it great. Pretty much. Yeah, they accidentally made a great game. I mean, they were like awesome, like genius about it, but they did kind of get lucky with some of that too. But if I had to, right? Classic Plus, would there be higher level than 60? Would it be 65 or something? I don't know, man. I honestly don't know. My gut says it should be higher level, yeah. My gut says it's kind of weird to keep the level cap at 60 and like just create another tier that's higher, like slightly higher power level than the Nax gear. But I'm not sure. It could be the move to just keep it at 60 as well. Okay, the light touch way of making a Classic Plus that would be really delicate to it, conservative, you keep level cap 60, you actually keep Nax as the final raid, right? You keep Nax as the final raid, but you basically add some more quests, some more dungeon like leveling type of zones, right? Like they add some stuff to Ajara. There are some zones that are just not filled in like this. You just make it, I think I've said this before on stream now that I'm thinking about it. What you would have to do, man, is you'd have to get the most hardcore vanilla WoW enjoyer, someone like Ampi or myself, or even like whoever, right? Just like someone who's played and basically give them a version that it makes them feel like they're still at home. It makes them feel like they're still playing a game they understand that's very much like just the same, but it feels like they would rather prefer to play that rather than the original. Like there's just more there. Right? So like imagine there's a vanilla fresh and you have two different servers you can play. One is just like, this is the vanilla fresh that doesn't have Ajara and some of these other zones finished and some other items and more interesting professions and stuff like that. And here's the old one. And you just like choose the more fleshed out one, you know? A side grade Nax like Turtle WoW. I would like 60 cap with TBC talents. You get 10 final talent points through the progressive phases like end raid quests. Yeah, something like that would actually be good, Sokens, because Blizzard could just fall back to another meta that is stable and not like kind of broken a bit, like, and say like these were the TBC, like kind of what we have with pre-patch, right? This was the TBC meta and talents. We're gonna fall back to that and give you those capstones. That feels a lot more palatable than them just like freestyling it. That is similar to how Epoch did it. You're right. That is what Epoch did actually. They pretty much just took the 243 talents, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Make Nax tier 3.5 slight power creep. Yo, there's some good videos though that I want to watch. There's this one. Okay. Oh, by the way, this is let me see this one real quick.
I just had a blast at the first stress test done by Elysium.
Oh, dude, this is a classic.
By
dude.
Elysium / Nostarius 2.0, and I just wanted to share some footage from my experience. And I think
does anybody remember Orc
so
Bit?
many people turned up. A total of 7,500 people joined.
7,500
people.
people.
Amazing. And I also want to say that I am pretty damn with Elysium, how they handle it. The server didn't even crash. Of course, it was laggy and all that jazz, but that's to be expected. So I'm looking forward to future tests.
Elysium stress test.
I want to say good job to
you think
the
you do,
Elysium
but you
team.
don't.
Keep it up. I will probably make a more in-depth video talking about this stress test, but this was just basically to share some of the footage with you guys. So I hope you enjoy.
This is one of the dudes early in my content creation career that really inspired me. This Orc Bit dude, and haven't heard from him in a while, but he was He was dope, man. But there's a couple things with John Stats. There's actually another John Stats interview that looked. Let me try to find it real quick. There's another John Stats interview that was with MMO Champion. Have you guys seen this? The WoW Diary John Stats interview highlights. It's not super long, but it might be a fun thing to watch as well.
Hey John, could you give our viewers a little background on you and the Kickstarter?
Hi there. Well, first of all, thanks for
So
having
this
me.
guy, we talked about him yesterday. He's not some like big champion of vanilla, really. Like he worked at Blizzard for 10 years, guys. So he was a dev for 10 years during the most critical years. Like he basically was a dev during like pre-vanilla, vanilla, TBC Wrath, something like that. And he made like everything, dude. He made BWL, AQ, BRD, the Molten Span, you know, the thing in Blackrock that has the chains and stuff. Like he basically made every Wailing Caverns, most of the dungeons. And it's kind of cool going back and listening to what they were saying. This is where I got up to before. He actually had a really good point on streaming. And this is something that I think we take for granted in the game. We don't realize. Do you know what it means by streaming and in MMO terms, guys? Wait, did we get raided? What is this? First time from raider? Is there another raid, or is that the Grace for Days raid? What up, Cookie B? Wait, Matt Morse live? Is that Stay Safe? Holy shit, dude! What up, dude? What's up, man? You playing TBC? But yeah, so we're gonna play this, right? The streaming is basically check this out, boys. We're gonna play it. We're just reminiscing, man. We're talking about Classic Plus, dude. Like the whole story, man. Nostalrius, Elysium, dude. Like I don't know how you feel about it, man. Like, let's just play this for a second.
What features did WoW have early on that made it stand out from other games?
Well, streaming was the biggest, and probably still is the biggest. Streaming meant you didn't have any
not
load
Twitch
screens. The only load screens you get are when you go from one world tab to another, and that means a dungeon and a world, like the dungeon and the outer world. Those are two separate world tabs. They're like parallel universes. Think of it. Kalimdor and Azeroth are the Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor. They are completely two different universes. There's no physical connection between the two. At least when I was a dev, the 10 years I was there, there was never anything. So streaming was the big one. If we did not have streaming, we could not have zones that just ran into one another. We'd have to have choke points because we would want to control. Like,
did anybody play other MMOs, like old school MMOs? Was WoW the first game to do that? Like, that's something we take for granted, right? The fact it's honestly so big, though. The fact that you can just run from Barrens to Stone Talon to Mulgore and fly over it in real time, so huge, right? It's so huge. I think that was a big part of like when we first started playing to why the game felt so big, because nothing was like that. I've played other games like what he's about to talk about, where you basically have to go into another zone, or like think Diablo or something, right? It's like little instance portals. Like you just go from portal to portal to portal.
People were crossing those boundaries, and it would have just been awful. Actually, it would have been an awful world because, you've played the other MMOs where you freeze and you're in a new zone, and there's all kinds of aberrant behavior. Training monsters to a zone, monsters not knowing how to cross over into the zone. And Joe showed us. Rumsey was our server program. He was showing us. Look at this. The mob is on one server, and I'm on the other server. I'm attacking it, and I can loot it. And what we see is just him standing next to a monster, fighting it and looting it. Okay, but that proof opened up means you could connect all the zones any which way you want. You didn't have to have like how instants are triggers to teleport, you would have had you'd have to have a trigger to go from one zone to another. Trigger to go inside of Stormwind, or
Dude, honestly, like, just the mechanics of WoW though are so good too though, honestly. Like, you know, even just the logic with tagging, you know, and how you can kite stuff around, like, things are pretty like sensible in a way. Like, there's these like kind of like there's like a physics engine to the game, like how it works with like targeting and tagging and combat. There's like a couple different dice rolls. I think they call WoW's combat system like the 2 dice roll system or something. My buddy Navik explained it to me one time, but like, you know, there's yellow hits, there's white hits. Like, who designed all that stuff, bro? That's low key like one of the most amazing things about WoW. How they just did the combat, the tagging, the targeting, the global cooldown system, like all of it, right?
Orgrimmar were out, and that would have ruined all the flights, the flight node. You know, as cool as those flights were, we couldn't have done that because that would have been weird. Like, you know, you just pop in the middle of the zone in mid-flight or something. It would just be, I don't even know what it would look like.
They learned from EverQuest to get devs or Giga Sweats on that game.
And of course, Griffins we considered the Griffin rides and the what were the Wind Riders, the aerial taxis were the killer application.
Aerial taxis.
That it immediately visually set World of Warcraft apart from every other MMO. The fact,
bro, it still does. There's still no MMO that's as like expansive feeling. Yeah, he's right, dude. The flight paths were huge, man. Flight paths were one of those like your eyes widen type of moments. Like whoever designed those too, right? Like just like the flight path from like Stormwind to Ironforge, right? Like you go over the mountain, you see all of that stuff, right? Like the flight path from Crossroads to Orgrimmar, you know. It all ties back to what he's saying about streaming, though. He actually said the world would feel terrible without this streaming, and I believe him, man. I really believe him. Imagine if to go to Durotar, you had to walk on this road, and this was the bottleneck, this was the choke point, and to go into Durotar, you had to walk through a portal, a loading screen hits you, and then now you're in Durotar. Right? Or with a flight path, dude. Like, you take a flight path, and every zone it has to load for a second, you know? Dude, that's also kind of a point towards why layering is so ass, honestly. Because layering, it doesn't feel like streaming. It doesn't feel like one layer, one continuous world, you know? It feels like shards, fragments, instances.
Looking down at a giant world. And it took a huge frame rate hit, but we had a faster engine. That was another big deal. Probably after streaming, the low system specs is probably... As unsexy as that is, that was the killer application for World of Warcraft. It wasn't easy dungeon or painless deaths. It wasn't anything designed. It was the fact that you could target low-end systems so that
wow, it just feels smooth, man.
So, yeah, that's the secret to Blizzard games right there. Low-end specs.
Low-end
specs. What was the
specs.
process of designing a zone, and how did Metzen contribute?
Yeah, Metzen had his lore hits.
Dude, this is so juicy, bro. I've never seen this, I swear on my life. This has 3,000 views. Criminal. It's criminal. 3,000 views. 3,000 views on this interview with John Stats, the guy who made, like, the best, most goated game ever.
He'd pull out iconic ideas that were part of the lore, part of the canon, and then we would say, okay, well, what else haven't we done? What haven't we done yet? And someone would come up with purple trees. I think Justin came up with purple trees. We had purple trees lining Campus Drive.
He's got a little twinkle in his eye when he talks about some of this stuff.
And maybe that's where he came up with the idea. It's a good story, so let's just say that's where he came up with the idea. So, you just pull out ideas. I pitched a couple ideas I got in the game. I got the, Ashara. We haven't done a tide pool zone. That was kind of where that came from. The Blasted Lands, the Black Rock. When I was a kid, I went to Sudbury, Canada, and they had acid rain damage. and all the rocks there had this black veneer on them. It was weird. You'd look at it, it was mostly brown, but then there'd just be blanket of black at the top of all the rocks. And when I was a kid, I also knew that the meteorite had struck Sudbury, and I mistook the black as the rocks actually getting burned or charred for tens of thousands of years. I went, that's so cool. I pitched that idea to Bill, and he'd go, oh yeah, we haven't do that. And he didn't like black. We didn't use like black. We'd use it very sparingly because we wanted the game to be colorful. But that's where the black char from the black portal.
Dude, honestly though, have you guys noticed that the zones kind of have a color palette to them? Like it reminds you of like a watercolor painting. Like for some reason this client is fried though, dude. I don't know what's going on. Like if it's FFX Glow or whatever, the game doesn't look very good in this client. I don't know if that's just me. Maybe my settings are fried. I'm pretty sure it's just default though. Like I didn't do anything really, you know. But like Duratar looks way too orange. Barons looks kind of like, I don't know. Like there's something wrong with it. It might be the glow, but yeah, it's the way they did zones. It's like they picked a couple palettes. They picked like some kind of like complementary colors, like watercolor paint, and put it on like a what do you call that thing the painters use? They have the little like buckets, and you fill it with colors, right? They picked some like complementary Pantone colors, filled up a little slate, and was like, this is the zone, right? We're gonna go with this. Your graphics are like on 3, bro. Turn it up in increased contrast, lower brightness. I think I increased it though, bro. Graphics. No, it's on 10, dude. That's what I'm saying. It's on 10. And I increased contrast. I think I lowered it a little bit. Increase contrast, lower brightness. Brightness is I already lowered it a little bit. Yeah, maybe that would be better. We'll see. Gamut is 0.9. Is that the move too? Gamut is 0.9. Oh, we're just going dark mode. Dude, there's no shot. What? Already better. Yo, what's up, Ashley? Good to see you. What up? Let's keep going with this though. Yeah, I'll link the video for you as well. This is an MMO champion. Remember MMO champion, guys? Checking it all the time for updates. MMO champion interview. John stats. 3,000 views. Criminal. It's crime.
Came from, but silly little,
What's
just
up?
you know,
Keep it real. Have a good
our
one.
experiences through life. That's what influences us. You know, you work with what you know. So.
When designing zones, were flying mounts a consideration?
Oh no.
Ooh.
Oh no. It was we had used facades. Actually, that's one thing I did in Cataclysm is I turned Stormwind was all facades. Like it was like a movie set where you would just see the front of the building and there's nothing on the roof. And all these buildings were just jammed into each other. And if you're going to have it flying, then you have to have rooftops. So that was kind of a pain in the ass task. It's very technical to weld all of these roofs together without moving any of Stormwind around because you didn't want to bump it, you didn't want to change anything.
It's actually true though. You guys, okay, you know the when you're going to Ironforge, or if you're in Loch Madan and you're going to Loch Madan and you look up as you're walking through and you see these little like, that's what he says, facades, like little mini almost dwarf homes. Hard for me to explain. It looks like there's houses like in the mountain, like dwarf houses. Like we probably take it for granted now, but I remember being like a kid and seeing that stuff and going like, "Whoa! Like, can you go there? Like, what is that? Like, yeah."
Inside, so it was very meticulous doing that. It was not the most creative thing to do. It took many months to do, but yeah, it took a lot of work. Yeah, it took a lot. That was the worst one. Stormwind by far was Strathholm. We would just say, "Oh, you can't fly over Strathholm. We're not going to put the roofs on Strathholm." That's probably yeah. Well, Silvermoon probably had just flat out frame rate problems if you saw it because it was portaled like Stormwind. So portaling is a way of hiding geometry because each of the little areas in the city are too busy. They would slow down.
I find one of the most amazing things you said yesterday, guys, is that when they designed most of this stuff, they had no idea how people were going to play through it. Like, when they designed every dungeon, they had no idea how big the party was even going to be. Like, they didn't know it was going to be a 5-man dungeon. They didn't know how... They knew nothing about the actual, like, mechanics of the game. They were just developing this stuff in a vacuum. That's crazy to me.
Video card if you saw them all at once. So that's probably what happened with Silvermoon. Yeah.
How is the Blizzard level of quality maintained?
Yeah, well, one of the it's kind of funny. I named my company When It's Ready. You know, it's really a tribute to an answer Mike Morhaime gave me once when I asked him, how does Blizzard do it that other companies just don't? Because they obviously can learn from our process. You know, I mean, we spent more time on stuff. And his answer simply is Blizzard self-funds their games. They self-publish. When you're the money guy also, you can delay shipping until it's ready. That's the secret. That gives you everything. So the mistake of shipping early, it's always forced by the money people either running out of money or they have obligations too. So these studios are almost always forced to ship something too early. And it's just the I call it the Faustian bargain between a studio and a publisher, that you don't have the freedom to spend more time on something that's really cool and really explore something, or the freedom to kill something that's not working and move on. So Blizzard, they hide their mistakes because they can. Other studios would love to hide their mistakes, but it's when you got to ship a product, when you're under a contractual obligation to ship a product, you ship it. I mean, that's kind of really the only thing Blizzard does differently. That gives them the time to polish stuff, and it also, because you're self-publishing, you can culture that.
Clear housing. We learned yesterday, guys, that the portal. Hold on, let me not die. The portal in Stormwind, guys. The gated portal. Like if you're walking through the trade district and you're going to the canals, and you see that portal that's behind the gate. That was supposed to originally lead to player housing. That was their original plan. Kill credit. What races didn't make it? What were the crypts for? Runes, time required to play after launch. Let's go look at what races didn't make it. This is going to be crazy.
Original release.
Yeah. Well, we talked about the Naga.
The Naga.
Ogres were going to be.
The ogres. Actually,
we couldn't figure out how to make female ogres to be an attractive option for not. Well, we also wanted our female players to play the character that they wanted to play, and we just didn't know how. I mean, just our female Tauren, which is they were weird. They didn't have udders, so it's there's weird things. When you try to do the male female thing for everything. So, the goblins were too intensive. We wanted to do, I think, Undermine. Is that where the goblins? Yeah, I think that's their city. We wanted it to be Tinkertown, this crazy, but we didn't have tons and tons and tons of goblin assets. It was a ton of work to get the goblin homeland to be built. and yeah, the goblins. So that's why the goblins got cut. We were thinking that they could be a neutral race, maybe neither Horde nor Alliance, but
bruh. So they were thinking about it though. They were thinking about a neutral faction though. Goblin homeworld though. See, this is, I swear, man, if they were gonna do Classic Plus, like just go back to the original notes, the OGs, interview them, like make that part of the marketing, right? Like we're going back, we're investigating the scrapped notes on the table. What did they want to make but they couldn't finish, dude? What was originally supposed to be in the game but they had to cut it, you know? What dungeons didn't make it? That's what we're doing for Classic Plus, dude. Like it feels like they're drawing from the source material. That would be so much better, dude.
What was the last one was Demons. Demons, we were thinking, this is before Warcraft 3 really solidified. Metzen was thinking Demons were shapeshifters, like that was their like a ward of illusions or deceit or something type of thing. But they got a lot more brutal, a lot more brutish, and shapeshifting was so way more expensive. That's like doing another race. So it's a whole different animation set. So that's why we didn't do Demons that way.
Bro, I really want to go back. I hope that an interview like this exists. I really want to know their original, like, how did they come up with Druid? How did they come up with, I mean, Warriors kind of make sense. Rogue kind of makes sense. But even like Paladin, you know, like how did they come up with Paladin? How did they come up with Shaman? Like the Warcraft Shaman is pretty unique, right? Is there any other, like even in D&D or whatever, like is there anything that's like Warcraft Shamans? I don't think so, dude. With the different clans, you know, like Frost Wolf and all, and Grim Totem and
Demons the way they are now.
They took it from D&D?
Yeah, that's, I think those were the main races. The Forsaken were on the cutting, they were on the cutting room floor a lot of times where we didn't know how we were going to do the Forsaken. And I think once the animators committed to, all right, we'll double our efforts and get the Scourge in, or the Forsaken in.
Yo,
as you know, the undead race.
Let me ask a question. Who here played like MMOs way back in the day, like even before WoW? Like there was a couple of them, right? Wasn't there? I think it was called, like Aladar played this one. It was hold on, let me look it up right now. There's one old school. There's one called. Hold up. Ultima Online? I don't know. That wasn't the one I was thinking of. Top 5 pre-WoW MMOs. Star Wars Galaxies? That was around before WoW. Shadowbane. Dark Age of Camelot? That might be it. That might be the one I was thinking of. And EverQuest. Did anybody play any of those? Like the old school MMOs before WoW? Because I kind of have a question for you guys. Star Wars Galaxies, Ragnarok, WoW 2. I feel like WoW is, for most of us, our first MMO, you know? Final Fantasy 11, Tibia, bro, Lineage 2. Where was there, like, I kind of feel like these guys, when they were making the game, it doesn't feel like they're viewing the game in a very min-max way. Like they talk about everything in like kind of D&D terms, but at the same time, that may not be their role. Like I doubt this guy had anything to do with balance, right? Like Kevin Jordan would have way more to do with balance. But like I wonder, like, was there like a min-max culture way back in the day? Did people like sweat? Like were there people like trying to parse and stuff in early MMOs? I have literally no idea. Like, were people like coming up with like guides and shit? Like, here's the best way to play Barbarian in Dark Age of Camelot. Like, or here's EverQuest leveling guide. I just don't know, because like the way they talk about it is that they talk about the game more from like a fantasy side than balance or like min max. It's just interesting to me. I remember websites that had guides. I mean, there was stuff even for WoW, right? Like I bought Joanna's leveling guide way back in the day. Age of Conan. None of that. Games were very niche back in the day. But at the same time, I do remember people saying that that other MMOs were way more hardcore and that WoW was actually kind of casual. You know? Like, WoW was like considered for like normie MMO players. Something like that.
Probably why they made it is that the animators said, well, all right, we're not gonna wimp out. We're gonna put the extra effort in at the tail end of the project and give them the animations that they all need for combat and dances. And there's just tons of. I think they started in my book at the time when I wrote it. There were like 80 some animations for each player model. So like the male had 80, the female had 80 unique ones, and there was some overlap, but really not. You had to start over a lot of them. I think it went up to 96 by the time we shipped the game. So just tons of animations to pull off our characters.
What were the crypts under Karazhan for?
Yeah, we found out later on in the game that the crypts were part of the many areas in the game that we didn't need. We didn't need all that content. There's only so many items you could give to people to upgrade their stuff. And when we sped up leveling, we found out, and also if you're not doing it for items and you're not doing for experience, you don't need extra micro dungeons around a dungeon to level up while you're waiting for your party to form, like you're waiting for your raid to form. That was kind of the theory.
Yeah, I
there.
swear on all things that are good and holy, I would rather interview this man or Kevin Jordan or something than like the president. Or like Kanye West or something. Like I'm like more starstruck by these people than like Taylor Swift. Like Taylor, I swear on my life, Taylor Swift could be here looking like an absolute snack right next to me, actively flirting with me, and I'd be like, "Yo, where's John Stats at? Like I want to interview John Stats right now."
Midway building a lot of those dungeons. I mean, there's some cool areas, but most of them are half-baked. A lot of editing needed to be done. They were just not necessary. They were just areas that there's no value to them. It would have been like, does anybody go to the Badlands gold mines? Okay, that's okay. I could have finished it and produced.
Wait, he said Badlands gold mines? You mean Blasted Lands? Badlands gold mines. What's Badlands gold mines? I think he means Blasted Lands, right? Like he's talking about those Netherguard mines. Dude, I want to literally... Can we like raise money to bring this guy on another interview and we straight up hit him with like 1,000 questions? Like I want to know his thought process on every single dungeon. Like Uldaman. All right, walk me through Uldaman, dude. You made Uldaman. All right, you sat down at your desk one day. It's time to make Uldaman. Let's go right now. You remember like... So how did it all start, man? You were just feeling trogs that day, or what? What's cool, dude? Like we that is what we do. I swear we would do
dungeons
that.
Like, but there's just no point to it. I mean, all it would do is.
Who
just,
is
like,
this Boosty? This is the guy that made BWL. You like BWL? This guy made it. You like Molten Core? Oh, this guy made it. You like Wailing Caverns? Do you like Booty Bay? He literally made Booty Bay by himself, dude. The shark hanging, the like Brazil statue. He made every cave in the game. Anything underground, he made. He made AQ, all of AQ. He's like that dude of like environment. His name is John Stats. He made the WoW Diary. I feel like that'd be fire content, man, to just go over the WoW Diary together, like chapter by chapter, just like read it together, get like AI to narrate it for us in his voice. Yeah. We've been doing this the past couple days now. I think it's really fun, man. Like this is actually my favorite thing to do is like to learn about this stuff. Like I wish there was more interviews. We're almost out, you know. There's probably like a couple more interviews of these OG devs, and that's it. Did you ever watch that video I linked yesterday? I don't think so, man. Maybe link it again. Is it an interview? Booty Bay is such a cool town. Top 3 in Classic. Yeah, for sure.
So we didn't need it. So
like, think about it. So what did we learn so far? What did we learn so far, guys? They were thinking about Naga as a race, as a playable race. They were thinking about Ogre as a playable race, but they couldn't get the female ogres looking cute. What else? Streaming. So that's his favorite thing about WoW is streaming. That there's no load screens. We also learned that what else did we learn? I think that's it. Anyway, it's pretty cool.
What was a Rune Master class?
Rune Master class?
Well,
why is he smiling so hard? Look.
What was a Rune Master class?
oh yeah. Well, when you're coming up with classes,
Dude, Classic Plus, it's there, dude. It's got to be Rune Master if you make a class. It's there. Like, that's what they chose back in the day. Like, you have to do it now, you know? This is what I'm saying, man. The material's there. They're going to do another class. What is it? Everybody has their opinion on this or that. It's like, no, he said it right there. They're about to put something in called Rune Master.
Running out. What are the classic tropes of what you could do? I can't say that they went as far as to come up even with a class mechanic for that. That it might have been just a name of a type of hybrid character, a buffing class. I don't know. Maybe somebody had an idea. I'm doing an AMA with Kevin Jordan, who worked on all the abilities for all the characters.
Dude, we need to find that. We need to find that.
Friday
Chat, find that.
on Reddit. So
on Reddit, dude, find it, chat.
He'd be a good person to ask for that.
Find it. It's both of them, dude, together.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's possibly that it was just a name, or just a meme that, oh, this could be our hybrid class. You know, we went with shaman. We went like a rune master and shaman. You know, which word do we go with? You know, which is gonna be cool.
Rune Master was shaman.
You know, play experience,
bruh.
One recent topic of discussion has been the time required to play the game during vanilla versus the time it takes to play now. Was the time requirement to play the game a consideration during development?
Yeah, well, we started out for 90% of the game, pretty much until Rob Pardo came. We were terrified that people were going to burn through content.
I keep hearing the name Rob Pardo, and I remember I went to GDC, which is Game Developer Conference. This was a long time ago. This was like 2015, though. It was a long time ago. My co-founder of my company at the time, his name is Chris. He was like big into Magic. He was my Halo 2 partner. And he told me, like, I woke up the next morning, we were all hungover, and he's like, dude, I got into a limo last night with Rob Pardo, and we were playing Magic the Gathering, and there was, everybody, he was telling me, and he was telling me that he was some guy with Vanilla WoW. Like, I just remember that random story. But, like, does anybody know who he is?
Then unsubscribe. That was the fear, that we had spent so much money and we played made this game that people would play through and then finish after 3 months. So we just made everything huge. We made everything big. That was, and then Rob said, no, it's people they'll play alts. They'll play the raid game. He really sped up leveling, so that was kind of the driving force too.
So they made the game way bigger and they sped it up? Let me restart.
One recent topic of discussion has been the time required to play the game during vanilla versus the time it takes to play now. Was the time requirement to play the game a consideration during development?
Yeah, well,
Rob Pardo was the lead designer on World of Warcraft, according to Google. I wonder what era that was, though, because they've been saying, guys, that there was only 3 true game designers for Vanilla WoW. There was 3 core pillars. I guess everyone else was like underlings under them, right? I don't know exactly who those are. I don't even think John Stats is one. I know Kevin Jordan is one, but I don't know who the other ones are. Is it Chris Madsen or something? Or what's up, Homicidium? How you doing, man? First time in the chat. Welcome, brother.
Started out for 90% of the game, pretty much until Rob Pardo came, we were terrified that people were going to burn through content too quickly and then unsubscribe. That was the fear. That we had spent so much money and we played we made this game that people would play through and then finish after 3 months. So we just made everything huge. We made everything big. That was, and then Rob said, no, it's people they'll play alts. They'll play the raid game. He really sped up leveling. So that was kind of the driving force to making WoW so approachable at the end. Now,
I wonder though, like it makes you scratch your head, like what if? Like what so what does he mean by that? Like were the zones twice as big? Like did they have double the quests? I did hear that they cut a lot of dungeons. Like there was a ton more dungeons that they didn't meet the quality standard that they just took out. I wonder what that means, honestly.
It was way easier to level. Okay, so like right now they basically like start you at a high level. I mean, they give you experience practically. You can level so fast, I guess. I don't know. I haven't played WoW since Wrath of the Lich King, so I actually don't know what the state of the game now. But
based, he probably played Wrath and he's like, "Yep, that's a wrap. That's a wrap. That's a wrap."
When we were in vanilla,
I sure could
it
use your
took
help.
longer in vanilla. But comparing vanilla to its predecessors, it was 10 times easier than its predecessors. So that was, to me, that was the big difference. It's not between today and vanilla. It's between vanilla and what came in its predecessors. So, yeah, if there's too many conveniences, I really couldn't comment with any degree of accuracy because I don't play.
What was the feeling like after launch?
Oh, after launch? Oh, everyone was gone. Like, launch day,
Time is
I
money,
was
friend.
one of 3 people who were at the office. Everyone was gone for pretty much till...
Bro, what a feeling that must have been, boys. Like, you literally just launched Vanilla WoW. Like, everything came together and you're watching people go live on the servers and shit. Like, one of 3 people in the office.
January. We had a couple tweaks to the server code. The servers not working wasn't because of our code. There was a configuration problem with the hardware coming out of the manufacturer. So until we traced down that was the reason why our servers weren't running well, that was we had bad performance.
Yo, did anybody in the chat actually play Launch Day 2004? I did not. I'm not even gonna front, dude. I started playing like a couple months after it came out. But I wonder, dude, like what was it like on the actual day? 2004.
That's why we were giving away days.
I mean, yo, wait. Another thing though, there was a beta for Vanilla WoW, right? There was a beta. I wonder how long it was. Like, what? I just don't know anything about that.
It's worth of free playtime because no one could connect. I mean, it was just a mess. But once they flipped that little thing, the servers, they were overloaded. We were surprised by the concurrency, but yeah, I mean, we had like 90% concurrency. It was just nuts. Yeah, the worst case any MMO had seen was like 15 to 20% concurrency, and we say, all right, let's double that. Let's plan for 30% concurrency. It started up at 90%. That's why you don't release a MMO on a Thanksgiving holiday, because nobody has anything to do other than play World of Warcraft or play your MMO.
What a Thanksgiving that must have been, dude. Imagine Vanilla WoW goes live and it's fresh for the first time ever, and you log in and they're like, oh, we should try this new game that just came out. Let's load it up, and my life's gone.
Do that. release you release everything in the middle of the week. Tuesday is the day that everybody makes their patches. So, there's not a mad rush. It weakens the mad rush to your product.
What was the reaction to the huge player numbers?
No one cared. No one cared in the slightest. No one cared. It was right there.
Happy to be done?
No, actually not happy to be done. We weren't done. There was a mudslide of bugs to attend to, and it was the realization that crunching wasn't over. It was the realization that this game is live. People are going through content, and we had to staff up. We had to grow while we were putting out,
Dude, I find it amazing that when WoW first came out, it was $15, right? It was never lower. It was 15 this entire time. How is that even possible? Like, was 15 bucks a lot back then? I can't even remember. Because it's still not nothing now, but obviously it's not a lot, It was 15 bucks from the start. 50 games were 50 bucks on console. So somehow it felt the same, right? 15 was more than other MMOs. Others were like 12. So 3 months of WoW is one AAA game. You guys remember buying the physical cards because we didn't even have fucking like debit cards back then? You remember actually going to like EB Games or like KB Toys or GameStop, I guess, buying like the actual brown card, or just actually having the discs, right? Installing like 6 discs worth of content on your computer.
And listening to
like to get your buddy into the game, it would take like a full day, right? You'd bring over your disc to their house, you'd start the installation process. It would take like a couple hours.
Unhappy fans. Unhappy about no PvP in the game, unhappy fans about imbalances with broken quests or classes that can't perform. We had classes that weren't suited for party play. Nobody wanted a Shadow Priest, they wanted a healer. If you're a Shadow Priest, go away. So there's a lot of unhappiness. I mean, it's kind of a bummer to say this, but like the morale was pretty low after shipping WoW. It was kind of down. So
it was not joyous. They were all just stressed out after they launched the game. Morale was low. Who would have thought?
People left. It's not a fun time.
Thanks for taking the time to talk to us. Is there anything else you wanted to say?
No, I think we're in our final few days on the wowdiary.com. If you want to check out the Kickstarter, it's doing very well. The Kickstarter version is going to be very rare. It's going to have some bells and whistles that the Garden Variety book isn't.
I wish I bought that. I remember when he started selling this, and I regret not buying the Ultimate Edition of it or whatever.
Check it out on Kickstarter. There's ebook and PDF versions too, and it's like a big Mac Daddy signed version if you want to get if you got deeper pockets. And
it was a signed version.
than others, but yeah, check it out. Thanks for having me too.
Thank you.
Yeah, I saw that, Crazy. I saw that, man. What an interview. That was dope, man. I wish there was more, dude. I wish there was more like this. There's not so many, guys. Let me see if I can find another one. That's all I want to do, just all day, every day, is just listening to OG devs talk about this game. Classic cast, Mark Kern, John Stats. Okay. Remember Classic Cast? Kind of nostalgic at this point.
WoW Diary, and it's in its final stages on Kickstarter, which doesn't
That's
sound
Mark
good
Kern in
when
the
I
top
say it
right.
that way.
There's a ring in the game, Mark of Kern, and then John Stats there. Let me skip the intro, maybe. Man, these were the days, bro. Classic Cast was... Wait, wasn't Asmongold on this? Wasn't he one of the hosts? Or was he not actually on this? I could have sworn he was one of the people. Warcraft Adventures, working with Blizzard.
Dinner.
So, which is par for the budget, you know, for a lot of WoW.
It's so crazy to me,
efforts.
like to think that WoW like might have possibly been canceled, and to see how big of a game that it's grown into today.
Yeah. It was going to be canceled, and until I went out and I personally recruited John Cash from id Software, and as far as networking goes, he helped invent the old Novell IPX networking protocol, and he was an EverQuest fiend. So the real barrier to that was
Wait, did he say Vanilla WoW was going to get canceled? I kind of want to hear that now. What was that?
Trained up through the system that are Blizzard veterans.
So, you know, you were obviously with Blizzard for a long time beforehand, before WoW, you know, came to fruition. How closely did you guys work together? You know, just directly while you guys were working on WoW.
Oh, John and I?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty closely.
Yeah.
I remember coming to your office and sitting down and doing this a lot.
Yeah.
How's the volume? Can you guys hear it okay? Is it too high, too low?
Mark interviewed me. You were recruiting even while I remember talking to you. You were the first face I saw.
We had to build the WoW team, and I didn't
That's
believe
good.
it.
Nice.
I knew I needed. Okay, so one of the things going against WoW was this. John, I don't know if you were here.
Let me see the date on this. 7 years ago. How are we already nostalgic for like 2019, like pre-2019? Oh my god, I'm getting fucked up actually. Hold on. Okay, don't knock me down, please. No knock. This was September 23rd, 2018. Cast your mind back to September 23rd, 2018. So the announcement was 2017. This is Northdale's out, right? It's probably Northdale's probably out. Everyone's hyped out of their mind. Classic Net WoW, we know it's coming. Every little breadcrumb, every little screenshot, every little thing, every little drip, every little drop. There's like 80,000 videos for everything, dude. Yeah. Okay.
About how WoW was going to be canceled?
Tell us that story. I didn't. No.
Okay, so we had another team lead at the time, and we had another team lead on Team 2, working on Warcraft 3, and the WoW team, you know, I had gone from producer of those other titles, and I was now manager of product development. So I was responsible for training all our producers and overall, you know, getting all of our projects spun up and to completion. And the WoW team was coming to me. I wasn't directly on the WoW team at the time, and they were coming to me because they were getting a lot of complaints from other teams, like this game would never work. You know, it's too confusing. You know, the art style is different. It didn't look anything like Warcraft's art style at the time, and we had a lot of issues to solve there. And so they were already sort of on the ropes as far as the project was going. And a very small team at the time. I think it was 10 people. And what happened was the two leads left to form, along with our VP of Tech, left to form ArenaNet to do Guild Wars. And we had this giant sucking sound of leadership in the company, and everyone was sort of panicked. And they called a big meeting, and I remember I was there with Mike and Alan Adham, the other founder of the company, and Frank, and I think Pardo was there too, and Shane. And so there's like 5 of us in Mike's office, and everyone around us is saying, we've got to cancel the game. We can't go on. There's no way. We don't have enough Blizzard Blue on the project. We talked a lot about, you know, people who bleed Blizzard Blue, who have been, you know, trained up through the system, that are Blizzard veterans, that understand our values of game design and game production, and they said, and we don't have a technical lead or a team lead. And I said, look, you know, Shane can be team lead, because, you know, Shane was the first team lead
for
So
WoW.
that dude on
at
the
that
right, that's Mark Curran. That's the dude who got all the signatures. Like he made the petition in like 2015, probably. I don't know if anybody can still find the thing he made, but it got like hundreds of thousands of signatures. Calling for legacy servers.
Shane can be team lead, and as far as the technical person, I'll and the staff, the AAA staff that you want to do this, I'll go find them. I'll find them myself. And Alan Adham said, if you can find a new technical lead for World of Warcraft who understands networking enough to do this game and loves MMOs, I will buy you dinner. I will buy you dinner. That was so. WoW basically was hinging upon motivating some guy to go out and find a new lead programmer and motivating him with dinner.
So, which is par for the budget, for a lot of WoW.
It's so crazy to me, like to think that WoW might have possibly been canceled, and to see how big of a game that it's grown into today.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand now.
It was going to be canceled.
So they almost didn't have the resources to make it, and there was only 10 people on the original Vanilla WoW team. That's crazy. Yo, I feel like I just want to address the elephant in the room. You know what I mean? Like, there's some people that are hating on Mark Curran and stuff. Some people that are hating on Stay Safe. It's just like, I don't know, bro. I mean, there's a way you can I don't even know why people don't like Mark Curran or whatever. But even if you think he's cringe or something, I don't know. I assume he just is crazy on Twitter or something based on what people are saying. He meaningfully contributed to all of this, right? He played a big role in getting these legacy servers back, so just appreciate that in a vacuum.
Until I went out and I personally recruited John Cash from id Software, and as far as networking goes, he helped invent the old Novell IPX networking protocol, and he was an EverQuest fiend. So the real barrier to that was convincing his wife to move again, because they'd bought 2 homes and moved twice. So I went out home shopping, and I got brochures and everything else. And
hold up, I don't know if I can do this. I might actually die here, boys. I'm gonna try this. I'm level 16. I have to kill a 16 and a 17 raptor. But I think with lay on hands, I should be fine. Is it BIS to just to judge Seal of the Crusader? Seal of the Crusader, and then I think it is, right? You do Crusader, judge that first. Blessing of Might rank 2. I only have rank 1. Yeah, I just gotta min-max for a second. It's kind of crazy to do this at this level, but let's just try. Okay, let's go. Pull this one first. Potion, we have bubble. Look at the dam though, dude. We potion early. We have to pray for no misses. Oh, big crit there, huge. He might knock down. Oh my god, the damage, dude. These things thrash. Should be good now, though. Should be good. Lay on hands. Miss, big miss. Okay, good. Miss. I'm gonna bubble, just to be safe. Okay, nice. We're good. Let's keep going.
then I knew John liked to drive BMW M3s, and I had an M3, so we talk about our passion for M3s. I did everything I could. I said, come on, John. And he's like, hey, I've got to make the wife happy too. I was like, here's some gorgeous houses that I found, and I went out on my weekends house shopping, and finally convinced John to come meet the team. And he sat down and the interview goes both ways. The team has to be okay with John. The John's got to be okay with the team, and they just clicked. And John is such a nice guy.
Air taxis.
That it just went really, really smoothly after that. And then
lessons learned. Warcraft 3 versus WoW. Single player in WoW. Diablo 2. EverQuest.
John Cash. You can't
population cap.
Well, no, I meant more in terms of like if a company is usually willing to say like, okay, we're this is what they're willing to show us so far. Is that more of, or this is what they're showing us so far? Is that more of something that they're willing to show us based on they might be farther along, or is it more common to just like 100% give you a current progress update?
I think Blizzard tends to be more conservative, probably a little farther along. Other companies that want a lot of PR will go bleeding edge, and what you see is what you get. It's literally hot off the dev servers, and they push that line really hard. I saw that time and time again.
Sounds like Mark Curran didn't really work so much on the game itself. He was more like doing admin stuff or like business decisions, He's probably like a business Andy. From the sounds of it, we're like, John Stats, like Kevin Jordan were more like hands-on. Here's another one I found, Def Talk episode 16, interview with John Stats. This is Def Camp at Melderon. This was super old, bro. This is 2018. This is early 2018.
Hello everyone, my name is DefCamp and welcome to Def Talk, the talk show that focuses on everything World of Warcraft, whether it's retail, classic, or the players that play.
Oh yeah,
there he is. There he
is.
With us, of course, my brother Melderon. How you doing, Melderon?
Hey everyone, hope you have
insane, dude.
And
insane. My
very
favorites.
Special guest today. So we have someone who was a dungeon developer for the World of Warcraft in the
this is
heydays
hype,
of
actually.
vanilla. His name is John Stats. How you doing, John?
Hi, DefCamp. How you doing? Thanks for having me.
Doing absolutely wonderful today. I think I feel like a little girl who's just
another sleeper amazing video. I'm sure of it. This only has 12K views. Criminal, and I this is gonna be a banger episode.
met Justin Bieber. So
Do you feel like that all the time?
Oh,
okay. Oh, that's good.
He may feel like that all the time, we don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well. So I just wanted to start off and say how we really appreciate you coming out. I wanted to start off just by getting a little bit to know you and how you started into gaming.
I'll skip the first part because we heard his intro a couple times, right? Let's go like a little bit into level editing. This might be good.
Be a good shooter player. I'm still very, very good at shooters, but at least computer games anymore. I have an issue with my hands, so I can't play Fortnite. I can't play Overwatch. All these awesome games, but I would love to play those games. So, but no, I started level editing and just as a hobby at home. I did that for like 4.5 years, like really hardcore. I had some stints where I'd take off work. I was an independent contractor for a lot of advertising.
Yo, do you guys remember? Anybody here play Age of Empires 2? That was my first computer game ever. Whatever one was the Rise of Kings. Age of Empires: The Rise of Kings was my very first computer game ever in my life. Ever. And they had a level editor in that game where you could create like your own like campaign and like spawn your own buildings and stuff like that. And like, I don't know if that's kind of what he was doing, but I remember spending like countless hours doing that.
Firms, just Madison Avenue all the way, and I would take off like the largest run was like 8 months, and I was way over, significantly over 100 hours a week, just in my room, just working nonstop. I was chugging a Slim Fast. I had a lot of medical issues after doing that only, like just. Oh, it was
Slim Fast, Atkins diet, low fat diet. Remember boys?
Yeah.
Remember when they used to say eat low fat?
Yeah, you work on a mod group, and there's people do tutorials and stuff like that. Same stuff as they have. Unreal and a lot of cool engines are available right now, and there's tutorials for everything online. And I was just kind of the first wave of
Tomorrow starts high fat keto.
Wow.
Yeah,
I ended up with a
Atkins.
portfolio.
Dude, when Atkins came out, it was like controversial. Do you guys remember that? They're like, "There's this new diet, guys. You eat meat. You just eat meat. This guy's just eating meat. It's unhinged. This guy's just eating meat. He's gonna die."
Wasn't the goal.
Now it's just normal, right? Like
And
high
it took
fat. You
many
spend
years,
meat, protein
many
shake.
years of making awful levels.
Yeah.
I think I can't remember who I told. I had the Malcolm Gladwell 10,000 hours before I even went to Blizzard. So I had been, I knew what I was doing by the time I got to Blizzard, which is oddly weird because level design for WoW was a lot easier than doing for a first-person shooter, especially for a multiplayer map. Because they're very inflexible
Let me skip
levels.
forward
You
a little
can't
bit.
just size them up or change them. And
Blizzard's
my favorite quotes
frugality.
from the book is that it was kind of reminded me of my. I have an uncle who sells saw blades in Akron, Ohio. That's where I'm from. That's where I am now, Akron, Ohio. And he had a little sales company, Akron, Ohio, and he would he would joke about how some companies, as soon as they get some money, they get a big expensive conference room table, a big expensive this or that, and he's just always in the mode of saving for leaner times, and that's what Blizzard's. They were very frugal, okay, and
Smart,
I respected
though.
that.
Time is money,
that's
friend.
what I was from. Yeah, and now, which is funny because I was coming from New York City, where you walk in a lobby of a 50-story. I mean, it's just, cherry wood, 20-foot tall, walls, just crazy, gorgeous furniture, everything. But going into Blizzard, it was kind of folksy. There's about 200 people there.
Folksy,
and it was
what a term
I
for
described
that,
it in
bro.
the book. It was decorated like somebody's basement. It was
Yeah.
pretty, like, if they didn't have props from trade shows like E3.
Yo, when they made Vanilla WoW, guys, do you think their office was in like Irvine, like the same office they have now with the big statue and stuff? I wonder if it's changed, if that was like the original office or not. They have like a campus now, right? Something like that. I never
There'd be
actually went.
No decorations whatsoever on the walls. Like, I mean, that's if you go to a game company and you see the big sign like of their product or their company, guarantee you it was made for a trade show like E3, and then they said, well, we have this thing, we paid for it, let's hang it in the office. That's the only reason why anybody spends money on that type of stuff. We've got the statues from all the E3s all around Blizzard campus now.
Oh yeah, it's pretty crazy there. Yeah.
So, like, did you notice immediate sense of family or a guild feeling when you moved in, when you moved across country, started working at this place?
Yeah, they were really, they were very welcoming. It was kind of weird how welcoming they were. It wasn't just like, I think I got a little bit of a better welcome than anyone else because Blizzard apparently had a really, really hard time hiring anybody.
Dude, I want them to get to
especially
the
at
good
salary.
stuff, man.
So they got me, and they were.
I wanna learn about
now the
BRD.
dungeons
I
are
wanna
going
learn
to
about
move forward.
BRD.
Okay, so they had these very high
Technology,
expectations, and
Concept
we were just. I was
sketch.
building levels out of Quake 3 editors.
Ooh,
That's
concept
what it was. And when
sketches.
we would
This
look
sounds
at a
good.
dungeon, we would load up
Dungeon
Quake
design.
3.
That's what we want to hear, bro. Dungeon design.
Your first, right? That was
Yeah, it was the
challenge
first
for you,
ones.
but-
Yeah.
I mean,
Wait, hold on. What was this first?
I mean, they were your first, right? That was.
Yeah.
I mean, they were your first, right? That
Sorry,
was.
sorry. Let's go back more.
I mean, they were your.
Fuck, sorry, my bad.
Getting a screenshot of a dungeon. It
They were
doesn't
your
look
first.
good. Like screenshots of interior spaces, they never ever look good. You have to always have like a movie where you're panning your camera around it to get a sense of 3D space. Concept artists, that it's almost the reverse is true. When you're designing something, when you're drawing a picture, it's hard to draw interior art. The exterior of building, they were great for that. Brian Morrisroe did the Karazhan. Okay,
Karazhan.
I worked from his sketch. We we'd rebuilt Kargoz so many times that we wanted to get this. We spent
You guys
way
got
too
it
much
right,
time
by
on
the
the
way.
concept
I
sketch.
love Kargoz.
Yeah.
Is my favorite. Like,
Oh,
ever.
thank you.
I love
It-
it. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a lot of pain, a lot of a lot of blood was shed before
It's
that
perfect.
thing was
Literally
done. But Kargoz was like the exteriors were very easy to do, but once you get into a dungeon, like how would you do a concept sketch for even the main cavern? Well, how would you even do that? Like a cutaway view would be meaningful to a level design. Usually, what the artists did when they did concepts is they would sketch the objects in the area, like crates. Like they'd get like if it was a nautical theme for at the end of Dead Mines, they would do that. They would do a picture of it or not. But like doing a concept sketch.
Dude, I would love to hear
of,
how he made Dead Mines.
A hallway, unless that hallway's repeated throughout. Like the Hive never got a concept. It should have. The Hives and the Encourage are my worst dungeons easily. I'm not.
Encourage is his worst dungeons, boys. Encourage is his worst dungeons he ever
Crazy
made.
about that.
I like it.
I mean, they were your first, right? That was
It was the
challenge
first
for you.
one.
Encourage was his first dungeon? How was that even possible?
Yeah.
I mean, and they're big. Like it's like we talked about how a lot of those dungeons were very big. Like on Garage, the only raid, where you have to have a mount to go through because it's just a tunnel. It's just so long.
It was. Well, we had no concept of. Okay, so let's talk about a concept of to make it linear or non-linear. We had no idea which one works better. Had no concept of how many people are going to be in a raid.
Yo, what's your guys' favorite dungeon in the game?
People? Is it 50 people? How many monsters were those groups going to be fighting? If there's always this draw that we were always trying to do something like Diablo, where there would be like a lot of monsters, not just one big one that you're trying to figure out. We wanted to make it more action oriented.
Yo, come to think of it, actually, WoW guys, like it's the dungeons in WoW. It's not like Diablo. It's not like Dynasty Warriors. It's actually the mobs in WoW are like packs. They're like clusters. It's you know what I mean? It's not like there's a linear spread of monsters that you just chew through. That's kind of weird. Thinking now. Like think about like WC or something, right? Like it's like you pull like a group of druids and then there's a little bit of downtime, there's a little bit of space, and then there's another cluster, and then there's another cluster. Kargoz is because it's like Warcraft, like Warcraft 3. BRD, yeah, a lot of people say BRD. Yeah.
Cooler, like the monsters could work together. That never really. It just wasn't good for the MMO. I guess structure, architecture of an MMO.
Gotcha.
What it did is there was a front load of damage, or once you kill a couple, it would just be a trivial fight later, or you have mechanics there as they die. The ones that live are getting stronger and strong. The fight's significant at all, and that was just way too weird. So they never figured that out. So we didn't know what to do with the camera. I had no idea how high the camera was going to be. It's going to be bumping on the ceiling over Hobbit. It was crazy. Yeah. There was a number of times where we talked about just dump Encourage just started being over because it got lit wrong. The textures were very saturated, so colored lighting had no effect on anything. So it would disorienting. You didn't know which way. Like if you accidentally turned around, we wouldn't know because it was just such a busy looking area. Now this is all before we even had the mini map. We had no idea how the mini map was going to work. So for years we're navigating by what we see in front of us. That we didn't know. We didn't see
So for years they were designing dungeons and raids and caves and all types of stuff with not knowing anything about the classes, the gameplay, how many people were going to be going through the dungeon, no minimap, no camera. They were basically making a dungeon completely in the dark, like blindfolded. I don't know if that's good or bad, you know? Like that sounds kind of bad that they didn't know anything. I mean, in a way, it's kind of good because they would have true like artistic freedom. Like they wouldn't be constrained by any limitations, right? Like they didn't have to visualize these groups going through there. They truly just had, and that might be in a way why the world feels like the main character in vanilla, because it was designed kind of as the main character, not around a metagame or anything like that, you know? He said for years too, so he's just designing dungeons for years with no concept of how the game is gonna play. That's so weird.
The tunnel or the room that we were standing in, like what inspired me to write the WoW. Everything that I thought I knew about game development was so 100% wrong, and I was into it hardcore. I followed the plan updates of the first-person shooters, John Carmack and John Romero, and all the guys from. I followed Level Lord, just all these Eric Weissman, all these designers and first-person shooters that we wanted to know how to work, right? And when I got the Blizzard,
what's mind-blowing is World of Warcraft at one point was just a blank monitor, and now it's this.
All the way down to the philosophy and how, communicating with fans. They just did everything.
I mean, bro,
different.
just look at it.
And WoW was such a mess when I first got to
just look at it, dude. Like what he was saying about streaming, look at it, boys. Like it does hit different. The fact that you can just walk into any zone. There is no loading screen. There is no bottleneck. The only bottleneck, like you said, was Kalimdor and Eastern Kingdoms. Those are basically two completely separate entities with no tie. That's why you have to take the boat or whatever. But it's kind of genius, though. It's kind of genius, man. The way they connected them was with a boat. And that makes sense because it actually, like, lore-wise, logically makes sense that you have to go to a harbor. You have to go to a dock. You have to go to a harbor, a common thing. Like, if you're going to go on a long voyage, it makes sense. You have to go to the bottleneck. There's not many ports. There's not many ships. So they made the one thing that wasn't one seamless streaming world via that, right? It's kind of big brain.
I knew it was hard to make a game. I knew that. And I didn't quite realize, we didn't know how hard it was to make an MMO. We knew it was hard, but we had no idea it was going to be that hard. Most of the guys that went on to make MMOs after WoW just failed utterly, even though they were the leads of craft, because making an MMO is, you just cannot underestimate it. And I'm sure the guys doing WoW Classic, it's not going to be easy. It's really not going to be easy.
He's like laughing, dude. He's like feeling bad for them.
I tip my hat to them. They are absolutely... They're trying to take down a very big dragon.
How is it so hard? I don't understand. Why is he laughing at it? Like, it's so hard. What the heck? What do you mean? The game was already made. He's just talking about rebuilding, like, the architecture.
Yeah, we will definitely get into that. But I'd like to start a segment, if you will, in the interview, and I want to talk about perhaps the philosophy behind some of your design decisions. Before we jump into like specific examples, I want to talk. Well, I will tell the listeners. So John's done 90% of all the non-instance caves, crypts, mines, tunnels, all that kind of stuff. He has a large hand in developing on Garage, Black Fathom Deeps, all the Black Rock Mountain dungeons and raids, Karazhan, Booty Bay, Lochmodan, the Dan of Lochmodan, Lower Black Rock Spire, Molten Core.
The Lochmodan Dam is sick, though. That's a good portfolio piece. That's an iconic. That's iconic. WoW, like 7 wonders of the world type shit.
Golomance. It goes on. So, just to give you an example how much John has been involved in. So, let's just talk about how do you, you're an artist, how do you bring in the sense that you're trying to make the player feel in your art? So, like, as an example, like Razorfin Downs. When you get in there, and for a lot of players, it's the first time you really are come in contact with the Scourge. So, how do you kind of bring that dread of being in Razor Fin Downs to the player?
I've never thought about it that way. You know, like when you play Halo, you think about that one campaign mission of like when you first see the flood and you see Sergeant Gregory Johnson get like pulled into a room with his Marines and the flood just like plants in some Marine's chest and like, you know, it's like that shocking moment. I have never thought about it in those ways. The first time a player comes in contact with the Scourge is in RFD. Like, what? I guess, right? Like, I mean, there's that undead part of it, right? That I never thought about it that way, though. I wonder if that was the perception. The wetlands to Arathi Bridge is sick, too. Oh, yeah, the Thandol Span. I have a question. I used to only play retail, but then Hardcore Classic got me into Classic, and then I transferred to Dream Scythe after Hardcore, but I'm a big PvP guy. Do you think it would be worth it to re-level the characters I want to play on Night Slayer? To be honest with you, yes. Yeah. If you want a PvP and, like, that's your thing, it's worth it, bro. Like, the gear that you got or whatever is not super important. I would just boost the guy on Night Slayer.
Hey there.
Just boost the guy on Night Slayer. And then you can also have your Dream Scythe guys, too. Like, TBC is going to be pretty all-friendly.
See ya later.
That's a very Horde take on the Scourge. True. That is true. Yeah, it's a very Horde take on the Scourge.
So, it comes with the concept sketch. Well, not concept sketch. The concept from Metzen. The download of, we want this idea of being inside a big thorn bush. That was the concept. And I
Definitely feel that.
visited. Yeah, and much to the chagrin of the engine programmers, I was really intent on getting that across. The canopy of thorns is, I think, when we shipped WoW, the largest object in the game, because it's just basically a big prop that scales over the players' heads. And well, boy, where do I even... Every dungeon is different, okay? And every dungeon has its own challenges. Razorfen was a lot of technical challenges. Razorfen started with that concept of being in a bush, a big thorn bush. We did have some concepts. I believe Tom Jung did some awesome giant thorns with like scale, and it, you know, when that stuff sings to me, you know, it's like, oh, okay, I get it. Once I get it, one of my office mates, Aaron Keller, do loft objects in 3ds Max, which you can basically project along a spline a texture, and that's how we made the three-dimensional thorns. Okay, not the canopy, but the tree trunk looking stuff.
Yes,
and that's, we didn't actually have to. Usually, when textures are applied, you put down on as a plane, so it's almost like as raised.
You know what's sick as well, guys? That whole concept of Teldrassil is pretty awesome. Gigantic zone, but it's actually a tree. It was right at the top.
That's how the, and you get weird stretching, but with the loft objects, it did everything. And so there's like that allowed me to, you know, move forward with that. But I was inspired mostly by Civil War earthworks that I'd seen in Virginia. I'd never seen
earthworks.
World War II era, and the earthworks. When you see a wall of, basically, it's grass.
What's
okay,
an
it's
earthwork?
a wall of grass that is at an 80-degree angle, and it goes up for 20 feet. It's a weird thing, because when you think of grass, like, oh, I can climb that. It's grass, you know. And you know, I'm a kid. I'm gonna climb whatever and I couldn't get up that thing. And you know, they had the trenches, the old Civil War trench. I believe this was around the Yorktown, Virginia Beach area. So I saw this stuff, and it just always stuck me that you could do tiers of earthworks. And instead
what's
of
the
doing
lore reason you
tunnels
can't tame a Baron's
separating
giraffe?
rooms, the idea of
right?
having different plateaus.
That'd be a cool one to understand
That's
how they did
kinda
pets,
how
like who came up with the pet
I
system.
Approached.
Dude, you guys know pets used to be actually crazy though. Like in people don't know this. In vanilla WoW, guys, pets went through like multiple waves of normalization. So before like the early days pet system, pets had different resistances. So like there would be like a fire wolf that would have high fire resistance, they would have different pursuit speed, which is their speed like when you pull them or like after you tame them. There actually used to be some pets that like would be so fast they could catch you on an epic mount. So they just had like a lot more flavor. There were some pets that had unique, just one-off abilities to them, and some of the abilities didn't even do anything. Like there was that the famous one was the pink flamingo or plane strider in Mulgore. It used to have like an ability, Mazranachi, where it would just walk really slow. That's all it was. Like it's kind of stupid though, but like then it's got more and more normalized at the time.
Says like, okay, if you're in a big thorn bush, let's let the pigs dig around in the mud and give them some earthwork. So there's like a consistency with their style. And I come in from Dungeons and Dragons, where you're building a believable space.
D&D
that
hype?
to me is first and foremost. Is that it just adds to the immersion of the player. But like the gameplay, I can't really gameplay other than just stay out of the way. Don't put stairs in the middle of a combat area. So as far as you're trying to sell the area that there's a race of creatures that live differently. They live and breathe. You literally walk through in their footsteps. You're going, okay, so this looks like a main thoroughfare. Okay, so we don't want the sleeping line near here. We'll put them off in the area.
Dude, that fixed it. Someone messaged me the console FFX glow setting, and it fixed it, man. The game actually looks better now. Bro, why is that enabled by default? It makes like some zones almost unplayable. That's wild that that's enabled by default. The game looks normal again.
City plan.
I don't know, dude. It's hard to explain, Chonkers. It just makes the game look normal. Like, there's no like weird glow.
Papers on castle design.
It's this, yeah. I'll put it in the chat. Remove the
dot.
Regurgitated
paper for one, but I was really fascinated with while I was in
just type that in
at the time. So that was my wheelhouse. So as long as it looks logical and believable to me,
just put
I was
a forward
concerned,
slash
like, where's
before
the
it.
source of water? Where's their exits? Does it? Because even though it doesn't have any impact, it sells the space. Putting, you don't want to put the library right next to the dungeon. Things like that. One of my regular is I minimize hallways. I applied that.
You know what's kind of weird, guys? Like, you know how SM is split up into little mini dungeons? Do you guys like that? That's like the only dungeon that's like that in vanilla, right? Is there any other ones where it's wings? Like, what if SM was just one giant dungeon? Is it better the way it is right now? Oh yeah, Dire Maul. True. Mara kinda true, but not really. Actually, Mara no, because Mara is all connected. Like you can just walk to the other side of it. But I feel you. There's like different entrances, BRD kinda. Nah, BRD is all connected. BRD is all one thing. It's all connected. Wait, is Elber's is in the same? Can you get to Ubers from Elber's? No, right? It is separate as well. SM did it best. It's just a weird thing. I wonder why they did it that way. Why did they just make SM randomly have different wings to it?
Things like the Wailing Caverns and on Karash, where it's just all tunnels. That's just the way it goes. But rooms are always going to be more interesting looking. You can do a lot more. You can show a lot more sense of purpose with a room than a hallway. So just mostly selling the space, and then just as I'm working, you're constantly iterating. When there's two big rooms next to each other, does it make sense to punch a hole through them and let the players on both sides see? And then you're getting
Have you seen the guy that takes all the WoW dungeons and uses some 3D model program to see if they actually fit in the world? No, that sounds sick though, bro. If you have any good videos that you want me to react to, guys, stuff that's kind of like this, because I feel like we're on like this discovery arc of TBC. Let me invite you. This is my personal Discord. This is the best way to get like personal access to me if you want to message me or anything like that. This is my but like just throw it in like Baron's chat, and if the video looks good, I'll pull it up on stream. We can watch it. Stuff like this though, old school interviews, things where we learned about the game is my favorite. There's a project of making WoW 0.5.3 playable. Yeah, you're talking about the Friends and Family Alpha. Insane Reality, welcome by the way, first time in the chat, Insane. Yeah, welcome. We'll get to have you here, bro. I actually, dude, the Friends and Family Alpha is crazy. I did a hardcore run with Grays on the Alpha. I wish we played more of it, to be honest, man. It was really cool. We didn't really get too far in it. Like there was tons of changes. It was a really crazy experience. Like Torrens had planes running, Hunters had focus. They had that weird troll female model where it looks really weird. Yeah. The troll run animation. Yeah, the BT2 trolls. Yeah, exactly. It's called Do WoW Dungeons Really Fit in the Worlds? Yeah, throw it in the Discord, bro. I'll definitely react to it. Yeah, I just got it from Grace. Gotcha. Yeah, thank you everyone for watching today. I really appreciate it. Hopefully you're having a good time. It's a nice chill stream. We're basically just leveling TBC hardcore. This is my very first time playing TBC hardcore. I've played a ton of hardcore in my day, but this is my first time playing TBC, so we're seeing how it is, just kind of like observing the differences. Everybody's welcome to play as well. We're on the Dream Site server. There's an add-on. There's guilds. It's a good time. I'm playing it on the side from my PvP characters. But yeah, it's a good time. You liking this palette? It's not bad. Yeah, I mean it's playing kind of like vanilla for the most part right now. I will say though the 10-minute blessings are huge. It's 10-minute blessing instead of 5. That's a big nice quality of life thing. But it feels pretty similar in terms of pacing as vanilla so far. Damn, dude, we got 2 subs alright. Pursuit Junior with the Twitch Prime. Warhounds popping off again, giving one a boosty cuff. That's a high impact sub right there. Big boosty getting a sub is huge. Thank you, Warhounds, for hooking him up, brother. Appreciate it, War. Yeah, glad you guys are enjoying the stream. We're just like reacting, listening, chilling out, vibing. We'll be live for another 4 hours, guys. I got your back. If you're at work right now, you need to kill some time, or wherever you are. You know, you're at the dentist's office, you're at the DMV, you're at the doctor's office. I got you covered for another 4 hours or so. We'll be able to relax, hear the nice, relaxing sights and sounds of Vanilla WoW or TBC. But yeah, here we go. Let's keep going.
You know, you got this parallax of this faraway thing in another room, and so you get cool stuff. I did that a lot with Lower Blackrock Spire and Wayland Caverns. But yeah, and it's basically as you're working, you're working. We didn't get a lot of feedback on whether or not they would be good for play, unfortunately, till the tail end of the project. Then we learned, okay, these dungeons are too big, you know. So it's kind of like that.
Interesting. So did you build the spiral in Razorfin Downs, the one that you actually have to fight your way all the way up and kill the last boss?
Oh, yeah,
I
yeah.
love that.
That place is just that is like the centerpiece for me. That's the centerpiece of that place.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, thanks. It's a cool area. Yeah, I would have planned little.
Yeah, Razorfin Downs, yeah. Oh, Warhounds again, man. Gifting another one to Scott. Okay, here we go. We gotta. I'm actually gonna bubble here. We're gonna bubble, and we're gonna do this. We're gonna get one more heal. I think we can get it before it falls off. Yep. Okay, here we go. Big crit there, huge. Huge crit. Should be fine. Let's tap it. Use that as well. I think we're in there. We heal early just to be safe. And we should be good. We have lay on hands in our back pocket. And potion. Dude, Warhounds, thank you so much, man. You are carrying the stream today big time, supporting me in a big way, man. Much love to you, brother. Soakins with the tier 1. Sheesh, man. Appreciate you, Soakins. You've been rocking with me for a while, and Grace, too. And just the whole hardcore arc. You've been here for all of it, man. You've seen... I wanna believe you've seen every Kargoz and Grace arc like from the Pocky Chip challenge to when Grays did his like Moonkin role play, like he dressed up like a Moonkin, to dude, everything in between, man. I appreciate it, dog. Yeah. I can't wait to get Flash Reveal. Flash Reveal is so much better than Holy Light. But yeah, let's keep going with this.
You kind of compose, like if you have a ledge and you're looking over, it'd be nice to, like, if you're looking at something that's just, like if there's a big stump or rock that's blocking your, you kind of move the rock aside to give the player a look at the, you know, the overall effect of the room. So yeah, we plan for Grand Vistas many times.
Speaking of Grand Vistas, in Blackrock Depths, when you're in there, okay, you really feel like you're in the Dark Irons city. And
It's like an Iron Forge
yeah,
for Dark Iron
it's like
Forge.
subterranean, and your use of window space, and I think you've alluded to this in Count of the Classic, so you can like be in a room, and there's a certain room I'm thinking of, where you're fighting these Dark Iron dwarves, and they have like these like gunnery areas or whatever, and then you look out a window, and you can see the entire city and the lava beneath. Stuff like that is like, yeah. I don't want to pull the next mob, because I want to just sit there and look at it for a second. Like, can you kind of just elaborate how you? I know BRD is your favorite. The Blackrock Mountain Complex is your favorite, but like, how did you get into that whole like mindset of just creating that space?
BRD is his favorite dungeon he ever made. Makes sense, right? It actually is amazing. But it's very non-linear. Like, I hope he can talk about that at some point and explain how he made it, because it's just like a gigantic city.
Well, luckily I had a lot of. It's just a nice way to mix when you have Iron Forge had been built by that time, so I had a lot of art to start with. We would take the models and we would just reapply a Dark Iron Dwarf texture on them. A lot of the times, that's how we would achieve the cities. And when you're underground and you have lava, first of all, lava gives you the big cool lighting, the underneath lighting. It's always good to have a lighting source that's natural. Because then, like, Wailing Caverns, it's like, where's the light coming from? That was always a bugaboo of mine. And everybody else on the team says, John, just let it go. You're not going to have a campfire that's going to light a whole cavern.
Dude,
we don't
what
want
the
to have
heck?
a whole bunch of.
Yo, that just killed Wailing Caverns for me, guys. I'll see you later. I'm going to retail. That is true, though. What is lighting the Wailing Caverns? Why can you see in there? Is it those little tiny torches from the druids? Oh, God. My immersion, right? Same. I actually got turned on to HC because I saw your stream with the Diablo orbs and I tried to ask what that add-on was. Hell yeah, dude. That was all part of my plan. I wanted people to come to my stream and go like, what private server is this? What are you playing, dude? This is surely not World of Warcraft. This looks like something completely different. Alright, 1 second, sorry. Let me, I'm gonna keep playing this.
Fires in the whole Wailing Caverns. So, I learned to let that one go. Yeah, it was just, I think that was my first chance building architecture. I'd done Booty Bay before that, but as far as a dungeon, I'd done Wailing Caverns, Ankarash, probably some micros. I think I'd even done I think maybe I did Black Fathom Deeps after. But it was my first chance to really get into architecture and showing I'd also seen Iron Forge, so I was I had crib notes from Aaron Keller, who built Iron Forge, so I had the style, but it was just a nice mix. There's a lot of lore. Sometimes like Black Fathom Deeps, there really isn't very much lore. There's not a lot to go, and there's not a lot of archetypes or just memes that you really identify with Black Fathom Deeps as being like, Grecian temples underground, and there's roots. It's kind of inelegant, but like dwarves delving where they shouldn't have been dwelt. I mean, that's just such a, common trope.
Yeah, from like
the
Lord of the Rings universe.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to draw from.
They've dug too deep.
Dude, like honestly, having a level designer or whatever that has deep D&D roots though is bis. Like to know what all those themes are, to know what all the archetypes are. I think BFD is fine. Like BFD makes sense to me. It's very consistent. He's right. It's almost like an Atlantis type of vibe.
And it's just fertile. And frankly, the whole thing, Blackrock Depths, the lavas, the lava golems, then they have some iron golems. Just that gives me 3 workshops. Okay, as you're going in, I show the process of starting with these big roll on these things that I had taken from an art history book from artists speculating on how they moved these big blocks, which I think we know now that's not how they moved.
Are you doing OnlyFans DBC? Yeah, this is reps for OnlyFans.
Rolling block
I'm down.
on this.
If OnlyFans came out soon, it'd be actually amazing.
That just, there's just
I'm in a
lot
spot
of
where I actually
concepts
could
to
play a
work
lot of
with,
it.
and a lot of textures to work with too. And they were just such gorgeous textures. Encourage, I think, had like 13 or 15 or something, and that's a huge difference.
Encourage had 13 textures. Okay, my immersion's ruined, boys. Immersion in shambles. Encourage is made of 13 textures. I don't even think that's true, dog. Encourage is pretty cool, man. All the egg sacs and stuff, there's only 13.
Kind of worn up my welcome in asking for more textures for Encourage, but they just kind of stopped. Okay, yeah, we'll get to it yet, and they just didn't want to do it. It was just mostly an uninspiring dungeon.
You did an amazing job with what you had, though. I really believe. But I gotta say,
calling Encourage an uninspiring dungeon, that's wild though. Actually, I think it's pretty normal to like not like any of the bug stuff when you first. It's kind of gross, all of it, the hissing noises and Silithus and all that. But over time, you kind of come to appreciate that you need that kind of like when you're in a zone like Silithus. I want to believe that it's intended that you don't feel comfortable. Like it's not cozy. It's not every zone is supposed to be cozy, right? You have to have the zone that feels like you are in an uncomfortable place. Like that's how the Plaguelands feels too, right? Like it's not to say that the Plaguelands is a bad zone. It's a great zone. I think the Plaguelands just achieves that feel of like you're not trying to get poisoned, diseased, slowed. It's this kind of like gross, sickly, like you don't feel good there. You're just trying to get in and get out. Like everything feels bad, type of vibe. But I don't know, dude. Over time, I've like AQ has a very like consistent color palette. Like the purples, the pinks, the cyans, the light greens, the beige. The armor is all kind of like alien Power Rangery.
My favorite dungeon, in pretty much all of WoW, I love Blackrock Depths because it's a city, right? You go into this dungeon, right? And I gotta say, one of the most epic moments for me is when you go over the bridge to Lord Insidious.
I think he's talking about what AQ could have been, and it's not what it is for him. Yeah. You know how some people, though, who are artists, they're really hard on certain works, like they don't like it, but people love the thing. Like, that's a common thing that happens. People love one thing that they did, but the artist doesn't really like it.
He was the lava.
Oh yeah, that was gonna be the final boss room. You realize?
Really?
That was the original boss room. I
Rendell
wanted
dropping
that
6.
to be the original boss
I
room.
made it last time I hearthed.
Over molten core.
I'm gonna make it again.
Right.
Exactly.
Okay. And the
I'm gonna
game
make it right now.
designer said, "Well,
Please.
we discovered that
Please.
You could just drop down and hit the end boss really fast." And that was kind of
if you rip the hearth right
that
away,
was a non-linear dungeon,
you get it, voice.
Which was also, I was so proud of, kind of worked.
If
that
you
there's
rip
just
the
a lot of
hearth
ways.
right
It's
away,
almost like
dude,
a
like
playground, you know?
insta.
You just
You
go
get
which
it.
way you want to go.
A little
And it
Rendy.
just felt more natural and less like,
X-Roads HS
you know,
is
a
so
straight
messy. It really is,
hallway
man. That
with a
feels
big
so
round
good right now.
room.
I want to play for another hour now.
It's not as inspiring to me. You don't feel
World
like
Buff
you're
Fight?
sneaking
World
into a
Buff Fight?
living, breathing city, you know, as much. So, they said it's not long enough. So they tell me this at the very end, and then I built 3 uninspiring rooms. I usually don't like 2 mirror rooms, so that it's identical in one way, or even though it's easier to build that way, it's I don't know. It's just a very cheap way to build. I built 3 ceremonial type of rooms processions to the throne room, and it doesn't even make sense that they're connected to this.
Bro, he had the most fun job ever, though. Imagine you got paid to make vanilla WoW dungeons. Imagine that's your job. You're getting paid high 6 figures to just create dungeons, architecture, like tell stories, like make just... Oh man, that must have been so much fun. Back in the day, you died with 6 figures.
Cavern, which is kind of annoying. It's the only, but it was tacked on. It was literally tacked on. And then when I built the Lyceum, which was all these, there's just a field of pillars. I just had no concept. I was just literally out of concepts. The game designers loved it. They loved it, loved it, loved it. Don't touch it, don't touch it. It's perfect. And it was like
such
the
a
room
vast
that I had
area.
Well, you talking about?
I was.
The one where you have to get the torch.
Yeah, it's.
Well, yeah. That I wanted to ask you: were you inspired by Lord of the Rings at all for that one? You know.
No.
That's so wild to me, dude. The Lyceum was not inspired by Lord of the Rings. We talked about this the other day. Like that's the guy who made it, right? It's such a weird thing to pierce the veil. Like he didn't like the Lyceum. Like he's like, I was out of concepts. I was cooked. Like that's all I had left. Just spam dwarves, spam pillars. The Lyceum is like really dope in BRD. Like it actually makes you feel like you're running through the mines of Moria, and it's really scary feeling at first until you realize how weak the mobs are. You know, you're pulling these huge groups of dwarves that respawn really fast. Just because it wasn't directly inspired doesn't mean Moria wasn't in the back of his mind. Yeah, that's just crazy, man.
I had no idea what to do. Like literally, there was no concept. I'd built upper Black Rock Spire, lower Black Rock Spire, Black Rock Mountain. I'd also done at that point Blackwing's Lair, at least half of it. Those rooms aren't that interesting either.
Blackwing Lair, not that interesting.
Black Rock Depths. I was out of ideas with this texture set. When you're working on the same texture set for like a year and a half, to just tack something on, I wanted to work on the next thing. So I just built these things real fast, and the game designers loved it. So you never can.
We
tell.
love it too.
Yeah,
Wow.
BRD is an amazing. So there's one more place. I keep talking about BRD. There's a part where you're on like these multiple platforms. It's before you fight that like serpent guy, and there's like these platforms that you can look down and you can fall off, I believe. And you look down, and it's like there's the city underneath of it, and that part is like awesome as well.
Oh yeah, Well, what I did is I just that stuff is so easy to do. Like you just stick a whole bunch of buildings into a flat plane of rock, and then you curve it around, and then you do the same thing again, and you curve it around the other way, and then you have this city, this ring. Yeah, it gives you such a like, wow, this is a city. You know, I wanted to convey that this is a huge city that you're in, that you're just in this little part. So I wanted to very efficiently the scale of this thing, you know, at least try to get up to Ironforge.
I think you surpassed it. I think it looks larger than Ironforge.
Sorry, add.
I think it feels larger because you can't mount in there. You know, you don't have a mount. It's a circular, structure to it. But in BRD, when you're there, you got to fight through the mobs. You get to the arena, and then you get to the bar, which is one of my favorite spots with everyone's drinking.
Oh yeah.
I get like the chills even when I love it so much.
And that it's funny that you mentioned the bar. Pat Nagel, one of the quest designers, spent a lot of time there. He had a lot of fun with that.
Nat Pagel was a quest designer. The fishing guy. The fishing guy named a mob after himself. What?
Space. Yeah, like he sees.
Like you literally just take your legal name and you just put your full legal name in the game. It's kind of shameless, yo.
Completely different. He did the same thing with the rookery in Upper Blackrock Spire. He just put a whole bunch of eggs. No one had the idea of tons and tons and tons of ads as a mechanic. A whole bunch of eggs where the Leroy Jenkins. Happened.
Leroy.
Yep.
So if we can jump to, I need Black Fathom doesn't
A lot of
have
devs
the
did
lore
that, though.
behind it, but however, I have to ask a question. Were you responsible for making that little jump part in the beginning where you can fall into the water? So there's like these raised platforms, and you like swim across the water, and then you have to jump across the platforms to get to the next part. Did you build that?
Yeah. I thought, well, there's a way you could. Well, I wanted like a mini game for people that.
Yeah.
To see if they could do. We did it once in Wailing Caverns where there's a.
They did, yeah, that little jump, the tips out jump.
Have bad internet
I remember that shit.
It's a lot less fun for them to do that. So we didn't do a lot of jumping games. We did it in Lower Blackrock Spire. Where as soon as you turn left from the. Or turn right from the instance, you can drop down and just.
Oh, that was designed? They did that on purpose, dude? The Elber's jump skips they designed on purpose, guys. I mean, I guess they had to have been thinking it. I thought the players were just big brain figuring it out, right? They actually did that on purpose.
It was added. People were getting onto the balcony instead of running up to the entrance of Upper Blackrock Spire. Jeff Kaplan, he was actually he made the request to move the rocks closer so that Torrens could make the jump because they had a higher collision box, larger collision box than anyone else, and they had a harder time making the jump. So little things like that, and I never planned for people that's the way. But by the time I was in Upper Blackrock Spire, I was like, "Yeah, this is the way." I don't want to run past those stupid mobs, with the slow poison on them.
Oh, horrible! Yeah.
So
but that little jump. That little jump in Black Fathom, even with good internet, Melderon can't make it into the race, so he messes it up every time.
That's another thing I'll think of you every time. Every time I fall in that water, I'm like, damn you, John. But, so let's go into... So you did Warsong Gulch as well.
Warsong Gulch, man. This is going to be interesting. How did he design the battlegrounds? Let's go. Warsong Gulch.
Where you have a Horde to Alliance, and the actual tiles in the map transition, and it's a beautiful, transition between like this Horde deforestation into this beautiful wilderness that the Night Elves are trying to keep, and then the actual buildings, the bases, if you will. Can you maybe elaborate how you built that?
I wonder if he's going to elaborate on the jump skips. There's no way he intended people to like do all these crazy jumps, right?
That's coming out on Wowhead on how Warsong Gulch happened, but we'll throw some spoilers out there. That was actually the exterior was made by one of the artists, Matt Melizia. I think he's the project director on Crosskeep Studios Rend right now. Matt is a dinosaur when it comes to arts. He checks and just. Oh my gosh! Technically, he made so many props for the team. He's a very enthusiastic person. I saw him building just a small PvP area I just saw him because he and I were the only ones working late at night, and we would just say hi.
Just working late at night, another late night at the office, making Warsong Gulch.
And he was working on a bunch of props for Moradon, which needed a lot of props.
Late night at the office. I'm just working on a Warsong. My buddy's working on Moradon. You know, just another day.
So there was not a lot of. It was one of the texture guys actually built it, so it was his first dungeon, and it needed a lot of help. It needed a lot of help with props and stuff. So that I'd go over there and just see what new cool toys he would be working on, and he'd be happy. Sure. But he was working on a PvP zone, and that is neat. Do you need help with WMOs? And the world map objects were that's a dungeon, basically dungeon geometry architecture. And he said, sure. And I had, before coming to Blizzard, I had 4.5 years of experience with capture the flag maps. And so I just translated one of my Quake 2 maps,
4.5 years of experience with capture the flag.
And I translated it to WoW as bases for a capture the flag level. And we were just jamming away. We were completely like working on.
I mean,
no one knew what we were either.
It's okay.
Goofing around.
We're so sensitized. Like, it's so obvious to us. There's capture the flag in WoW. But if you think about it, when he was building this, it might have been just a completely like far-fetched alien concept. Like, could we do some sort of capture the flag in WoW? Like, this was the first ever and the only, right? There's no other capture the flag in WoW ever. They have like capture the base, king of the hill type stuff, but he was taking like a non-endemic like style of gameplay or like mini game type of style and seeing if he could work it into the system that they had, right? So it's interesting to think about.
Yeah, and so I can't speak to the exterior stuff. I mean, he's he just picked up the WoW tools and learned how to use them and made the area himself.
Halo? Yeah, true. Halo had it, yeah, for sure. Like Halo 1. CTF was huge in shooter scene, and he said he was a big shooter player, right, Gojo? So he probably was working on some shooter games and had capture the flag. What up, Native Chief? Juicy Chonkers. If I was going to run a Horde Shaman, would Tauren possibly better than Orc? I kind of thought it was the same, man. I actually think Tauren's pretty good for Orc. Like, I like War Stomp, and I think there's some cool interactions. You can War Stomp Chain Lightning, War Stomp, like, heal. You know, I mean, there is instant Ghost Wolf. Like, I don't know if you're doing PvE or PvP, but if you asked most, like, you know, rank 1 type players for PvP, like, what's better, Tauren or Orc, they pretty much think Orc is better. I thought it was kind of the same. Like, you could just choose either one, and I think you will be fine. You're not going to get memed on for being Tauren Shaman. They look really cool, too. So I think you're good either way, man. But, like, technically, I think Orc is just min-max, like, for everything. PvP, PvE.
But the two buildings, they had to have the exact same footprint. So that was a pain in the ass because orcs build very differently square building that the orcs have, which was just hard. It was kind of outside the, it was Night Elves. They have the long, thin buildings. It was a square peg situation. So I'm the buildings as artistically, but I was just trying to use the same footprint, same geometry for two different art styles, and because we didn't know how symmetrical the maps would have to be, so we guessed, let's just play it safe. We're going to try to sell it to the game designers. Let's eliminate that problem. So that's all to do. But
cool. Interesting, yeah. So, sorry, another place. So there's two places that I'd like to talk about that are not dungeony, and one of them is Booty Bay and the Lac Modan Dam.
Okay. So
Booty Bay, and Def Camp agrees with me, is like, you don't want to leave Booty Bay. It's like one of those places where you're there, and it's like, man, I want to fish. I want to look at that Rio de Janeiro statue of the goblin. Like all these really amazing. How did you? So this multi-tiered kind of almost like a beachy kind of boardwalky kind of environment. So what'd you say, Def Camp? Sorry.
I said you really get a sense of like R&R when you're there, like rest and relax. Like
Yeah.
you're out in the Stranglethorn.
Yo,
you're
this
getting
is
ganked,
hot
you know what
fire.
I mean?
Talking about Booty Bay. I think Booty Bay, one of the most unique, cool looking places in this game, right? The kind of erratic nature, like the erratic layout of it, it's almost like that movie Waterworld. I get this kind of like messy, chaotic, sort of like bartering, goblin, neutral, like it's this kind of like there's just like a wild, almost like pirate energy, like black market, illegal trading. Almost think like Muppet Treasure Island type shit, you know? Like I think Booty Bay is actually one of the most inspired looking places in this game. You know, especially like Booty Bay at night or something. Like the name is Biss too. Yeah. Anyway, let's see what he has to say on it.
All this stuff's happened in space, you know.
Well, you're also running the gauntlet to open up that flight path. You know, the road on down the thorn where like you're seeing mobs that are like 6 or 7 levels higher than you, and there's a big red monkey on the middle of the road, and you're like, well, what do I do now? If I go in the jungle, I'm scared, you know. And you know, so you're kind of like just learning how to. Wow, I've never seen a mob that's red before. This is like pretty. I'm pretty close to these things, and the foliage also made it the most claustrophobic zone. It's my favorite zone. I love just for the fact that the foliage limits. It just there's that uncertainty whether or not there's a basilisk on the other side of that bush. You know, you just don't know. And once you get there, you're just like, I don't ever want to leave. I don't ever want to go back there. You know, and you can. Maybe, yeah. I have fond memories of these areas too. I mean, I played. I was probably at one point the highest level raider in WoW. Probably when we were doing
the highest level raider in WoW. What does that even mean?
Oh, jeez, Deathwing Slayer.
Definitely. Okay, just like Kata.
Had gone, so
you played
that was
Kata?
I enjoyed doing that because then I could give feedback. Their devs could, you know, give. And no one could argue with me. So no, but like Booty Bay was a special place because it was the first zone that
for sure, bro, man.
it was technically
Fishing in Booty Bay is a vibe.
We were doing something that no one had really ever done before, which is just let our hair down. Let's try to make like a from the Robin Williams Popeye movie. There's Sweet Haven. There's a city called Sweet Haven. It's just
I'll see you later, Gojo. Thanks for stopping in, man. Just leave the stream up if you can, bro. We're still here. We'll be live for a little while.
Inspirations.
Peace out.
Monkey Island, straight up. Everyone on the team loved the game Monkey Island. I'd never confessed to them that I'd never played it because it was like an older PC and I was Mac, so no old PC games for me. Oh yeah, Monkey Island. Oh yeah, I got you. I can do this.
Monkey Island hype.
You know, I didn't know. But I mean, how?
Bro, Lego Island. That's if you know, you know. That's a game that actually had an impact on me, dude. Delivering pizzas on Lego Island. That was one of my first PC games, too, man. Driving your skateboard around.
By something called Monkey Island, you know.
Monkeys on an island. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, you know. So with the whole Pirates of the Caribbean flair, we got some really strong concept art. Carlo Aureliano did the shark hanging down from the that was his model. I think that was his first 3D model that he put into a game, and they gave the idea. Tom Young came up with the idea of like a ship being hoisted up in the air and using that as the front of the end.
Genius.
Oh wow!
Just cool stuff like that. That I had. They knew I was from first-person shooters, so they said, "Oh yeah, I can see how John is finally able to do like a full."
Dude, I hope I live to see the day where we have technology and we are able to like remaster, like reimagine the original vanilla world. And whoa, look at this. You get called out. Oh man. Drama. You get called out. Hardcore TBC event received from Torai HC. Took items from non-guild mail. What the fuck? Wall oh. Okay, that was the last one from them. I just asked. That's crazy. It's like a death alert, but when somebody doesn't do solo self-found. But yeah, I hope to live to see the day when you can kind of like in 4K ultra or 12K octane render see like maybe even first person view, like reimagining a vanilla WoW. But I want it to be the same layout though. Like I want to be able to like everything to be perfectly accurate to how it was, but seeing it like kind of come to life, you know, in a new engine, like just being able to walk through Booty Bay 12K octane render VR maybe.
Like his quick maps and stuff, you know, like, oh, he's really able to, you know, get off of the 2D plane that you're in most of the game and put level on top of level.
Do you prefer new UI or vanilla UI?
Just,
I don't really feel any particular way about it. They're both alright.
But it was just born on the necessity of we're inside this big bowl. It can't be horizontal. Right. I was also building the transport ship at the time, like I did the Zeppelin and the sailing ship. And the first sailing ship was like almost bigger than the footprint of Booty Bay. Scale, but you just scale it down. It's super simple to scale some of that down sometimes. And
well,
I was just
the ship that connects the continents. It could have been bigger, right? It could have been sick, actually. Imagine if it was 10 times the size. Dude, imagine the ship was kind of like a zone, and there was stuff to do on it. Oh man, dude, that's actually awesome. But at the same time, maybe that's the whole point, that you need to go through a loading screen so that you can't be playing your character, you know? That you just have to do nothing for a little bit. But that, imagine it's a huge ship, guys, like a whole zone. He said that the original layout of the ship, of the transport ship, was bigger than Booty Bay. That'd be cool. Imagine you looked forward to going on the ship. Maybe they had like vendors with like unique items, and it's like a cruise ship, and you go down to the bottom deck, the middle deck, the top deck, and you're there for, maybe they increase the transit time a little bit too. I don't know. Interesting. Would be insane, yeah.
Pushing in a smaller footprint, just pushing it up against that earthen wall that it's up against. And the whole reason why it's in a bowl is to hide all of the art and assets for outers in Stranglethorn. We didn't want a frame rate problem.
Special of the day food buffs.
Monsters near Booty Bay. So our walls hide geometry as far as the rendering. Like if you're on one side of the hill, your machine doesn't draw the objects on the other side of the hill. Okay, so there's occlusion on the terrain.
I ultimately, like, I think this is the thing for me, guys. Why do I put on a pedestal the things that, like, well, why is it different that if they come up with the change now, that they just make up right now? Why is it different than if it was a change or something that they wanted to do back in the day? It feels more fake to me now. Like, Blizzard could have a really good idea, but I would feel like it's like a fun server. Versus like if it was actually intended to be put in the original game, it hits different, you know? It's I don't know if it's flawed logic or flawed thinking or some sort of like logical fallacy, but it hits different. Like it would feel fake to me if they put in things that they came up with today versus these were part of the original design notes. If we had more time, like you hear it from the source, this was supposed to be in the game, but we couldn't put it in, or it got cut. Because that's kind of what I want from Classic Plus. Where it felt like the original artists, that's what they wanted. Instead of hijacking the original artist's art, you know? Something like that.
Faster frame rate. So that's what is weak time. It was very early in on the project. So seeing that,
so much was supposed to be in 160.
Oh, wow,
yeah, exactly. Black Temple.
Downs.
Really?
That's
Black Temple was supposed to be part of it?
We can do, you know.
That's crazy.
Final,
I know Hyjal.
We can do Black Rock Mountain. You know, we had an idea of how many polys we could work with, and that is huge because at the time, you didn't know how much optimization. We didn't want to be too conservative and miss the cool geometry, but it was just too early to tell.
So it sounds like there was a lot of learning process going on while, you know, during the development and even after the launch. You know, you saw things like oh, these dungeons, maybe they're a little bit too long. Maybe we can...
Yeah, that is true. That's part of it, Drooper. I do think it is part of it, but it just feels like it's more real. It doesn't feel... It's the same thing with Turtle WoW, why it's hard for me to get into that too. Like, I have no doubt that Turtle WoW is a pretty fun server and what they made is pretty cool. But my mind couldn't suspend reality and feel like it's a real. I would feel like it was some people that made this recently. You know, it's Shannon Croge. My mind wouldn't be able to like take it seriously, or something about if it was part of the original design notes. They had it built out. They just cut it. It would feel like real Classic Plus.
Into doing shorter dungeons, and I have a question. Why, you know, we had, of course, in vanilla we had
this is who Pirate Software thinks he is,
but you really didn't see too many non-instance dungeons after vanilla. You know what the reason for that was, or?
That's so funny.
Well, it was
Pirate Software thinks he's John Stoss.
Exhausted ourselves. First of all,
did they ever say what the entrance was through the cave was all the way in southern Winter Spring? Not yet. I don't think so.
Hiring level designers, we had even a harder time hiring level.
It's the first second gen Blizzard.
It's even rarer than a 3D level designer. So their time was always the most precious, and a micro dungeon, which is what we call anything that was non-instance, we just call the micro dungeon. And so to do a micro, we don't get a lot of bang for the buck. You know, you get somebody doing a quest, you go in and out, and you know, then it's kind of done. But I'd done like 15 mountain caves, so they could just take one of my mountain caves and, you know, worst case scenario, just wrap a different texture around it, or lighter, make a lighter texture, or darker, or change the color, and you have a new texture set. But if you're actually doing a completely new micro dungeon, then yeah, it takes a lot of resources. And frankly, I hate to say this, but you sometimes run out when you're just going into an interior. There's only so many human memes. Like, we'd done classical Greek for the Night Elf. We'd done, you know, the Egyptians had their feel. The Titan is, you know, the Roman.
The Egyptians had their feel? What do you mean the Egyptians? He's talking about Silithus? I don't really get any... Oh, okay, I see it, actually. Yeah, obelisks, Anubisath. Okay. Yeah, it is kind of like Egyptian, huh? Silithus. Yeah, makes sense.
Babylonians did, you know, or just the Akkadians, you know, no, you know, as soon as you go, you just don't know. So and you want to start with something that's like that. It's very, very hard to invent a new type of architecture.
Yeah.
That's a good point. So, riffing off of Def Camp's question, do you have, so when we say non-instant dungeon, a lot of us in the community have maybe a different perception of what you would call micro dungeons. So did you have any, in addition to the cave systems and all that stuff, did you have anything that was any hand in developing things like Powerwood Village in Silver Pine Forest, Jintha Lore in the Hinterlands, or a Gammon Mills in Tearsfall? These kind of like micro dungeons that require groups to complete.
Do you mean like the crypts?
Yeah, like a Gammon Mills is a crypt system. Yes.
Agamemnon Mills?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I did all the crypts too.
Awesome. Okay.
I love the
Yeah,
crypts.
pretty
Love
much.
them.
Yeah, all the micro dungeons. Well, not all of them. Like 90% of them. And frankly, I stepped on the shoulders of other people too. Like when Dana Jan would build the gold mine, I'd say, okay, looks good to me. I can take the ball and run with it from here. And I just, the Mulgore gold mine, the Blasted Lands gold
The
mine.
Mulgore gold mine is like massive, right?
You just run with it, I think I did the
That's for sure an opportunity for Classic Plus. You could do something in that.
Daring Gorge, the Dark Mines. Anyway, but the crypts and stuff, I did all the crypts. In fact, that's where the Skullmans came from. It was started out as just a crypt.
Oh yeah, I can see that, definitely. So there's a lot of, I made a video recently about unfinished areas of Classic WoW, and it's funny that we're talking to someone who's actually developing. So
yeah,
and I'm using the term unfinished, of course, loosely. I'm sure there's a lot of things you guys wanted to put in.
The band. Yeah.
So like, so one of them is like,
I feel like the main problem with Classic and WoW in general is the lack of replayability. We need some kind of sandbox implementation so each server and season will be unique. I mean, there's insane replayability though. Like we're replaying it for like the 4 millionth time, right? But I do agree that it would be the best bang for your buck in terms of adding stuff would be stuff that the players can recombobulate in different ways to create more timeless emergent gameplay and content. Like allow the players to play in the sandbox and be creative as opposed to giving them just like a one-off experience.
or Dark Whisper Gorge, which is in Winter Spring, Grim Batol, which is the Wildhammer base for the Wildhammer dwarves. Were these places supposed to be raids or like questing areas? Do you remember?
Now, you know what's funny? The reason, the question, the areas that I'm most familiar with are all the abandoned micro dungeons around Karazhan. That's one everybody asks for. But honestly, what limits the amount of things that were added to WoW wasn't. I was at a point where I was creating content faster. I was creating more content than what players needed.
Wow.
And what I mean by that is that there are only so many item slots on the paper devil on the character. Okay, you've got the head, the legs, the chest, and once every couple levels, a player will switch because it's a meaningful change. You know, we learned that makes sense as you're leveling up because you're not going to stick around unless you're really getting all the armor from that area. You're gonna move past it, and it also is like you're forced to the mobs now. You know, you can change them, but the thing about the abandoned areas is that we just didn't need those areas. We have entire zones where like Deadwind was going to get a lot more attention, but
and Ashara, I'm guessing as well.
Sure, Ashara. Where's Onyxia's cave? I forget.
Dustwall of Marsh.
Yeah, that. There's a lot of zones that just really no need for that much.
Oh my gosh!
And that was
also
when leveling faster.
Oh.
Well, that made a lot of content obsolete, and people would just play again. But people also have a tendency to follow the path of the least resistance. So they'd end up playing the same content over and over sometimes and really have to go out of their way to actually see something different. But yeah, when we learned how fast we thought our game was going to actually take a lot longer to reach high level because it was just revolutionary.
They thought their game was going to take longer to get high level, so they thought, like, I mean, it already takes a long time. They thought it was going to take longer than Back in the day, too, people probably took months to get to 60, right? They thought it was going to take like a year to get to level 60 or something.
Well, we had the rest system was a new thing, and a lot of people are freaked out when they heard about it. But I think that's what made WoW just accessible to a lot of people, and a lot of success comes from that. And you know, we learned that late when we had built so many other areas. So whether or not Grim Patrol was a raid, it would come from the designers saying, no, we don't need any. We can't give any more items. Like at best, they could only items. Okay, items that have no value because they got those items at that level from Upper Blackrock Spire or the Molten Core or something like that. We had the idea of it's with fire gear from Molten Core, and that was abandoned because it just the items didn't feel. And I think we kind of had a lot of inflation when we made that.
Yo, Kargoz, you say that Blizzard made boosting against TOS? Link? Is that new?
Right. You mentioned the fact that players were leveling, in WoW a lot faster.
Classic is more of a sandbox than any expansion, but Classic Plus could use new content for players to spend time figuring it out. Yeah, man. I mean, that really excites me. If they could do a Classic Plus where one of their core design philosophy is doing what Kevin Jordan said, like making the main content us and letting us create our own systems and more emergent gameplay, and just giving us the tools to be creative in the sandbox, because there's not that much tools in vanilla WoW, right? I mean, you can wrap presents, you can write letters, but like creating objects, like item creation, custom item creation, dude, think about the endless possibilities of that, where you can craft, almost design maybe even a food or something. Imagine they had that. You could like take a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and design your own recipe that would give you like a unique buff or something like that. It wouldn't be like a crazy buff, but just some way to let players' creativity flow, and then allow us to create our own things, tournaments, events, whatever, right? In a classic environment. That would be sick. Professional trophy-winning land competition, folks that migrated from vanilla COD over to WoW. We're talking about 10 months in the beginning to get to level 60. Talking about 10 months. Classic Plus should just have level 25 and 40 raids, kind of like SOD. Yeah. That's crazy, man. Leveling was the whole point. When I played as a kid in OG Vanilla, I got to level 18 as a warrior without knowing about class trainer. That's hilarious. That is hilarious, man. That is hilarious. I know some people told me that they played for long stretches of time without knowing what Hearthstone was. That's pretty funny too, right? Like, imagine playing vanilla WoW for like 3 months and you never use your Hearthstone. I mean, it really did feel like a humongous, wild, like it was almost scary World of Warcraft. Like, you didn't really know what to do. I told this story many times over, dozens of times over, but the very first time I played WoW, I had an undead guy. He was like my first helper. Like, I'm a Tauren walking around Mulgore. I'm at like Bloodhoof Village and I just don't really know what to do. I'm just killing random shit. And this guy, he guides me out of Mulgore. Like, we run out together and I'm following him, right? He's probably like this many paces in front of me. I'm on this Tauren and I'm just following him. And already, like, him being an undead was really weird to me. Like, that was my first interaction with another race in this game. That might bring back some memories for you guys, right? Like, that was, I'm like, what is this guy? Like, he looks weird. He's like scrawny, scrappy, and like, there was so much mystery behind it, right? And I just remember he guided me to the crossroads, and it makes you wonder, like, how much was premeditated in this game. Like, if Blizzard put some creatures in that are high level and low level zones on purpose to kind of like make you really shocked right? Like the first time you guys probably ever saw like a skull mob, it might have had an impact on you. That's how it was for me. Like, cause you leave Mulgore, and then some of the first mobs you see actually are like level 20 something. It jumps up in level. Like you get a little bit of a whiff of super high level mobs. I bet you they did that on purpose. Come to think about it, they definitely did that on purpose. You leave Mulgore, and you have to pass through a temporary high level zone and follow the road and kind of get scared by the creatures. You know what I mean? And then you're like, oh, like you pass by them all, and then it's like you're back to like kind of safety in the crossroads. Zericottle moment. Dude, what the fuck are these AI ads, man? Every ad is AI garbage. I don't even know, dude. What is it, like a new thing, John? Those gates leaving Mulgore left an lasting impression. What if they made the zones bigger than they are now? Like same zones, but 4 to 5 times bigger? Yeah. Could be cool. Expand on the world, yeah. Yeah. Okay, this is it. We're gonna look at this right now. Let's see. All right, guys. In-game advertising. Uh-oh. Guys, wake up. Wake up. New blue post? Oh, it's 5 days ago. But still, that's kind of new. 5 days ago. 5 days ago. What is this? Let's see what this is, guys. Hold up. This is scary. This is actually scary. This is actually really scary, actually. Hold on. Should be fine because we have War Chief Blessing. War Chief Blessing solves all of our problems. Okay, we're fine. Just heal for a second. I kick him on the next cast. Having a kick his Blood Elf with the Arcane Torrent is kind of nice, man, in hardcore. Okay, we're going to kick this Flame Strike. Alright, where should we go? Let me read this. Alright, 5 days ago. In-game advertising. Can I sell Mythic Plus boosting services? That doesn't apply to us. A player is selling a mount code in general chat. That doesn't apply to us. There is a player spamming a gold selling website in trade chat. Oh, no, this is common problems. Never mind, this is not it, though. Here we go. All versions of World of Warcraft selling in-game items and services such as carries or boosting for real money is not allowed. Wait. Organizations who offer boosting, matchmaking, escrow, or other non-traditional services, including those offered for gold, are prohibited. Especially those operated across multiple realms. Modern WoW, World of Warcraft, and Mists of Pandaria Classic. Individuals and guilds are allowed to offer boosting. Individuals and guilds are allowed to offer boosting services and GDKP runs for gold. Isn't that contradictory to what they just said? Wait, individuals and guilds are allowed to sell items, crafted items, profession services, etc. for gold, but can only advertise these trades in-game through the trade chat channel. Individuals and guilds are allowed to offer boosting services and GDKP runs for gold, as well as request gold tips for assistance in raiding, completing dungeons, or PvP activities. Any and all advertisement must occur in the trade services chat channel. World of Warcraft Classic Anniversary Realms, Hardcore, and Season of Discovery. Selling raid loot for gold, GDKP, and boosting are not allowed in US and EU realms. Holy shit. Boosting are not allowed. Wait, for real? For real? Wait, is that even like... Is that even possible? Guys, is that even possible? Like, are they even able to stop boosting? I don't think it's even possible, dude. You really think they're gonna be able to stop boosting? Bruh. You really think they're gonna be able to stop boosting? Bruh, people actually want boosting. I'm not even kidding. Like, people are literally just gonna ignore that. I'm not even kidding. I mean, they might get banned. We'll see. We'll see how hard they come down on it. But like, that's not even something you can stop. You think they can actually stop boosting? Yeah, it honestly, man, you might think it's weird coming from me because I'm like a leveling Andy to a lot of you guys. It makes no sense to even stop it anymore, dude. Like, you literally had a year plus of just giga boosting commercialization, and then now you stop it? Bro, what's the point? You literally already sold 58 boosts. You sold 58 boosts. You literally made people okay with boosting. And now you ban boosting? Makes no sense. Wait, hold on, I need feedback, guys. I need feedback. They want people to buy their boost. The thing is, though, that kind of boosting I think is dead, though. Like, you can't do low-level boosting, man. Like gray mobs, I think the experience gain falls off like a lot. Like you can't do like a stockades boost. Even if you tried, you can't even do a stockades boost. So you get like 1 XP per mob. That's crazy, though. So there's no more boosting. So you're telling me, guys, that TBC is gonna launch and there's no slave pens boost, there's no prop pally boost. I mean, it will be happening, but it won't be publicly advertised. It'll be low key. That's what you're telling me. Interesting. 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 Is it boosting for gold? It's just boosting. Boosting is not allowed. They're just straight up saying boosting is not. I don't even know if you can sell arena carries anymore. Like even just up the shoulders or weapons. Even that might not be allowed too. I don't even know. I mean, it's just for gold, right? Like it should be fine, but are they banning that too? What are you talking about? EU is filled with boosting mages? I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Maybe people are just gonna ignore it. But yeah, boosting is not allowed. It just says it's like super clear. Let me pull it up again. Look at this. World of Warcraft Classic Anniversary Realms, Hardcore and Season of Discovery. This is like a specific piece of text on here. Selling raid loot for gold, GDKP, and boosting are not allowed in US and EU realms. I'll make a video about this. Just to see what people think. Dude, thanks for sharing though. That's interesting, man. Nice recent video. Can I ask you why you didn't push this statement years ago? What up, NS Tech? What recent video are you talking about? I have a couple of them. Are you talking about Classic Plus as a mistake, or which one? Which one are you talking about? How will they police it? Yeah, I mean, they would just have to ban people that advertise it in services chat. Yeah, I mean, it could be good for the game. I just think it's a weird move at this point because they got everyone on the same page that boosting's okay. They're selling their 58 boost. We just went through a year plus of people spamming boost 24/7, 365 days of the year. Literally Indonesian boosting like factories essentially of like, they got it really industrialized. Like we created like an industrialized boosting network where on demand, any time of day, you can log in and instantly jump into any dungeon you want from stockades all the way to ZG and get boosted. And they remove it now. The amount of WTS Mar boost spam is fucking horrible. Get rid of them all. Yeah, I mean, that's the server though, you know? But we'll see what happens. I'm gonna make a video on that. That's interesting, man. Nobody's talking about that though. Unless I'm just under a rock. Unless I'm just under a rock. Let me go into Bobka's stream and see what he has to say. Yo, what up, boys?
Didn't shower for about 2 weeks, okay?
You guys cremating right now?
By
That's it's a 5 men. Yeah, I mean,
yo, this is 2 pre-made into 1, okay?
Yo, Bobby,
Be dominant.
Did you hear this news about boosting?
What is?
Blizzard just straight up banned boosting. Like you can't even boost at
Ah?
all.
Yeah, it's toss.
It's you literally can't do any boosting. Like no slave pens run, no slabs boost. Like literally, like completely, like you.
Yeah, but I mean that was already in, no? Yo, buff please, guys. Buff. We have 2 patties. Yo, buffs. I need 4 priests. But I mean, what do you mean in news though? What do you mean?
They just added it. Like they just added it. It was 5 days ago. They added it. I'm looking at it. They made a little post for
5 days ago. I mean,
yeah.
So what did he change?
It just straight up says,
yeah,
boosting in NA and EU not allowed. GKP and boosting not allowed.
But all that shit's good in China though. So you cannot
like,
advertise in world chat for boosting.
It's not even advertised. It's you literally cannot boost.
Yeah, I mean.
Bro, I was getting boosted earlier, and the boosters made me cover their names when I was streaming.
Yeah,
they were like scared.
I mean, good thing. I mean, hey, motherfuckers, either buy or level. It is what it is.
What the fuck?
Yo, wait. Pre-made Exos. Colleagues.
Yep.
Sorry, I knew that. I know they're loud. Sorry, my bad. I just left it. It was super loud for me too. That's crazy though. GDKP hasn't been allowed. Oh yeah. No, I know that. I know that it was banned from anniversary from the start. I heard about that. But yeah, let me make a poll right now. Let's make a poll, boys. Let's make a little poll. Let's see what people think. Boosting ban, good or bad? All right, let's go. Let's think about it. I mean, I feel like the gut reaction is to say boosting ban, that's good, right? And maybe that is still true, but I don't know. That's been the culture on these servers for like the last year. All the money has been made already. Like people have been boosting for like, I mean, I don't know, dude. I actually really don't know. Okay, if you play devil's advocate for boosting, let's put on our pro booster hat and let's try to think what it would be. Like, what are the pros of boosting? One of the things that I observe that would be kind of a pro boosting is the server feels extremely alive. Like you log in and there's people spamming all day, every day, 24/7 selling services. It's kind of like realistic in a way. It's kind of like how real life works. Like that's just how it is, right? And you can just like get instant gratification and jump into a boost whenever you please. And like you're able to like boost your characters up. You're on Zoom, you're literally taking calls, you're at work, whatever. There's some merit in that. I would just say like if GDKP is banned, boosting banned, is the server going to feel more dead or no? You know? I mean, I feel like this would be different if these servers came out tomorrow and they were fresh and that you were setting the culture from scratch, right? Like this is a fresh server launching tomorrow, boosting banned, GDKP banned. It kind of makes more sense. I think I'd be a lot more for it. Like yeah, ban boosting, 100%. Like, let's not let the mage stuff get out of hand, right? But they're doing it after a straight up year of allowing boosting. What do you guys think? Oh, Tactics in the house. Yeah, it's good news for the RXP boys, I'll tell you that, dude. It's good news for them. Selling way more leveling guides. Way more leveling guides, dude, if it's banned. Oh my god. The oil fields. The oil fields are... They didn't ban boosting, they just banned the advertising of it. No, they banned boosting, dog. They actually... It's not the advertising of it. Let me see the post. It actually just says boosting's banned. It doesn't say the advertising. Let me see. Where's the post? Let me see the post. Let me see. Look, this is all it says, guys. Look. Selling raid loot for gold, GDKP, and boosting are not allowed in EUS and EU realms. It's kind of a dumb post though. Like, does that mean you can't boost your own characters? Obviously not. Maybe you have to interpret it for gold. You know? I don't know, man. What do you guys think? I feel like people will just pay for 58 boost now. Do they count arena lessons as boosting? How we structure it, Hypnoidal, is it's actually like Discord coaching and like looking over the player, and not so much play alongside. Like our stuff is 100% compliant. Like it's literally just like tutoring, dude. Like you have like a rank 1 player just looking over your shoulder, you know? It's not even remotely close to any kind of in-game service. So no, like there's no shot. There's like literally impossible to ban that. But they say, my take is that it's a good thing, but a lot might have bad taste because we know it's only added because Blizzard added the 58. Bro, the timing of it is weird though, right? They put in a boost and ban boost, dude. That's it. Just put it in one sentence. Blizzard adds boost and bans boost. Insane, dude. Insane. They had the 58 boost last TVC. They should, bro. The thing is though, like low level boost is dead though. Like you can't low level boost based on the mechanics they added to the game. But high level, like I thought a lot of people were gonna boost from 60 to 70. Like let me ask you, should you be able to, if you feel like it, boost from 60 to 70? Like just AFK in a dungeon, and even if it's just like 2% per run, able to boost up. I don't know, bro. Like, I don't know. A part of me goes like, no, man, you need to go to Nagrand. You need to do your mastery quest. You need to kill some cleft hoofs, man. You need to kill 60 cleft hoofs. You need to kill 60 birds. Blizzard don't sit 24-hour days in every chat and every server spamming their advert. No, but those adverts are only in the services channel, right? I'm pretty sure that's how it is here. You don't have to join the services channel. The services channel is optional. It's not even in trade chat, I don't think. I think it's all in services. It's gonna be dungeon spam. Good boost. Okay, but it's 58% saying it's good. It's not even a landslide victory. Wild. 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 How would Classic Plus even happen with Blizzard can't even build Classic up properly? Don't you think it's better to just ban the players buying boosts? Can't blame some broke guy IRL for earning gold and selling it, but players buying the boosts. I mean, it comes down to a fundamental question. Yo, is that Grace for Days? That's Grace for Days in 20 years, maybe. What up, Reaper? Yo, let me ask you something, boys. Let me ask you something right now. Is boosting, like fundamentally, like ethically, is boosting bad? Like if you're a mage, and like, should that be like an allowed thing? Like is that an okay, even class fantasy perspective? Like someone wants to pay you gold to take them into a dungeon, and like you use your magical AoE abilities to like clear the dungeon and like get them some sort of benefit. That has been a thing since the dawn of time. Like you think freedom versus communism? In gold, why not? Yeah, I'm talking about gold. IRL, like real money, obviously that's like another beast, you know. I'm not so sure, dude. I feel like there are some servers that should have that allowed. And those are like, what do you call those servers? Like free market capitalism servers, and then you have like other servers where it's not allowed, maybe. You know? I actually see the appeal for both. Like one's like the New York City server. One's like the I don't know, like it's honestly not to make like a weird analogy, you know, but like some societies ban prostitution, some don't. Like, so, you know, it's kind of up to the society. It'd be like up to the server. Like there would be different servers that allow it, some don't allow it. Maybe how there's like PvE server, PvP server, there'd be like I don't know what you'd call it, man. Like some sort of economics to it. Kargoz, when are you gonna come play Arc Raiders with me? We're gonna get Bobka to play too? I don't know about that one, bruh. Arc Raiders. I've been hearing about it though. Is it fun? Gosh, dude, I actually have PTSD from doing all these BGs. I see an arrow hit me, and I think it's a hunter that's about to global me in 3 seconds. Arc is a great game. Boosting is banned. I don't even think people know. Did you guys know that before just now? That boosting is actually against TOS, like any sort of boosting period, point blank period? It was in 5 days ago. They might just put that in the TOS to give them the ability to ban people though, and they won't do anything. Anarchy servers. Damn, Reaper, you're going hard. You're a proper Arc Raider, dog. Arc Raider hype. Battered Mallet. First I hard. Do you ever look back on your old HC vids? I do, yeah. I do. I'm nostalgic about some of them. And how much you changed, bro. You used to be so chubby. Yeah, dude, that was the Fat Goes arc. Hey, it was COVID, though. You guys all put on weight during COVID, right? It was the COVID 20, the COVID 40. All inside, never leaving, ordering DoorDash like crazy. What if each server elects a president and they decide the rules? Yeah, the policy. I bet a bunch of people don't know. I still see some boosting services like advertised, so... Anarchy servers. Crazy, dude. Boosting banned. Yeah, to be honest, I don't know if it's good or bad. I don't know. Is there a chance by boosting, by killing boosting, it negatively impacts population in a massive way? There's less people playing, there's less people boosting. Like, industry is like reality. Like they might have just killed an entire industry off. This whole boosting, like, sweatshop centers that they have in other places, and like all this is probably dead. They lose motivation, they cancel thousands of accounts, people aren't boosting anymore. People, like, it's almost like you kill an industry. Like the Fed comes down and just like, it just bans an industry. I don't know, dude. Like, that's, from what I've seen, I'm still kind of a new guy in Anniversary. Like, I'm just observing it. When I started playing Anniversary, I was shocked by how commercial it was. And that's what you guys basically made, you know, like from the start of it. I joined really late. I don't know how I feel about it, to be honest. That's where I'm at too, man. I'm not sure. People are still streaming Mage Strathome boosting. Dude, when do I get Hodge? Can I please get Hodge? I'm dying out here. I feel like I should have Hodge at 18. What is going on? Can I stun a caster? Do I have it and I haven't been using it though? So I do have it. Oh my god, I do have it. I've been using Hodge this whole time. Cheese and rice. Damn, dude. Boosting is banned, huh? So, like, who's... I wish they did it in vanilla, man. The mages already made their money. The mages who've been boosting for the last 6 months, they're laughing right now, dude. They're literally, they've built their empires. They're the Rockefeller, the Vanderbilts. They're the robber barons. They already went through the Gilded Age. They just milked everyone. There's probably mages with like 100,000 gold, 200,000 gold. And they're like, it's banned now. We made all the money already. Get owned, get farmed. The mage oligarchs, seriously. In my mind, that is an industry that needs to be done away with. It would be healthier for servers in the long run. It upsets global economy / players in shorts. It is weird, though, having GDKB banned and not boost. But are you guys open to the concept that a server that's totally free market, that allows GDKP, selling soft res, selling hard res, all of it, full degen, boosting allowed, everything allowed, could be like the final form, long form, highest retention, highest pop server that has the most long term, the most longevity? I think that is possible, dude. Isn't that just era? Kinda, man. Kinda. All the retention are just bots. And Era kind of dead. I don't know. Era's kind of like hanging in there, dude. There's. It's not big though. You're right. There's probably like 20k, 30k players, but it's like steady though. Like you go to the top Era servers, they're not dead. Era kind of dead. Wow, that's crazy though. Boosting is banned. We'll see what happens. I'm not playing a class that can boost, so it doesn't affect me, you know. Doesn't affect me. I hope you guys got your RXP leveling guides, boys. I hope you got I hope you got the 60 to 70 survival guide or whatever speedrun guide. Oh my god, man. Holy shit, these things hit so hard. Relax, dude. This guy needs to relax. I'm at 32 health. I need to get out of here, bro. This is not it. This is not it. This place is terrible. This place is awful. Who made this place? John Stats? These guys are crazy. I'm ripping through potions right now. Why your name not Pickleball? Did you quit? What do you mean, Das Blah? Das Blah. Exclamation point RXP 60 to 70 is just dungeon spamming on launch. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm gonna dungeon cleave, yeah. Go back to Tranquillin. I just need a few more tusks, man. Just a few more. This is how it feels going from War Chief blessings to no War Chief blessing. This is the HC Pally. Yeah. This is a hardcore. One life. Leveling guide revenue just maxed. No joke. No joke, man. That I'm telling you though, for whatever it's worth, they just lost thousands of players. They lost them banning boosting is going to cut thousands of players, maybe even tens of thousands of players. There are 100% people that exist that they don't care about like basically pre-questing or getting ready for TBC. They're just waiting for TBC to come out. They're just gonna boost, like buy a 58 boost, and then their whole plan was to just level in slave pens, then level in slabs, hit 70, and then just casually play the game. Boosting dead, they're not playing. And it is what it is. Like it's not like a huge loss, right? That's some people. And then all the people that are like basically making money off those boosts and selling like the mage boosting services and all those, they're all canceling all 8 of their accounts and walking away from the game too. Casuals don't boost? I think they do boost though. I think they do. It's the people that have jobs, man. Like they're literally like, they're traveling, they're going to work conferences, they make good money, you know, full stack engineers, solutions architect, cloud distributed systems architects. Like they love WoW, but they don't have time, you know, like they're just like busy and they're just gonna boost and they're just not gonna play anymore probably. Do you think Blizzard are going to not give TBC HC because it affects their boost sales? I don't know, dude. I don't know why they didn't do HC, to be honest. I feel like it's a free bag. My only thing I can think of is that they're just delaying it. They want a card up their sleeve so that they have something else that's super free that down the road, whenever the OnlyFans thing is going to happen, they can drip feed it then. Instead of releasing it now and it being kind of like lukewarm popularity, they can release it later and make it like kind of a hit. Casuals are the ones that boost. That's crazy, dude. No boost in TBC. I'm thinking of the clickbait video now I gotta make. No boost hype. Wow. No boosting. Boosting banned. Boost? Who can I call to talk about this, man? Who can I call? They're letting the add-on players discover what they need to recode. Call Jerome. Yeah, that'd be a good conversation. Let me see if he picks up. Call old No Hit. Probably already has a video out on it. See if he picks up. Why is GDKP so frowned on? question, man. Good question. No boost hype? Whew, man. You already know there's going to be a short, no-hit Jerome short on YouTube up tonight.
Yo, what's up?
Yo, Jerome, what's up, man? I just wanted to call you because I'm like still shocked about it. This is the first time I've heard about this no boosting. I'm still live right now. Did you make a short about it already? Or no?
I did a little reaction on a second channel I'm working on, but yeah, I mean, it's pretty crazy, bro. My mage boosters today, dude, they literally like I had to black their names out. They didn't want to be on stream. They were like, we can't boost you if we're on stream. Like, how crazy is that?
That is crazy. It's going
I had
underground.
to put a picture of Zeroji on top of them, bro.
Boosting going underground. GDKPs are already underground, dude. There's going to be a whole like prohibition style boosting and GDKP underground network. Wow. Where if you snitch,
I was
you get
just
your legs
about to
broken.
get my mage to 60. This is so messed up.
Dude, I asked my community, are you live right now as well?
Yeah.
What do your people think about boosting? Are they for or against this change?
I'll do a poll. I would bet they are not for it because they probably wanted free boosts, you know. And I promised them all free boosts, but it looks like unfortunately I can't do that anymore. So too bad, though.
Kind of weird though, right? The Blizzard puts a boost in the game, and then simultaneously bans boosting.
It's a little weird. Yeah,
Right?
that is weird. So, but here's the thing: it's so vague. Like, why won't they tell us more? Like, why won't they put out a blog post or something? Where is the communication?
I know, dude. I mean, what I was saying to my chat is I think it's possible that anniversary actually takes a substantial hit in population. Like,
how many dads are getting to 70? Like, it's gonna take them 30 hours, right? I mean, maybe it'll take us 15, but a lot of people take 30 plus. How many people are realistically have 30 hours to grind the Outlands while they're getting PvP ganked the entire time?
yeah, I mean, people will, but like, I do think there's a good amount of people that pretty much they planned on just slave pens boosting all the way.
Well, that's
up,
what I'm saying.
much.
Like, it's gonna kill alts. Like, I mean, I was planning on just leveling all my alts in slave pens. I was just like, I'm gonna do one character. I don't know how many I'm gonna do like 6 characters now. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. That's interesting.
It's like I wanted to have warrior. I wanted to have rogue. I wanted to have mage. Like, I'm not gonna level a rogue. How am I gonna do that?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, yeah, you can level a couple characters. You level 1 in the dungeons, 1 on questing. But what about the 3rd character?
Greetings, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how to feel about it, dude. I don't know how to feel about it. I mean, in one hand, it's good. I mean, it's a fresh expansion, so like, it is a new expansion. Like, you can set like a new precedent, right? It's new. But like, anniversary server's been out for like a year plus, right? And everyone has just gotten used and conditioned to boosting. Like, it's just 24/7, 365 spam boost services chat going crazy.
Oh yeah.
All day, every day. And then Blizzard puts in a boost, making it even more normalized than ever.
And the craziest part is I feel like the majority of the population will have a boost. Will be boosted. Like, I think. So how are their brains gonna work when it comes to sitting down and actually leveling and doing all this stuff when they just were handed a 58 character?
100%.
Like,
dude.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, your brain becomes like accustomed to leveling. It's like seasoned. Like, you could sit down and level 1 to 60 straight up, but how many people can do that?
It's like learning it's like forgetting how to walk or forgetting how to cook or forgetting whatever. If you just get too used to just swipe, now you got to get back out there the good old fashioned way. Just remember how this game works. Actually press your buttons, get out there, do the Hemet Nesting Warrior quest in the Grand. Man, oh man, it's
Bro, I can't believe it though, because I mean, are you sure we can't just like get slave pen boosted and just it's not advertised? Like, how are they enforcing this? This is going to be reported via the chat.
Well, you're not going to be able to stream it, that's for sure. And then I don't think you'll be able to like advertise it on services. But
so you're telling me when I come back online and I'm in slave pens, people are just going to be like,
this is what I asked my chat, bro. Do you think boosting is like unethical? Like, is it like, so remember classic WoW? Anybody remember Arleus? Any Arleus knowers?
Dude, he was. I was still watching his videos recently. They were so ahead of their time, man.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I just like. like figuring out the boosts and like the one pulls and the weird finesse tricks of the dungeons and like the gold farms, like that's kind of a piece of the WoW ecosystem. That's a thing, right? That like people like. I bet you there's people.
The term is pillar, right? It's like a pillar.
Yeah, it's like a pillar. I bet you people are like kind of excited. All the boosting communities figuring out, oh, here's the prop pally slave pens. Like this is what we're gonna do, bro. 15-minute runs.
100%.
This one 35k, 40k a run. This is what we're pricing it at. All that kind of emergent-ish gameplay gonna be technically banned.
Yeah.
I mean, have they ever banned boosting before? It could be an interesting experiment to see what happens if people just ignore it and do it anyway. Who knows?
I don't understand how they even do it though. Like, I can't be in a group with someone who's higher level than me. Like, what is that like? Because I could still get boosted by someone at 70 in the open world.
Yeah.
Like, that's how mop works. You just sit in the open world and someone kills some hyper spawns. It would work.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy.
I just don't understand how they're enforcing it. I think it's going to purely be chat. So it's like, if you write something in chat about boosting, you get banned. But if you don't, then you're probably fine, and they just do it anyways.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be interesting, dude. Yeah, I just wanted to get your take on it.
Well, my take is, as someone who wanted to boost, that's really bad, because I learned from Mop that with some of the very best content is like that early game boosting is everybody wants to learn it, everybody wants to watch, and you make a shit ton of money, so...
My worry is that if they ban boosting, the server would feel dead and stuff, like the services channel not going crazy and going ballistic and feeling like there's so much energy,
That's a great
commerce,
point. Really
all
good
that.
point.
But at the same time, I also feel like because there's literally only 2 servers per region, it's just Dreamsight and just Nightslayer, that it's so big, it's so stacked that it'll still be okay. Like,
well, I really experienced this on Dreamsight Horde because that server that side was like way less populated a couple months ago. It probably had like 3,000 people. And they don't have any boosters. They don't have any, like, very few boosters, very few mage portal people, very few summoners. And it was that experience of like, this server's dead because there was none of that stuff. But it really wasn't drastically smaller. It was just that they didn't have all those people spamming. And it made it feel definitely like it was a ghost town. It's like, oh my God, there's nobody here.
Yeah.
And just like trying to get a summon and you can't, and you're like, there's no summon to Kargoz. Like, what am I doing?
I've learned some things over the years when it comes to being like a fresh Andy, to being someone who's always like looking for, you know, the next hype server launch or whatever, and like what affects players. One of the worst things is when people feel like a server is dead. Like they when they feel like it's low pop or like it's not, there's no one out in the open world leveling, there's no one, like the chat is dead. It has like a snowball effect. And
I wonder if that's kind of one of the reasons Blizzard has allowed boosting for so long, is like it just makes the game feel alive. Even if it isn't, it makes it feel like it is.
Yeah.
Whereas now it's going to be so different.
Yeah, yeah.
Bro, the PvP server is going to be a nightmare. Maybe Zaryu was right.
Zaryu was
It's going to be a bloodbath, dude.
Oh, gosh. That's interesting. I mean, it's consistent with no GTKP. They're just like doubling down. No GTKP, no boosting. You're gonna go buy your RXP guide. And yo, it's the RXP conspiracy, dude.
Bro, Blizzard's
guide
is gonna make so much money.
I know. I was just thinking that. It's the RXP conspiracy, dude. They got the Blizzard referral code, affiliate code. That's wild.
It's
dude.
actually insane because I bet it's gonna sell more than it did last time, even. Because everybody is gonna like, I don't know. I guess you could just dungeon level though. You don't really need it.
Yeah, dungeon leveling takes a minute though, dude. It still takes.
It's
a while.
really, it becomes super tedious on that second character too. It's like, it gets rough.
Yeah.
One big thing though, a big trick, if anybody here is like leveling that new character, is the second the servers go live, you log into all your alts and it'll start the rest of the experience, right? So it's like, you could basically get your first character to max and then have like full bars in all your characters, like ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
And like it takes a little bit of the edge off.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Looks like we're gonna. Yo, guys, looks like we're gonna have to actually play the game, boys.
That's what Jobeck had a whole speech, bro. He had a really good speech about how gold is like not only is the boosting dead, but gold is the highest price I think it's been in like a really long. I don't know if it's ever been this high.
Yeah.
It's like $80 1,000. Like it's crazy.
That's
and he had a whole speech about how streamers can't get handouts anymore because it's just too expensive. Like, yeah, you'll see it odd once in a while, but I think everybody's about to actually have to play the game, bro. There's no handouts.
Dude,
there's no buying
guys,
gold.
we're gonna have to play the game. Holy shit, it's over, boys. Oh, it's over.
Bro, this is like your dream, dude. This is my nightmare.
Dude, we're gonna have to play the game, guys. Dude, how do quests work again in Hellfire Peninsula?
Bro, did you just like consult with Blizzard on this? Feels like your ideas. I feel like you came up with this stuff. There's no gold buying, no boosting. What is going on here?
Yeah, dude, we gotta play the game, guys. Monk ass.
This is not what I signed up for, by the way, at all.
Yeah, dude. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Guys, we have to play the game. Guys. Quests only give like 2% of a level when you complete a quest in TBC. Some only give 1% of a level.
Don't forget that
It's
if you do the efficient speed leveling, you're completing like 100 quests an hour according to the estimates. That's how everybody like calculates it. Like they're like, oh yeah, it's so much XP if you complete all the quests. Meanwhile, I do like 2 quests every 30 minutes at most.
Yeah. So you're telling me you can't go raid in GDKP and you can't level, guys? You have to go play the old-fashioned way. Wow. Wow.
I don't even know I don't even know what to do. I don't think I've ever played the game actually, like legit.
And no multi-box too. Yeah, Jerome's in shambles.
Yeah, no multi-box either.
No input broadcasting, no boosting, no GKP.
Bro, I wonder if we should like sit down and do like a leveling session if the PTR comes back just to get our brains right, because I don't even remember how to like push myself anymore.
Yeah. I bet
like,
you
my brain can't do it, dude.
Dude,
I'll be in bed by 8 p.m., bro.
There's a ton of people that aren't going to make it to 70. That grind, they're going to try to quest. They're going to be getting ganked out in the world. They're going to be hating life. And they're not going to make it, dude. They're not going to make it.
I don't know if I'll make it, dude. I might have to just switch games.
It takes like a week of... If you can get to 70 in a week, questing in the open world, doing your thing, it's actually a pretty good pace. Like, it takes a while in TBC, man.
And with the raids coming out on the 19th, that's a really good pace. You've got a whole week to get geared.
Like, if you can get a level a day in TBC, it's pretty good. If you're just like play, you play like 4 or 5 hours.
It could be like 3 hours a level, even 2-3 hours.
Yeah.
Bro, are we transferring to Dreamside, dude? I don't know if I can level in the open world.
I'm already on Dreamside, dude.
No, dude, you already left us?
I'm here right now. I'm leveling a paladin.
What?
Hardcore though. I'm just kidding.
Oh my god.
Yeah, hardcore.
You're like level
hype.
20. I opened your stream.
Yeah. Hardcore hype. TBC. Dude, my new Stratho drum, I think it's gonna be good, man. Is like, you do sweaty PvP and you do arena and stuff like that, but then you weave in some hardcore, so you have both.
I'm with you on that, but I think I'm gonna add in like every time I die, I have to like electrocute my balls or something. Just like some, just really up. I gotta up the stakes, bro.
Spice it up. Electrocute your balls.
Like I eat like
death
or
equals
eat like
electrocuted balls.
Either that or like eat a can of like expired tuna from like 20 years ago or something. Something fun.
Eat a World War II era MRE on stream.
Yeah, every time I die, I have to eat a different MRE. It's like MRE hardcore. I'd watch that.
Yeah. Anyway, bro, I just wanted to just touch base with you. I thought it'd be fun to call you on stream, but I'll catch you later, dog.
That was crazy, bro.
Yeah.
All right, don't die. I've been seeing a lot of hardcore people dying in TBC. Apparently, it's pretty hard.
Yeah, I almost died a couple times today. I'm not gonna lie, just not paying attention.
What makes it so hard? Why is everybody dying? Are they just not paying attention, or is it actually hard?
I think you're just not paying attention, dude. Like, you just think it's free because you're playing TBC, and you're like, oh, I'm in vanilla, I'm so strong, I have TBC talents, and you just die.
Well, that'll probably be you. I hate to say it, but
it is, dude. Like, people are saying TBC is faster leveling. Dude, it feels like exactly the same as vanilla, though.
It feels exactly the same. Doesn't feel any faster.
Which is...
It's because of all those TikToks you watched. Every time you watch a TikTok, it feels a little bit longer.
People are saying, though, 30 to 60, it gets faster. But...
Yeah, 1 to 20 isn't really that fast.
Yeah, this feels the same pretty much right now.
Yep.
So... Yeah.
Well, good luck, brother.
Thanks,
bro. Hope you don't die.
GG, bro. Thanks, man. It feels great in the 30s. That's what I've been hearing too, man. I've been hearing that. Yeah, the 30s. The 30s. The 30s. Dude, we gotta do WC, boys. Pops Giga Chat already level 33. In TBC HC as Resto. Jerome Kargoz, Sam Call is always peak. Love that guy. Yeah, Jerome has come a long way, man. When I first ran into Jerome, you know Jerome was actually here at the start of Hardcore. People don't know that. Our very first Hardcore Community Cup ever had myself, Dawkin, if anybody remembers big bearded man Dawkin, and No Hit Jerome. That was the skeleton crew that casted the first Hardcore Cup. Whatever happened to Dawkin, not sure, bro. I think he just grew up, dude. You know, he has kids, wife, house. Not like a blue collar, like contractor type of guy. He just moved on to greener pastures. Probably got a nice 3-2, 3-car garage. Got a nice motorcycle. Got a nice timeshare in Maui. Got a nice Roth IRA, a nice 401k. Good bennies, good healthcare, good. I was in Dawkins Guild, the Nostalrius, really? Holy shit, dude. What was it called? And when he fell off the Zep? Yeah, Jerome, right? Yeah. But when I first ran into Jerome, he was actually doing multi-box content, wiping people's world buffs. I don't know if anybody remembers that. Wow, PT boosting is banned. Like, that was my main thing that I noticed about Anniversary, guys. When I started playing Anniversary late, how crazy the boosting was. Like, it was on a scale that I've never seen before in my entire history playing this game. I've never seen a services channel popping so fast, 24/7, any time of day. Boosting SM, boosting stocks, boosting Mara, boosting ZG, boosting Strath, boosting Elbers. What am I missing? Apparently there's a Dire Maul boost I didn't even know about. And it's crazy how fast these boosting runs fill. Like, you message someone for a stocks boost, you get in the group, and like 3 other people join instantly. Like, the liquidity of it is wild. But how is the economy on Anniversary? I don't know, dude. It doesn't feel very good. Some stuff is cheap, like the epics, but other stuff is ridiculously expensive, man. Oh yeah, Blackout. I remember that now. That's right. Blackout. Yeah. Yup. Let's switch it up. Let's watch some let's watch some like more like contemporary TBC Anniversary. Let's see if there's any like new guides or anything like that. I can check the Discord too if anyone posted anything there. If you want me to react to anything, throw it in the Discord. Let's see what we got here. Whoa. 100 golden hour gold farm, any class, 6 hours ago, TBC Anniversary P-Patch, 4-minute video. Is this worth a watch? I could use 100 golden hour, dude. That sounds pretty good right about now. Let's see. Is it clickbait? Or is it legit? 100 golden hour.
In today's video, we're taking a look at Classic Anniversary TBC pre-patch, where I'm currently working on doing a bunch of different gold farms in the pre-patch, basically just to see how much gold the different farms are making. And I was doing the same thing before the pre-patch, but now a lot of drop rates have drastically changed, prices have drastically changed, and also the amount of people playing the game. So I wanted to do this again. Before we dive into today's farm that I did for exactly 1 hour, I want to say a massive thank you for all the support on the complete gold guide for Classic TBC. This is a digital gold guide that you download onto your computer, and it features all the best tactics, methods, and gold farms that's in the game. So you can grab that for 50% off using the discount code STUDENT, and that's going to be linked down below in the description. Now, in terms of the farm that I did for today's video, we're talking about the Selitus farm, where I am where I am farming the air elementals. I did this the whole hour live on stream and everything. Did this on my boosted shaman, which doesn't have the best gear, but at least he has the Grand Marshal weapons and also the shoulders, but the gear is pretty bad. Tons of green starter gear on it. But I did this for 1 hour. I used Kiwi Farm, as you can see, like right up here. And I put that on the min buyout, so the prices are the...
I mean, this is a legit farm, actually. Yeah, but...
realm, and it was telling me that I was averaging roughly 100 gold. Now, the thing is, though, it takes the green items, the market value of the green items, but it doesn't take the affix. So if you get an item that's off the whale, or you get one that's off the tiger, it's gonna, like... The values are way off, pretty much, on green BOEs, blues, and epic. But you're doing this as it is a steady gold farm because you're getting Essence of Air. Now, the Essence of Air has dropped drastically in value, but you're getting way more of them. Like, finishing the hours, and I ended up with this loot
so there's
right
more drop
here.
rate
So
on
I
it or
got
something?
40 Essence of Air, and I got 8
shnikes.
green knight.
Dude, this is actually not clickbait. What the fuck? They must have buffed the drop rate of it. 40 airs in an hour? Dude, don't those sell for like 15 gold or something? They sell for 1 gold? No shot. They may ban farming soon? 1 gold? It must have dropped then, dude. Like, I've seen servers where those are kind of expensive, man, because you need those for the weapon enchants. Looking at the AH right now, it's 1 gold. I guess everyone watched this video. GG. Yeah, it used to be 12 to 15. That's what I'm saying. Posted 6 hours ago, though.
If I took the Essence of Air, put it on the auction house, that will be 70 gold, right? It's 17.5 gold for a stack of 5 because it's 1 gold and 75 silver each Essence of Air. That's...
Oh, he's being realistic, though. So he's valuing it 1 gold 75 each.
On my realm, though, so adjust that to your realm if the prices are a bit off. So if I sold those for the current price and vendored the green items, I would have made 90 gold. Now, I vendored a lot of these green items.
It just feels weird, though, right? It feels... Every gold farm feels so bad because mages are just making 1,200 gold an hour. Or they, like, have been for the past year. Making 1,200 gold an hour, making like 600 to 1,200 gold an hour. And now it's like 100 gold hype, 100 gold hype.
Actually good. I got leather legs of healing, I got monkey loot, I got tiger loot. Like, there were actually some of these items that were at a decent price. So if they sell for the posted values, I made closer to like 125, 130 gold from 1 hour. So still a very, very good farm, this one. I absolutely love it. There's not as much competition as you used to have back in the days. Now, the exact location for this farm, most of you guys probably know, but it's in Selitus, and it's all the way up here in the northwest corner, where you'll find these mobs on the west side of this mountain, but also on the east side of this mountain right here. So,
I get it.
figured I would share with you guys.
I get it. Let's see another one. You're gearing wrong. No hit your own. Choose your class. Solheim. Level 60 to 70 easily. Level up to 60, 70 fast and efficient. Yo, boys, we need this now more than ever. Boosting band. I want to level fast and efficiently. What is he going to say? Dungeon cleave? Is he going to say buy our XP guide and go solo?
coming out very soon. We're all playing the pre-patch now, at least most of us, I would hope. This video right here is a video by Haspatas. We are subscribed, we have seen some videos from him in the past, and in this case he's doing level 60 to 70 fast, the only guide you need for levels and reputation.
How's
You're probably
everybody
going to see a
leveling?
lot of videos
How you guys
like
gonna
this
level,
coming
boys?
up in the next 2 weeks, because
Are
everyone
you
is
cleavers?
farming in that
Cleaving?
to get ready for TBC and how to level content hype. So yeah, we're gonna check this one out today, and as always there will be a link down below, and I'll post it to you guys as well after we have seen the video, okay?
That's so loud.
Does he have a new intro, or has that intro always been there?
Hey guys, what's up? And welcome back. Have you thought about how you're going to level in a Burning Crusade? Are you going to take it slow and play along the lore, questing and exploring the
What is that background music, bro? Let's go.
Outlands, or are you going to
Damn.
straight for level 70, skipping everything on the way? Perhaps a combination of both? Or maybe
Perhaps
you're like me
neither.
with the multiple alts and going to rush main to 70 and then take it slow, leveling and enjoying the game with the alt once the main raider is in place, or main gladiator if we're looking at my class, or in my case. Well, today
The main
I'm going to
gladiator, dude. That's a cocky statement. Just assuming glad.
the fastest and the most effective way to level 70 while getting vital reputation checkpoints along the way. By the end of this path, your character will be level 70, revered with the lower city and keepers of time,
Ooh,
while honored with
I'm genuinely very interested in this video, because that's like the main objective of me leveling the way I'm gonna level, as I want to be basically exalted with Thrallmar by the time I hit 70. And yeah, getting revered with lower city would be great too, you know? And I have this plan in my head, but I don't know how it's gonna go exactly.
Thrallmar, Cenarian Expedition, and Consortium. Furthermore, I will also add a bonus material.
Consortium?
The
Why do you gotta
fastest
be
way to get
like
revered
Consortium?
rep or exalted rep with all of the relevant factions go through the dungeons after
Okay.
hitting level 70.
Consortium, so you're
Now,
gonna grind
this
mana
is
tunes?
assuming you did not pre-quest and starting your journey with 0% towards level 61.
Is it just me, by the way, or has he been upgrading his editing? Like, the editing in this video seems so good. I think his editing has always been good, but this one is like cranked up to another level. I like it, man.
Many, myself included, will pre-quest, so your results may be slightly different. You will be hitting target levels sooner. So without further ado, I bring to you the fastest and the most efficient leveling and reputation path of the Burning Crusade. So, as soon as you step through the portal, you will be in the Hellfire Peninsula. First thing, set your Hearthstone to Honor Hold or Thrallmar if you're a sleazy horde. I'm just kidding, I love Horde. Whenever you move to a new area of operations, the zone where the new dungeon is, always set your Hearthstone to the closest town. That will save you a lot of running around and a lot of time traveling. So
It's dungeon
first
clay.
dungeon to run is the Blood Furnace. Clearing Blood Furnace will yield about 750 rep and approximately 45,000 XP at level 60.
I do want to say, by the way, for Blood Furnace as well, especially Hellfire Ramparts, if anybody here is planning on farming Hellfire Ramparts, but if you're doing Blood Furnace, it might also be useful to you. A bunch of people are really geared going into TBC, either through actually playing Anniversary, ever since Anniversary came out, or by doing PvP and getting rank 14 gear, and many people even have world buffs as well, leading up to TBC's launch. If you have full gear and full world buffs, and your team, like, pop everything, you are going to be clearing Hellfire Ramparts in less than 5 minutes. You have a dungeon cap of 5 per hour, unless that is being lifted for some weird reason. I think at launches before, they usually stick to the 5 per hour cap, but they sometimes lift the 30 per day cap. So like you have 2 instance caps in World of Warcraft, one is 5 per day, and the other one is 30, one is 5 per hour, and the other one is 30 per day. I think if they lift anything, the way they've done it in the past is lifting the 30 per day one, but you still have 5 per hour, which means you want to min-max your dungeons to the point where they are 12 minutes each run, because that way, well, you never reach lockout. Whenever you're doing dungeon farming, you really want to avoid the lockout, and that is why Blood Furnace, for example, could be a better choice than Hellfire Ramparts. Ramparts are will to...
I mean, dude, like, you said it yourself, like, you're gonna cap on Ramparts, but you gotta do Ramparts at least one time for the quest, you know? That's why already this guy's kind of, like, not passing the vibe check. because like you should do ramparts at least one time, for sure, right? And like ramparts is not actually that much worse than Blood Furnace. It's like 5 or 8k less XP per run or something like that. It's not much. So if you're actually in a pretty under-geared group for whatever reason, you can do ramps, and it's not so much worse than Blood Furnace, you know? Blood Furnace is kind of a pain in the dick too, so, but let's just see.
Takes less than 12 minutes, and the Blood Furnace takes slightly more time. That being said, for a really good group, I believe Blood Furnace also will take less than 12 minutes, so you might want to go out and do some quests on the outside or do something in the downtime as well. But it's worth mentioning, and the point I wanted to make here is that if you have a full 5-man pre-made for farming dungeons, you might want to rotate who pops world buffs and
exactly,
when.
Renroars.
The world buffs lasts until 64, I believe. They might go past that as well, but the common knowledge from TBC the first time is that after 64 they are rendered useless, so you just want to rotate who pops them when, because if you all pop them at the same time, you might run into the problem of being locked out, and then what do you do, right?
Ramparts has way less mobs, therefore way less XP. It's not that much less XP though. It's not that much less XP. It is less XP, but not by as much as you think. Like it's like 5k or something. Like I think it's. I wrote it down somewhere, dude. I put it in my I have a dungeon cleave guide too as well. If you kill every mob, you can calculate it. It's like a couple thousand less XP. You would be surprised. It's closer than you think in XP to Blood Furnace.
Waterhold. Your character will also have some amount of rested XP, so I'm not entirely ruling out you hitting level 62 in the Blood Furnace, but if my mathematics are correct, you should be still level 61. Now, before we jump to the next part, I have a huge favor to ask. Well, huge for me, but click of a button for you. If you find this video helpful, informative, or entertaining, please return me a solid by liking the video and especially subscribing to the channel. It's free to do, but means so much for my young channel. Thank you so much. Anyway, next we're off to Zengar Marsh, and Shattrath City and Terakar Forest, which is your next major hub. It's kind of like your Stormwind and Orgrimmar.
So he runs Blood Furnace to 61? I mean, wouldn't you just run this until... If you're trying to get rep, like, wouldn't you just run this until you get max rep? I think you can only get it to basically Honored, though. But you want to run this until you pretty much get it. Is it? Can you run the normal dungeons to Honored or Revered, guys? I think it's friendly 5999 is what you can run it to. So it's not even about anything. Like, just run the dungeon until you get the friendly 59999. And then turn in the quest from Ramparts or Blood Furnace and push yourself over into Honored.
Hearthstone there as well. Once there, pick up quests Adal and the City of Light. Both quests can be completed right there and will yield about 10k or so of experience. Also, pick your side between Aldor and the Scryers as well here. In Zengar Marsh, we will run the Slave Pens 10 to 12 times until Honored with the Cenarian Expedition. If you have had full rested XP, you will likely only need to run it 10 times to hit level 63, again if my math is correct. But the goal here is the Honored with Cenarian Expedition. Continue running Slave Pens until that point is reached. From here, we're off to Terakar Forest and the Mana Tombs dungeon. Full clear Mana Tombs 9 times, which will make you Honored and level 66. Next, Shetek Holes in the same Terakar Forest.
How does he just jump to
66?
You just ran Slave Pens 12 times. You run Blood Furnace. You said run Blood Furnace 12 times to 61. And then you run Slave Pens 10 to 12 times until 63. And then you run Mana Tombs 9 times to 66.
9 times, which will make you Honored and level 66.
Bro, what the fuck is this guy, dude? There's no shot you're 66. Steam Vault? Steam Vault's later. Steam Vault's like higher level.
In the same Terakar Forest, also 9 times. You should now be level 68 and Honored with Honorhold or Thrallmar, Cenarian Expedition, Consortium, Lower City, and Keepers of Time. Oh, and don't forget to pick up Shadow Lab Key after the last boss of the Shatak holes. Now we're done. We're done with the
I
outlet.
think he says keep running till 66. No, like listen to it, bro.
Until honored was the Cenarian
So
expedition.
you sit 10 to 12 times
If you
until
have
63.
had full rested XP, you will likely only need to run it 10 times to hit level 63. Again, if my math is correct. But the goal here is the honored with Cenarian expedition. Continue running slave pens until that point is reached. From here, we're off to Terakar Forest and the Mana Tombs dungeon. Full clear Mana Tombs 9 times, which will make you honored and level 66.
So he's saying you're 63, right? You're 63 when you leave slave pens. And then you come to Auchindoun and run Mana Tombs 9 times, and you go up 3 levels. Yeah, there's no shot. And I don't think Consortium is really a good rep as well. I don't think it really does anything. Doesn't unlock the blue PvP gear. It's just it's kind of like a profession thing. Like there might be some like recipes you get from the vendor. I don't think there's any. Is there anything from Consortium, guys?
Shatak holes in the same Terakar Forest, also 9 times. You should now be level 68 and honored with Honorhold or Thrallmar, Cenarian Expedition, Consortium, Lower City, and Keepers of Time. Oh, and don't forget to pick up Shadow Lab Key after the last boss of the Shatak holes. Now we're done. We're done with the Outlands for a while, and it's time to return to the old world. Get a portal to either Orgrimmar or Stormwind, and from there make your way to the Deadwind Pass. We're going to start the Karajan attunement chain.
Yeah, but
now I could list and go over every.
I think you're supposed to do Old Hillsbrad before this. You're supposed to weave in Old Hillsbrad before here. You're supposed to do Old Hillsbrad at like 66.
Single quest we would need to accept and turn in for both factions, and it is different for each faction, somewhat different. The path to attunement, that is. But there.
I remember doing all of this back in TBC the first time, by the way, TBC Classic in 2021, and not only did I do it once, I did it like 4 times on 4 separate characters. Thankfully in TBC Anniversary, you only
Shared
have to do it once now.
attunement
Raid attunements are account-wide for anybody who didn't know, and for the reputation as well, you want that to do heroic dungeons, right? And you need revered on your main, but on your alt, you just need friendly. You get like an account-bound key that requires friendly to use, so the reputation point will be very different on alts, allowing you to farm gold while leveling, quest instead of farming dungeons. It just opens up more possibilities than focusing on rep all the time while you're leveling. Honestly, a massive quality of life change for alts in TBC Anniversary. I also feel like it makes sense because TBC Anniversary will very likely, based on Classic WoW Anniversary, be about 33% faster than TBC the first time, which means we spend less
like 1
time
year.
in Outland, we have less time to do everything, and people have a lot of content they want to play. So yeah, anything that makes it more alt-friendly, I'm personally all for.
A much easier way to do that. So there is.
Let's find another video. Boosted character mistakes everyone is making in TBC. Oh, this is my buddy Tolduck. He's been
So you
hosting us
boosted your
recently.
character, and you'd like to use your time efficiently for the TBC release. But the problem is you're almost naked with this boosted gear, and you can't get into any raids at level 60. So you aim for the rank 14 gear because it seems like the easiest choice. Now, it is, but only if you don't make these mistakes. In this video, I'll break down the most important things you can do on your 58 boosted character. The absolute last thing you want to do is get level 60. If you get level 60 and try to farm the marks from AB Warzone Gulch, you're gonna meet a lot of fully geared premates, and with your boosted gear, you will not be able to get into any premates. On top of that, you'll most likely be running around on a 60% mount when everyone else is on a 100% mount. Now, the solution is stay at 59 bracket and gather every single mark there. Stack the marks up to 100 and then turn them in at 60 for even more honor. Now, you don't really want to be PvPing with that bad level 58 boosted gear. So, as you can see, you can go to the AV vendor and you can buy neck, cloak, belt. These are very good options.
Yeah,
they're not expensive. You will get a lot of honor trying to farm these marks up. Now, a very good tip for the Warzone Gulch epic bracers is getting the level 50 ones. If you go for the level 60 ones, they're way more expensive. 4,600 honor against 600.
Yeah, this is actually a really good gun. Those items are like really cheap, you know, like the belt, the cloak from AV, the belt from AB, the Warsong bracers, getting the level 53 ones, like he's saying. Definitely amazing bang for your buck. And you can get it at before 60. You can equip this stuff before 60, so you can use it to kind of twink yourself out in the 58, 59 bracket.
Stats are not that much higher, but way more honor. Go for the level 50 ones and use those in the 59 bracket. They're a huge upgrade to the boosted ones. Now, same goes for the weapons. You don't necessarily have to go for these. These are not way better than what you have, but I did because I'd like to have fun in the 59 bracket. Now, for AB, these are insanely good. These give you minor movement speed. I would suggest getting this ASAP. That's really important. And you can get a 2-set. That's 5 stamina. So just getting these is really big. Just the PvP gear is very, very valuable. It's gonna cost some honor to get the PvP trinket, to replace all these pieces, probably around 10,000 honor total, if you don't go for the dagger, that is. So that's very affordable. You get a lot of honor by getting these marks. And once you turn these marks in, you're gonna get a lot of honor at level 60. Now, once you hit level 60, then you can start going for your epic mount. Then you can start going for your professions and prepare those things. Then you can start doing...
Yeah, you can save yourself a little bit of gold too and actually just get the PvP mount.
For example, rings and stuff that Grand Marshal doesn't cover. And keep in mind, when you're doing the 59 BGs, you're actually having fun. You're actually doing a lot of damage. You can carry your team. At 60, you can't do that. You can't really make a lot of difference there. So make the right choice, don't level, and try and have fun in BGs. If you're on Spineset or EU, hit me up. Let's do some BGs together. If you like the video, leave a comment down below. Let me know what you think. Put a thumbs up on the video. And if you want to watch me, I'm on Twitch at Tolduck. I stream every day. We're going to go hard in TBC. I'll see you there. Peace.
Hell yeah.
So you
he's been hosting us and stuff recently too, this guy, Tolduck. It's a good god. That is the way to do it if you have a 58 boost. How do you get marks? How do you get marks from BGs? You do BGs and you get marks. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm actually going to wind down stream for a little bit and work on some videos, guys. I've been slacking a little bit on the videos. But GG's, guys. I appreciate you guys watching today. Had a good stream today. We did a lot of good stuff. I'm going to host into Ompy. I never get to host him. So say hi to brother Omp for me. And I'll see you real soon. I'm going to try to get a video or two together tonight before I wind down. So GG's, guys. Have a good one. Take it easy. We'll be back soon.